defense, public defender perspective here, their team comp was really scuffed. I would not want to play this really ever. You were playing pretty much all of these champions that just don't scale very well. I did not see the vision with this team comp. They were playing Ryze, Ezreal, Renekton, Skarner. None of these champions are real good late game champions. I feel like when you have Ryze, you want to use his early game pushing and moving, and maybe that was the idea with their comp, but they just couldn't make it happen. And then when it comes to actual team fights, you just kind of get outscaled by everybody. You need a really early soul to make this work, and they could not get it done.
Yeah, to me, it was actually, to me, I was really excited for DSG, even when seeing the draft, because Surdy, when we were so excited and Surdy first came into the league, it was because he was rank 1 with spamming all these range top laners, namely Vayne. It's like, this is maybe not the Vayne guy, but he's a Vayne guy.
He's a Vayne guy.
And he's a top lane Vayne guy. And it's such a good Vayne angle here into Renekton and Skarner. Like, he can really dance around them. And then for one of the first plays of the game, for it to be support Shen roam topside, and Surdy got 2 early kills on the Vayne, I was like, oh, this is going to be it. This is going to be the DSG game. And then it wasn't as straightforward. I thought, maybe Surdy like completely rolls them the whole game. It was a little rocky, and they had to go back and forth. They actually lost the lead for significant portion here to Cloud9. Cloud9 did a good job like retaking it, and then DSG were able to finish off and win in the end with it. But I was quite excited to get Surdy onto a top lane champion like this, because that was so much of a lot of the hype, and everyone's just like, solo queue doesn't really translate to pro play, but it does, like, exactly in this scenario.
Yeah. I mean, I found myself feeling very bad for Thanatos in this one, because
anyone who plays
it's like
top.
you're Thanatos, you're the best top laner in the league, Renekton, your best champion, and then you're just up against a Vayne top with Exhaust who's rushing tank items. It's like, what can you do?
And gets a support Shen gank really early.
Yeah, well, it wasn't even him who died, right? It was he was bottom, and then his team swapped, and then Vayne gets 2 kills, and they're like, "Ooh, Thanatos, I don't think we can land against him anymore. That's all you, bud." And I'm just like, wow, he's feeling real good about this one.
Yeah.
So that was definitely a sad time for him.
It was. I mean, I feel like this is kind of an interesting game because I do agree like that it's a really, really good Vayne angle. I think it can be very difficult for C9 later on into the game. But I also felt like this was one that Blabber and Thanatos did not really have great games. And I feel like, watching some of the team fights, it felt like they were kind of struggling to find when they should go in. There was times when Thanos was flashing in for a stun, but like no one's really there following up on him. And Surdy didn't get QSS until like basically the end of the game, right? And they had no Mikhails, so he wasn't playing Cleanse. So like it did feel like, as much as yes, there are obviously a lot of difficulties here, if they could coordinate, they could almost one-shot him. I remember at one point, Loki did like an EW on Surdy, like not even a Q on Ryze, and he did about 70% of his HP with an EW. So it's like, if they could get to him, there were ways to kill. And sometimes you'll see where, people like when Vayne pops ult, they just kind of kite back and just try to like play it like that. It can be difficult, of course, but I did feel like there were ways they could win this game. Like they obviously clawed back, got into a pretty good spot, and then, it did kind of go pear-shaped. I will say, though, that as much as there have been some struggles from C9 in general, Tactical has really been impressing me. I thought Tactical, even in the loss, was playing super well on this Ezreal game. I was really, really impressed with how he was playing. And I feel like just in general, individually, he's looking really, really good. In game 1 on the Casio, I thought he played really, really well. In game 3, he also played a really good game on the Caitlyn. And they obviously, I think this one, game 3 was kind of Lions committing crimes, so I'm not going to lie. But
they didn't get a kill.
Yeah, but Tactical still played really well. So I was impressed across the board with that. And I was also really happy for DSG to be able to actually lean into this strength, to have a lot of success with it. And then I will say, to immediately go from this Giga Vayne carry game to blind picking your top laner Cassante, I thought was a little surprising.
Oh, that was super weird.
Yeah.
That was really, really weird, especially with the rest of the comp. I thought that was absolutely bizarre, because they're picking Victor bot and Nivea mid. Neither one's particularly lane dominant. And then you're going Cassante blind. I didn't really understand that.
And he did play the lane really well. He was actually up CS on Thanatos, and Thanatos had counterpick. Like he played it well.
Yeah.
But of course, it just doesn't really matter. Like there's like the rest of the game was basically over before he was even involved on Cassante. I mean, he had one death and it was like near the end of the game. Everyone just kind of got slammed. But I just thought that was weird conceptually to me. I don't think there's anything wrong with Cassante blind. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, like as far as a comp. But I just feel like when you are a massive underdog in a series like this, and you have a player who's good at carries, and you have a player who just had a total pop-off game, I guess I just would have thought they'd just try to like double down on that and give him another carry, try to play towards him, see if you could kind of continue to like snowball that a bit. But instead they end up decided to, put him on Cassante, blind pick him, kind of weak side him. And then this game, I was honestly just so disappointed with how Alliance played it. Like even from the level 1, you're playing against Caitlyn Karma, right? They're standing in between you and the minions. Like that is just, you're going to have to take your lumps in a matchup like this. You're playing Rel. And then at level 1 to go for a crash down aggressively, I think is like crazy. Like the chances of this actually hitting are so low when you just walk directly straight at them and then go for it. And then when it misses, he had to pot, lost 60% of his HP and had to recall at level 1. And then Sajed's in a place where now you can't even try to fight for any minions, right? And your support isn't there to even be able to like Targon's minions under tower. And then he had this super bizarre one where Sajed based later and was TPing back. And while he was TPing back, Lions was literally just strafing back and forth. And it like, I get that you want to like take some space and threaten and engage, but when your AD carry, like when your or AP carry, whatever, isn't even there, there's no threat of getting engaged on. And so literally Tactical's just sitting there autoing him the entire time. He's just strafing back and forth, back and forth. And he lost 50, 60% of his health and then tried to ward over the wall, but like clicked on himself. So just like warded the tower, lost all his health and had to recall again. And I'm like, what am I watching here? Like, this is crazy. If you're into a double range matchup like this, you need to keep your health high so you can threaten it all. And that's the only pressure you have. That's the only recurse you have is being healthy enough that if Trundle comes down, you can maybe win a 3v3, right? Like that's how these matchups are kind of built. So I thought he super griefed Sajed. It wasn't the only thing going on in this game, but like seeing that level 1 was crazy.
Yeah. I mean, you pretty much covered all of it. That going for a W in Israel in this matchup, it's just weird because even if you hit both of them, let's just say perfect world, somehow you hit both of them when you're not tanking minions, I feel like you still just lose. They just right click you and you die.
Yeah.
So obviously I'm not a bot lane expert, but by looks of it, neither is he because that was just super sketchy. I don't know.
Generally in bad Rel matchups, people like use the crash down for the shield to farm under tower, right? Like that's kind of like what people use. They wait till it's pushed in, then they target a minion, and as they're getting hit by like Monster Q or whatever, they crash down back, and you just kind of use that as bonus HP to prep minions and Targon stuff. But yeah,
you're waiting for your moment where your Trundle comes and you can get a pillar behind them, and then because of the pillar, they're gonna have to react in some way, and then like you're gonna be able to create something there, get some summoner spells or get some pressure that way. But without that, you're losing ground the whole time. And then I think Cloud9 did a very good job snowballing. I mean, we say, oh, Cloud9, like they lost another game to one of our bottom 2 teams, but in the games that they did win, they were both stomps.
Yeah,
they stomp sandwich here, where they stomp first game, lost the
What's in the middle? What's in that sandwich?
It's okay.
You don't want to eat that sandwich. It's kind of like last week when you were like, you don't want to smell those games. You also don't want to eat the middle of this sandwich.
How's this for a stat? DSG got more kills on Loki's Rise than they got in games 1 and 3 on everybody combined.
That's crazy.
They had 4 kills in games 1 and 3, and Loki died 5 times on Rise.
There you go.
That's sick.
There you go.
I mean, Cloud9 clearly. This is kind of like why I know some people I've been talking to have like lost all hope in Cloud9 and think they're doomed. I still have hope because I do think that it is still pretty quick since they've made these roster changes, and they have had really high highs, right? They've had some low lows, losing the game to Dig and Disguise. Those are supposed to be the bottom 2 projected teams, right? So if you're playing for a title, you would expect those would be pretty comfortable series. But like you said, they dominated game 1, they dominated game 3. We can see what the high end can look like. And so I think, you're hoping that Cloud9 can continue to polish off some of these kind of like rough edges and you know that the talent is there for them to get it done, but the season goes by fast, right? We're going into week 4, and then week 5 is doubleheader week, so they're not playing that week because they're going to be playing a week 6, so they're going to be playing the doubleheader in Mexico at Lions home grounds. So they have this week. After this, they have week 6, which they're going to play 2 games, and then week 7, and then we're in playoffs, right? So there's only, even including this week, 3 more weeks of play for them before playoffs.
In a weird roundabout way, I kind of feel better for Cloud9 seeing them in this form, this split, just because their storyline of them just running the regular season and then fumbling is just it's just not working out for them.
Can't be true because they're not running the regular season.
Exactly. So I feel like they will have a better trajectory because I think a lot of the mistakes they make are kind of weird looking ones that could come from being on different pages or communication stuff. And so sometimes you just gotta like iron out the kinks a little bit. And I think yeah, that I could totally see them getting it together and just because we've seen it before, right? I think Lion with this roster in the beginning of the year, they looked really sketchy early on, and then they just had a sick playoffs run, and they've been great since. So I think I don't think that we should rule them out in any way.
Yeah, we continue to see the same roster lineups. We have never actually seen them in LCS use the 7-person lineup either, which to me, it actually does make me feel more confident about them and their like process of improvement because at least you're keeping stuff the same, and so you can try and build on that.
Yeah.
Although we do keep getting pros from other teams on content, and they're all like justice for APA, and like APA was playing well and stuff like that. So it's interesting. I wish that we got like more more inside content too out of Cloud9 on that situation. But at this point, you just have to assume it's like this is what they are this roster is what they're building, and they're going to try and perfect the synergies here because it was a fairly late year change, and so you got to focus everything on making cleaning up all the mistakes and focusing everything.
I mean, it looks like a 5-man roster, right? Just 2 people got replaced. I think that's pretty honestly what it looks like.
Yeah.
And to your point, I think that's probably a better thing for them to be committed to something and putting all the games into that because you don't have that much time. It is going to be funny though, because then if they do in playoffs swap someone in, it's going to feel to me like that's hitting the emergency button. Right?
Yeah,
that's not like a planned thing. If you play the 5-man roster the whole way through, if anyone else comes out, it's like, oh my god, they think the sky is falling. So it'll be interesting to see if they do stick with it. On the Sky side, I will say I think I've seen some people with some pretty doomer takes about them. Obviously, they do have the promo relegation tournament coming up, but I do think people are not taking in consideration the strength of their opponents, right? Like in a lot of these matches, and it's like it is a very different world to play against some of the better teams in tier 1 than it is to play against the teams in tier 2, right? And even against FlyQuest, they had like a pretty big lead and probably should have been able to win that game. Against Cloud9, they did win a game 1 against Shopify. Again, they had a really big lead. It's like these are games that in my mind, I think they get across the finish line pretty comfortably against tier 2 competition. So like I personally am still feeling pretty confident that Disguise is going to defend their slot.
Yeah, I mean, they still got the rest of the season before they're there. And I would agree. I think, to me, their biggest issue with this team just seems to be their bottom lane is having such a hard time in the laning phase, which then, obviously, bot lane's the most important one to win because you stack the dragons. And I feel like every time I look up at the dragon counter in a DSG game, they're just trying to defend Soul Point. It's just they don't have control, and they're just trying to fight back to not let the other team get an early Dragon Soul, and so they're just fighting uphill game the entire time. So it is a really hard hurdle to overcome for sure.
They're at 20% Dragon control.
Not great.
Like they're averaging 1.3 a game, which says is 20.6% of the total Dragons in the game. And to your point, as far as early game stuff, the Dragons at 15, they're averaging 0.14. So so basically just never getting early.
That's like getting 1 dragon all season or something.
It is probably like they probably got 1 dragon before 15 minutes so far. So yeah, I mean
that's hard.
It is really hard, right? Because so much of the game is played through bot lane and through team fights around dragons and stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to them defending their spot. I mean, last time they did it, they kind of smashed as well too. It's kind of the same thing where people were like, "Ooh, getting a little worried. Are they gonna lose their defense in the relegation?" And then there was not close. They defended very successfully. So we'll see this time around as well. I do think too for Cloud9, I'm looking really forward. We'll get to the matches for this week, but now them going up versus FlyQuest is, that's going to be a big challenge because you're talking about the strength of schedule that we've seen from Cloud9 so far and them having played Dig and DSG already. Once we start to see them go up the tier list, up the size of dog that they're playing against, going against FlyQuest is one of the teams that literally said, we're going to Worlds. And Cloud9, they're of the opinion that they're going to Worlds. And I don't think either FlyQuest or Cloud9 are like, we're going instead of TL and Lion. They're probably like, we're going
with them.
With those two teams because they're better than us, but we're also going to go.
Yeah.
And so in order to make that dream a reality, you got to beat each other.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be super hyped this weekend when we get Cloud9 versus FlyQuest, because Cloud9 have not lost this whole year to FlyQuest. And that is with, obviously, APA and Sven. Now, if they lose with the change in the roster, you better expect some drama. So it's going to be very interesting here. See if Tactical and Loki can keep it together here for Cloud9 to be able to.
Well, we could talk a little bit about TL versus Fly then that happened, right? Because that's kind of looking forward a little bit to it, because it is interesting, right? This is. FlyQuest and C9 have kind of had different schedules, right? C9 obviously played DSG and Dig, and FlyQuest on the other side have already played TL and Lion, right? So they played the two best teams, the teams that look like the best by a lot. And coming in, I think most people were thinking that FlyQuest would beat Lion first week because it was post MSI, it was Armeo subbing in, and they lost that. They lost again against TL as well. They didn't win a game in either of those series. And so it's like, okay, you are clearly not better than TL and Lion. Now, like, where are you, right? Like, where are you kind of in the rankings? And I think that's what a lot of people are trying to figure out. It's like they beat Disguise 2-0. They lost 2-0 to Lion. They lost 2-0 to Liquid. And now you have this match coming up against C9, where we are a little bit uncertain exactly where the middle of the pack stands, right? I think these are like really important matches for building confidence going into playoffs, because everyone's goal is going to be to make it to Worlds, and maybe teams really improve and things change. But as it stands now, everyone is going to expect that two of the three are kind of spoken for with TL and Lion.
Yeah, definitely. I think I feel like I shouldn't be questioning TL anymore because they played so well this past weekend against FlyQuest. Coming into it, I was saying maybe FlyQuest can win because they showed some promise, but TL just looked so good. I think we're seeing Quid back in form because in the beginning of this year, he was pretty slow to ramp up, maybe just not used to the new team environment and all that, but he was just going so insane against FlyQuest. He was absolutely everywhere on the rise, and this was right after watching a lot of Rises lose, right? And so then we got to see Quid. Actually, I think Saint won before this. But anyway, most Rises are doing really badly. Most Rises are doing really badly. And then Quid was just absolutely everywhere. I mean, that game one for Gatgos, again, I've been playing too much top lane. I'm just a top lane sympathizer now. And Gatgos is like, he's in this Ignite counter pick. His jungler ints to Olaf in a failed dive. And then Olaf is just freezing the wave, just tanking like 6 ranged minions, something that's so illegal if Gatgos has any help whatsoever. And then Ryze just roams up and kills him, and like flashes on him and kills him. And so I'm just sitting there being like, this guy needs a team. He actually needs a team.
Let's
stuff you can do.
I don't want to skip over the dive attempt, the gank from Griffin on Morgan, because that's a critical pivotal moment where Gatgos is going to get a gank from Griffin, and we have the replay here. Morgan under tower as he's getting pushed in, and after Griffin goes for the gank and they fail the gank, he decides to go back in for a Q flash under tower and misses it, and Morgan starts smiling as he sees this, flashes, gets the kill as well. So it's like Griffin kind of failed that gank twice. Because the first attempt at the gank, unsuccessful. Okay, walk away with your life, Not the biggest deal. Okay, you guys, failed. You took some tower damage, whatever. But then he tries to correct it by going for the Q flash with Pantheon and misses. And then Morgan flashes on him and does get the kill that you're talking about. And now the Olaf has, the upper hand in the matchup here, which is completely changes everything. The entire landscape of this game. I mean that one was crazy, and Team Liquid were all like laughing and smiling on comms and stuff, and like it.
The comms replay was great, man, because it was like Morgan didn't say a word in the whole thing. He's just locked in, pay attention. But his whole team, it's one of those moments where I guess people were walking back to lane or whatever, because like everyone was commenting on what he's doing. And that is the best feeling in League.
That's funny.
Is when you like get a 1v2 or you make an outplay or whatever, and people are watching you, you're like getting pinged and stuff. They're all hyping them up in the comms.
In the early game, it's a matter of like there's not even that much happening. And if you know your top laner is getting ganked, as a jungler for your top laner that's getting ganked, you get a little like, you know, sinking feeling now. You're like, oh no, he's gonna be mad if he got ganked by enemy jungler and dies. But then you see the kill feed pop up and it's like Morgan has slain Griffin, and you're like, oh, like we just won so much of the early game because you as the jungler, like you're not there, so you get to make a positive play yourself. Plus, your top laner got the kill, and the enemy jungler is gonna, you know, be off the map for a decent amount of time. So
double buffs and first blood.
Yeah, that play alone was big.
Okay, wait. Backing up a little bit, I want to hear you guys' opinion on, do you think this was a good gank? Because I was watching with Sneaky, we were co-streaming, and we were debating if it was a good gank to go for or not. And I was saying that, like, initially I thought it was a good gank to go for, and Sneaky thought it was just super troll. So what do you guys think? I changed my opinion a little bit after watching it, but
my view was that it was a decent gank to go for, but I felt like Pantheon should have started.
Yeah. I
thought that was part of the problem, is that Gakkos went a little bit early. Like he started with Counter-Strike, and I feel like if you're going to go for a risky early game dive with two melee champions, like you need to both be standing on this guy's face and both hitting him as soon as you pull our aggro on the tower, because damage is relatively low before buys, right? Like no one has any buys. It's just a jungle pet and a D-blade. And so my view was, if they could have like had Griffin walk in and start with point blank stun, and then you're both autoing him, hitting him immediately into the Counter-Strike after that, I think they would kill him.
So I think that would be a better scenario, but looking at
They're fighting the wave.
Morgan does a good job and he forces their hand. Morgan clears the minions. But
they still had range ones, no?
So Gakko, they're outside of tower range.
Oh, yeah.
Those minions are for sure outside of tower range. So Gakkos is like, oh, Morgan's clearing these. You know, we're not going to have anything to tank the tower. So I feel like it's a good play by Morgan. You know, he focuses on the minions. And he was just doing that anyway. Because I don't think they have any wards that saw Pantheon coming over. I guess he could know that, oh, it's full clear time.
Yeah. They probably had an idea he was pathing toward them.
I kind of wonder if you could just stand behind him, though, and just like wait a second for the minion to come in and then go. But I guess it depends.
Yeah, it's tricky because if Wukong full clears, he could read the situation. There's a lot of times in those situations you kind of get a feeling from how Jax is playing. If he's just pushing faster than you think he should, and Pantheon could be there, then maybe Wukong says, I'm just going to recall here, not take crab, and walk top. And then if you do the delayed dive, you get countered super hard.
I think they knew where Wukong was, but but watching it back, Karma was heading there anyway, so delaying it wouldn't have worked regardless.
Yeah, and so it is a super interesting thing, because at first I thought it was a good play and it was just messed up, but I think the fact that they couldn't even force Morgan's flash in the initial dive, looking back, I was like, that's probably not that great, because like you said, Morgan just played it well and forced them to start it early in a really awkward timing. It wasn't like this huge stacked wave that was coming in that he would have to completely back off. So, and then I mean, on the other hand, if Griffin's Q flash just was aimed a little bit better, they would have killed him. Yeah.
Or honestly, even watching it back, if Griffin just flashed in after the Counter-Strike hits, and like maybe he kills him there too.
Yeah, I mean the exhaust was super rough.
The exhaust was really big.
Yeah, it was close either way. I don't think it was super definitive one way or another, but it is just, in these matchups they're so volatile, and one little advantage can go so far.
Yeah. And then that wasn't even the landslide of the early game. Actually didn't even come from him. It came from Quid kill bottom lane, then kill top lane, and the top lane follow-up you're talking about with the Realm Warp and Flash, and then kill mid lane. Dude. He ganks his own lane after killing top lane, ganking top lane. Then Quid is like channeling his recall, and then he sees, I forget if it was support or jungle, walk up mid lane, but his support or jungle walks to mid lane to get the wave, and he sees enemy mid laner there, and he's like, well, okay, I'll just gank my own lane and go gank quad from the other side.
That play mid, I don't know, that was just so well played by TL, because obviously from Quad's perspective, he shouldn't be dying like that. So what happened was Core walked mid and he was just freezing the lane, which is just an annoying thing supports do. If Quad backs up there, you're going to lose a lot of CS on the next wave because it's frozen. And so obviously he's going to try to start hitting Karma to unfreeze it. Karma just starts rooting him, and then Quid ults in. And I'm sure Quad had some kind of idea that Ryze could ult on him, but it was the fact that also an Ezreal ult flies in and hits him while this is going on. Because I'm pretty sure he could flash out if it was just Ryze Karma, but it's the fact that it was that with the Ezreal. It's just such a well put together play. And obviously Quad could have probably avoided dying here, but I don't hold it against him that much. It's pretty unlikely to die like that. I think it was well played by Liquid.
Yeah. I do think it was well played, but when I'm watching it too, the wave was already on the tower before Core JJ walks up. So he could have just left.
Yeah.
But it is one of those things where I think it's a bit of column A, a little bit of column B, right? Because I feel like the wave was already going to...
Actually, yeah, you're right. Looking back, it had crashed. He went for the plate hit, so that was for sure greedy.
He just autoed the tower. So to me, that is like the greedy sin, right. Where it's like at that point, I think you could just leave once you have the wave in.
That's true.
Because I agree. But that is like
greedy
one of the worst feelings is when... like enemy mid roams, gets a kill, and then you're like, okay, what is my mid laner doing? And then you're
he's dying too.
Mid, and then he doesn't even respond to where you know the guy is coming from, tries to auto the tower and dies.
But I think that's also where the greed to auto the tower comes, because usually when you get
push,
like if you're the top laner Azale and you just got ganked by my mid lane opponent, and you're like, oh, all right, what is my mid getting then for this guy
better
ganking
be a
me?
plate.
Yeah, and I'm
you
like,
feel pressured to
don't
carry.
Worry, Azale, I'm pushing the wave in. I'm gonna get to it, and then I get.
Oh, I see. So it's the top laner's fault that mid laner roamed and then you died.
I could feel your anger at.
But it's tough.
It was a really depressing game for Gakkos. His build was Trinity Force into Seekers. When I saw that, and then I think he used it immediately and then picked up cooldown boots on his next burst. I'm like, this guy is so unbelievably poor. This is just has to be the worst feeling game ever.
Gakkos had a rough series. Like I don't think it's just on him, especially that game was tough because the dive went wrong and then he gets roamed on and killed, and then he's getting like pushed off his tower and all these things. But even in the other game, he got solo killed by Morgan, and I thought that was his fault 100%.
Yeah. Oh,
He's super greeted, and it's like this moment where Morgan is playing Abessa, hits 6, and the wave is pushing towards him, so you can just wait at your tower. You're going to probably miss some experience, miss some gold, because Morgan's obviously looking for an all-in, and Gakkos tries to greed and stay in range of the XP to get 6 himself, but he was still 5. But he walks up, then he gets hit by the ult without flashing it, then flashes after, dies. And that one was really rough. And I mean, in this entire series, he got 2 KP. Like, he had 1 kill, 1 assist, and I'm pretty sure it came basically at the end of the second game.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah, it was.
Because he had no kills or assists throughout that game after the Jack game, which he was 0-5-0. And so that one was a rough look, I thought, for Gakkos after like one where it's like, that's tough. Like, you know, things were out of your hand. But then this one was one where Morgan punched him really, really well. And I feel like Morgan's been playing great. I mean, TL across the board is playing great. So it's like you have got to be on your game to have a chance against this team. You can't afford mistakes because TL are just destroying people. Like, they are all looking good individually. And so there's no easy way to beat them. Everyone has to play great.
I loved watching Game 2 from TL. I thought that was a level of domination that I haven't seen that in a while watching any kind of game. They just had such a clear game plan of, we're going to play Lucian Nami, which we haven't really seen much of any Nami since the mandate changes.
Yeah.
And it was just from the very beginning, they had Quid come bot level 1 in the bush, and it was matched by Quad, so they didn't really get anything there. And then Jose level 3 ganks them bot, and it was just non-stop pressuring bot. Masu and Cryogen got completely rolled, and they probably could have played a little bit better, but there was so much pressure on them in one of these lanes that
3 and 4 man over and
it's tough. You know, our Lulu's super squishy before they have ults and stuff. So, and they were just getting pressured nonstop. I love the way TL was playing it. It was so unbelievably aggressive. And it wasn't just their bot lane. It was like anytime Griffin would come down, they're invading all of his camps. They're pushing him out. It was just super well played by Liquid. I thought that was just an incredibly clean game.
I even think that the drafting pivot was really smart for them because people are starting to do, sometimes people like into Melio Lucian, which like when you see Lucian, you kind of just assume it's Lucian Melio. People are doing stuff like Cog Lulu and this is kind of just another variant of that where they're like, oh, it's it's Lucian Melio, like it's great at disengaging engage champs, but like you just pick a scaling enchanter that scales better, and you're just getting like, you're gonna win out in the team fights later. That's kind of like the general thought process, is you can just go even in lane and then be more powerful. But then they pivot to the Nami, which has more laning power, gets them the prio in 2v2 more easily. And I thought how Jose was playing was just so good. Like, I've talked a lot about how Core and Jose are playing together. I think they're doing an amazing job, but normally you don't think of that when it's like a Nami. But even in this kind of a game, Jose is willing to die and to go behind the tower and to like, put that pressure on, because even if they kill him, Moss is losing all of the minions. He's just watching minions die. And there was times where he's like chain trying to recall, and they're just like walking into the tower and interrupting him over and over. And it's like, yeah, like you said, I'm sure Masu and Crygen could have played aspects of it better, but like, what are you supposed to do? You're just getting completely, stomped by Jose and Quid, it felt like.
Yeah, and so Team Liquid, I think holistically looking at their improvements and how they got here, because it's been a really, really sharp improvement and steady since MSI. Leading into MSI is when I felt like we first started to get the change from Quid specifically. He had this interview where he talked about, I've had this mentality change where previously I thought all the teammates that I had on this team were so good that I didn't really push myself to like be like, oh, I have to carry, I have to be Quid carry. And then he changed his mentality, be like, no, even if my teammates are good, like I should be trying to also like super hard carry, be, like MVP Quid. And so that was like the first thing. And then into MSI, we've had, interviews with both Morgan as well as Jose, as well as Quid himself again on the analyst desk. And they talked about how MSI changed them with the practice environment, where before they were going into scrims just to win the scrims. And just kind of like playing them, right? And we just get better by playing games and then like winning the games, and everybody just improve on your whatever. Now they're going in and they have objectives for all their scrims, he said, where they're specifically trying to practice some area of the game, a setup, or early game, or late game, or some specific idea in mind for improvement, which I always think is really beneficial for practice, like practicing more with a purpose. And then also they combined that and they said that there's been a big shift in Team Liquid's environment, where now they are like playing more freely and kind of like having more fun, laughing, instead of being very critical about mistakes. And so you see all of that come through, especially for Quid, who's a guy who's talked about how the stress affects him a lot of professional league and playing on stage. And we've seen the variance both in international and in like some of his first splits here in North America. For him to say like the environment is just so fun now on Team Liquid, all these things coming together gives me the confidence to project even further for Team Liquid games into the future. Yeah. So that's why I feel so secure about predicting Team Liquid, going to be one of our world's representatives, going to be able to keep up this level of play.
I mean, Jose just seems like he'd be such a good person to have on your team. Like
their vibe seems so good.
Yeah, like Jose seems so unfazed. Like he is winning, losing, he's laughing, he makes a mistake, like my bad, haha, and then just goes out and makes a good play. And like, I don't know, he just seems like he's just having fun. You interview him about how he feels about it and how he keeps calm in these moments and stuff. And he's like, it's just a game. I'm just having fun.
What I really like, I think why I am fully bought in now, is that I haven't heard a word about their scrim record. This I haven't heard a word. I've just heard they have good vibes, and I see the way that they're playing. Yeah. That speaks volumes compared to. And I think, like you said before, they were trying to win scrims, like that was their thing. But in reality, it's like just that doesn't really matter if you can just get good at certain aspects of the game. Maybe they practice a lot of like, let's just pressure bot as hard as humanly possible and see what happens. And that's pretty much what they did on stage. So it's great stuff.
The last quote from Jose that I loved when he was on the analyst desk was when they asked about their communication, because they were talking the whole time about like Dignitas's communication. They're like, oh, what's comms like on Team Liquid? And he was like, well, some of the times like they just speak Korean, and then I just vibe and do whatever I want. It's not like it's good to have him. He's having fun and having good mentality. He's like, they make their calls in Korean, and that's okay with me. I see a good play. I'll
kill the Gromp over here. No problem.
I thought it was really good though, because sometimes it's hard to fit in if you are a different language, member on the team that is speaking Korean. We talk about those things all the time when some of these teams are made with a lot of imports or like, oh, good players, but how are they going to coordinate? And
They just say, hey, don't worry about it.
Yeah, just have Jose on your team where he's like,
just vibing.
How you gonna communicate? Don't have to. They can talk. I'll just do my thing.
I speak League of Legends. I'm having fun.
Yeah, he's smart.
We can ping.
Shopify, SR and Sentinels. That was a match that we kind of highlighted as a pretty important one. And most people I spoke to were predicting the Sentinels side just ever so slightly. People thought it would be close, but most people were kind of on the Sentinels side. Shopify did win, and Fudge is having some more really good games. I really think he has had a crazy glow up this split compared to what we were seeing from him on stage in Split 1 and Split 2. And it's a really important win now for Shopify, given that it's like this is based on everyone's expectations. Doesn't always end up that way, but based on expectations, this is their closest opponent in the standings, right? And that is going to give them a good chance of going into week 6. I think they have a relatively easy opponent this week. They're playing against Dig. If they win this week, they'd be 3-1. I think going into the week 6 week, and you're already in playoffs at 3-1, right? Like obviously they have a lot of tough teams left to play, but still, it feels like things are moving in the right direction for them.
Yeah. So one thing that I was pretty disappointed in from Sentinel's perspective is that before this series, I might have even mentioned it last week, but I feel like Zinni, they are just full on throwing band-aids at this mid lane situation.
Yeah.
And he's going to play Galio. He's going to play
Anivia
and then Annie, right? I was like, going into the games, I was saying, what is he going to play besides these champions? And they didn't need anything besides those champions. I think that is such lazy or disrespectful prep from Sentinels, because pro players love doing the thing that says, no, we don't need to ban his Galio. Like, I'll beat his Galio. Don't even worry. Like, I can stomp his Galio. But it's like, if this is the only thing that works for their team, why are we giving it to them? So I really did not like that, because I think Zinni is a point that people could be targeting, because whether it's his individual performance or just the way that the team's playing around him, it's not working for them so far. But it does feel like he has some champions that just have that like baseline level of utility.
Yeah.
Who, even if you're not doing great, you're still doing something. So I think if teams don't give him that, they're going to have a lot harder time on Shopify. But so far, it's enough for now.
Yeah, it's one of those philosophical choices where you're thinking, oh, okay, this guy's not really a threat, so we'll throw some bans here at contracts and B-Voy, because like, we'll ban the other, like the people that we are worried about on this team. But to your point, if someone is a weakness, then maybe you should just keep pressing that weakness until it becomes even easier to exploit.
Yeah.
And take away some of those kind of safer, just initiation, like utility style champions that you're talking about. And I definitely completely agree, because I don't think it's slowed down contracts at all. Some of these jungle bans, like, going through here,
Fearless best of 3 game 1 jungle bans. We saw 5 against Jose as well. That is useless. People are like, yeah, okay, we're gonna ban Xin, Vi, Nocturne, Jarvan, Neferi, whatever, and they're like,
the ban
okay,
is Poppy a lot.
I'll play. I'll
flex Poppy.
I'm just naming random stuff, to be honest. I don't remember what the bans were, but it's like, but the point is, okay, all 5 bans on him. He's gonna play Wukong.
Yeah, he
totally
got
fine. You know, like you can't ban a jungler out in game 1 of Fearless.
contracts played Neferi, Jarvan, and Wukong this series.
Super meta stuff.
Which of those was he unhappy getting? Those seem very meta to me.
Yeah.
So super weird stuff. I think if I was playing against them, I would absolutely target the weak point. I think that usually gets you the most mileage, right? Against teams, it's a lot of the time at the highest level. If a team has a weak point, that's a lot easier to win through than trying to go through like your own team's like one point of strength or whatnot. So yeah. But Shopify, they have been playing better. I think Fudge is looking better. Impact struggling a little bit against him this past weekend.
Yeah, I think does anything is definitely going to be a big question going into playoffs and just in general, because it does feel like they're just in win now mode, but it felt like they were in win now mode from week 1. And the reality is, it's like either Zinni has lost confidence or his team has lost confidence in him. Otherwise, you just don't put your guy on the same picks every single time, like these same utility based picks. And I asked Fudge, we had Fudge and Contracts on the couch for the analyst desk after an interview, and I was kind of like, oh yeah, you guys have been doing this a lot. Like, he's been playing a lot of Galio. Like, is that a concern kind of like going towards playoffs? And because the best 5 fearless, either people are going to be pre-countering it or banning it, or you just, even if you get 1 win, then you still have to win 2 more, right? And Fudge said that he didn't think it was like necessarily like a mechanics thing or a skill thing for the mages. He just thinks that it was like a knowledge, basically a knowledge gap that Zinni like necessarily can't play those other picks as well because he's like lacking knowledge. So maybe something that he can kind of like gather through scrims. I took that as more of a like he knows how to pilot the champ, but he doesn't know what his job is, or doesn't know how to play the map as well, or whatever. And some of these champs maybe simplify that, right? If you're playing Annie or Galio, it's like your role is much more clearly defined, I think.
One thing I thought was interesting is I saw Zinni's solo queue stats. He's like, I think it was around 1600 LP, and he had like an 88% winner on Galio over a lot of games. So I think it might just be something he's super confident on. Mm-hmm. But again, I think it just goes to show it's like, hey, maybe we don't give him his best champion for this series. And I think that is something that when playoffs come around, people probably, you start focusing more on your opponent come playoffs, where during the regular season, you're probably just thinking about what do you want to play? Yeah, like what do you want to work on? That sort of stuff. You're not as worried about draft, but we'll see how it goes. I think Shopify, if I was in their position, I would probably still try to branch out a little bit, make sure Zinni has enough stuff that he's not getting just banned out come Fearless BO5s. Because, yeah, I mean, it's great to get into playoffs and whatnot, but if you're just going home first round, it's not a huge difference.
Yeah, because like you're saying, when moving from best of 3 to best of 5, even if your opponents don't decide, hey, we're going to focus on your weakness and we're going to, ban more of Zinni's champions, you're going to get more Fearless. He's going to need more champions anyways if the series does go late. So definitely going to have to work on that. But they did get in, and it has been working for them here. And they are going to be going up against Dignitas. So I think that I will probably, well, I mean, that one's a banger. Because
I actually think Dig might win.
It's the Palafox Revenge Part 3 versus Shopify for replacing him with Zinni. And so Dignitas with Dardoch and with some extra time. Dardoch's acquisition was very quick. And so they didn't have a lot of time, playing with him and adapting and changing as well. And one of the biggest things when we were interviewing Dardoch a whole bunch that whole weekend, obviously huge story having him back. By the way, I thought he did extremely well in his interviews, and I was even closely watching after they lost the loser's interview to see is there gonna is there any
I had my popcorn. I was ready to record.
Kobe's with the binoculars in the bushes.
Is there any hint of anger? And there was no hint of. I feel like he has completely sold me in a single weekend. I've been completely sold on the reformation of Dardoch, where all of the tier 2 casters and and players in tier 2, both on his team and against him, were all talking about he's changed so much. He's such a leader and has really grown. And I was completely sold on that with the entire weekend. But
and he was Smurf in game 1.
But back
first 20 minutes of game 1. He was so good. Yeah. That was incredible stuff. I don't know how they lost that game. I could not tell you what happened.
They did too in his own words. And I think he was also quite eloquent on the desk, and succinct in summing it up. He was talking about the 2 biggest issues were the communication that they had was too much discussion of plans within game instead of acting on clear ideas, and them having a reoccurring problem of being able to do what he said was the hard part of the game, was getting the lead in the first place, and then being able to finish the easy part was or doing the hard part was getting the lead, then the easy part was finishing out from that lead, and not having the clear decisiveness to progress the game and end the game with that lead. So I think that with some more time, to your point of you might want to go Dignitas there, I feel like they should look even better this week with the extra week of practice, and add some more fuel to this fire of like, people, which side are you on of Shopify replacing Palafox with Zinni, even with people's view previously of that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely on the side that I think. I mean, Palafox has like not like he never makes any mistakes, but Palafox this split, I think it's not really debatable. It's looked better than Zinni. I think
Palafox Summer.
Palafox game ones for sure. Palafox game ones, he's been doing great every game one. I think Denethor has also just played better than I expected him to right off the rip. So I do feel like I'm kind of favoring Dig a little bit. I will say though, it's not always as easy to fix some of these problems as sometimes people make it out, right? I had a discussion with Jonathan, Dignitas's GM, and he was kind of saying, yeah, like Dardoch came in, and before we were kind of like in our scrims just losing all the early games, so we never even really got to like get to the point where you get better at the late game, right? And he's like, well, now Dardoch comes in, he's like, oh, like we're like winning a lot of early games and we're like getting, or we're even in the early game or whatever, and now we have to like figure out the like the later part of the game.
I didn't think we'd get this far.
Exactly.
What do we do now?
Well, so in game one, I did go back and rewatch it after the game to try to understand what happened, right? They were so ahead for so long, and it was actually one of the classic kind of bottom team things that happened that led to the entire sequence of them losing. So basically it was that play where you remember where Dardoch was in top lane by Krugs and he like went for the kick onto Saint, and Saint flashed it, and then they kind of got ran down. So I thought that was a little weird when I saw it the first time, but when I went back and watched it, FBI was recalling mid, even though he was in condition where he could have been there to fight. And he's playing Jhin. He's playing Doranhelm Jhin. You're not a carry. You're an enabling champion. Why are you recalling there? And if you are recalling there, why is the rest of Dig in their jungle? And so they lost so much control from that one thing alone. And that's just like, it's a complete just like brain off decision that you only really see weak teams make this mistake. Like one guy is recalling while the rest of the team is actively trying to fight. That doesn't make any sense. So that was a huge disconnect. And then right after that, they did this super weird macro thing of like Palafox went top, but then recalled without pushing because he was scared. And then they just all grouped bot side. They literally 5-man bot, saw the opponents were there, and then just left and let them walk to Baron and take it. And I'm sitting there being like, both of those things just come to me are your team does not understand what's happening in the game, because if you're ahead and your grouping is 5, why are you not fighting them? That's the only reason your group is 5 is to fight them. It was just like, they're terrified. We don't know where they are. We have to group and get vision. Oh, hey, we saw him. Okay, cool. We can just, we see him. And that was the end of their plan. And they're just like, oh shit, they did Baron. So yeah, that absolutely was some macro problems, but the early game, like Dardoch was absolutely killing it early game.
Yeah. I mean, that lines up a lot with kind of what he was saying where, you know, maybe during these moments, multiple people are saying different ideas and they're like discussing, and then they end up doing the nothing and recalling and losing track of the game. So we'll see if they actually improve. I think I'm still probably gonna predict Shopify, but it is so much closer than it probably than it would have been.
Dardoch on Pros also talked a little bit about it, and you know, he was saying that it's like he's obviously trying to frame positively, but he was saying, you know, one of the things is that there's so many voices and so many opinions on like what to do to get better and whatever. He's like, which can be a solution, but is also difficult when everyone has a different idea, right? Like, and he said it himself, I think it was almost verbatim, at some point you have to choose a guy to listen to, right? Like, you know, basically he said that. And I do think it's like, you know, he came in and he said, hey, like I'm joining this team and there's a lot of players here who I know have had success, who I know can be those big players, right? You know, he mentioned, you know, Ignar and FBI and Palafox have all won titles and so on and so forth, right? But if you all are longtime veterans and you all have strong opinions on how to play the game and you all think it should be played differently, then to me that can become very difficult, right? And I know we've heard that about you know, teams with some of these players a number of times in the past, and that was kind of like an issue with Palafox on Shopify, you know, not necessarily on the same page as some of the other players. And I think at a certain point it's like, yeah, then the coach needs to be coming in and dictate like, all right, this person is the leader, this is the way we're going to do it, this is the thing we're going to do. Like someone needs to mediate that, because at a certain point, if people always say this, but it's like doing the wrong thing together is better than doing, you know, the right thing but separately, right? It just never works. And at a certain point, and especially as you're getting later on in the season, you kind of have to just choose, all right, this guy's going to be our leader, we're just going to listen to his calls, and we just kind of have to go with it.
Yeah, and Dardoch seems like a pretty good candidate for that, honestly, because he's the new guy in the team. He hasn't been there for all of their struggles, and because I do think sometimes when you've just been on a team losing together so much, you just start, I don't know. You lose trust, you lose hope, you just feel like you don't believe in the game plan, even if you guys can all agree to something because you've just seen it fail so many times. But he doesn't have that, so he's got a little bit of a honeymoon phase going on. So hopefully they can get it together because, yeah, I mean, it's fun to watch him, right? It's whether he does well or not, it's still exciting.
Yeah, and they did play Lion, so that's the last game that we have to go over, or the last series that we have to go over, which was a continuation here of the God Armeo, the God Jungler,
undefeated,
the undefeated. Coming in here to
Dude, I loved his interview after the games where they were like, does this make you want to come back to pro? He's like, no, I'm just getting carried. Like, I really don't want to play pro. This is a reminder. And he's just like, he's playing pretty well, honestly. Obviously he's playing on the best team. You can definitely say he doesn't have to do as much as other people, but he could be doing a lot worse. I think he's holding up great considering the just spot he's coming into like this. And I think it's super funny. He's just completely humble about it. Just like, nope. It's not me. This team's insane, and I don't want to compete.
Yeah.
Like, respect, man. Respect. Yeah. Like, he kept it real.
Him and Zeyzal are basically saying the same thing. It's so funny that, like Zeyzal was just talking about how I think it was Shopify's GM was like, yeah, no one's spot is safe. Like, everyone needs to prove that they deserve their slot kind of thing, right? And Zeyzal's like, not me. I'm already retired. He's like, I don't care. You can't do anything. I'm already retired. I'm just here for a good time, hanging out, like they're definitely on the same page.
I mean, they basically begged Zeyzal, please, we can't find anyone. Come back, join us. So you can't really like put pressure or like threaten someone that you begged to join in the first place.
We'll cut you if you don't do this. Hell, I'm fine being cut. Like, I want to be cut.
You're like, are you going to come beg me to join again after you cut me, or like what? No. But I do think it's really cool that Zeyzal did end up joining, for his case. And I think it's cool for Armeo to get kind of this, I don't know, it's like a victory lap kind of for him, kind of like a, I'm moving on to other things and stuff, but he gets to kind of run the LCS with the top team for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, victory lap, that's a good way to put it. And that is like how he's going now. It's a great way to end, especially just I like the narrative about him and Dardoch running into each other again because they started together and then here they are just how many years later? Just so many years, 10-ish, maybe more.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, really cool stuff.
So this week, week 4 of the LCS, we're going to have DSG versus TL, Dig versus Shopify, C9 versus Fly, and Lion versus Sentinel. To me, the two that I think I'm most interested in is C9 versus Fly. That feels like the obvious one. And then Dig versus Shopify, because this does feel like an important one for playoff race. Those are the two that I'm kind of most excited about.
Yeah, and because those two teams have changed a decent amount for Shopify and Dignitas. So it's going to be interesting to see where those changes do land. With Dig incorporating Denethor and Dardoch and Shopify, their gameplay and the improvements of their players, really kind of changing it. And this question of, are you going to continue to focus on Zinni? But yeah, I think I'm going to stick with, I would go Team Liquid to win for sure. I'll stick with Shopify on the Dig for Shopify. Cloud9 has not lost the Fly Quest, even though that is one of the interesting ones. I think I'll stick with Cloud9 to keep their streak alive, even though they have changed 2 players, and there will for sure be some posts and some drama if they lose and crack their streak. And then I think I'm also sticking with Lion, even whether they have Armeo or whether they get inspired back in time or not.
I think TL and Lion are the ones that we're probably all agreed on. I feel like I'm gonna go Dig. I think that Palafox to me has been playing well enough that I actually see it as a significant advantage in mid lane, especially Zinni. I just do not think has been playing that well. And while some teams are going to look past towards playoffs, I do not think Dignitas should be looking past Shopify. And I would expect them to come in with like a real draft plan to try to punish Zinni, because I feel like he is kind of an obvious weakness. And Palafox, I think, has been playing well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if the team does not want a draft plan to punish Zinni, Palafox for sure is going to want to anyways. Every time you play against the guy that replaced you on the team that kicked you off, it doesn't matter, what else is going on, but I think he's definitely going to look to win those individual matchups for sure.
A motivated Palafox is a threat. We've seen it a lot over the years. Even in times where he's not playing great, he could still have games where it shows. So I'm actually going to also go with Dig here because I think, like you said, I think it looks so good against Lion. They were just destroying Lion in the beginning of the first game, and it just seems like they genuinely don't know what to do because they've been losing for so long. And I think with someone new coming in who can shed perspective, because Dardoch, I'm sure he understands the game well enough. Like they could look at that VOD and see what went wrong and know what normal macro play looks like. So I think you just need a clear direction and some confidence, which I think I assume
They'll choose.
That's what they're getting from
an
Dardoch
extra
coming
week,
in.
yeah, with an extra.
Yeah, and so I expect Dig to improve a lot coming up, and yeah, I think they should be better.
C9 or Fly.
C9 or Fly. That is tough. I think I will say C9 on this one because I think I've bet on Fly the last 2 times. Granted, it was against Lion and TL, which were really hard opponents, but I think that Fly's not looking as strong as they have before. Hey, honestly, it could have just been their opponents. Maybe they're getting like the short end of the stick with the schedule so far, but I just think that Fly does really well against teams where they can out lane their opponents. I think that Gakkos and their bot lane especially are really, really good at playing their winning matchups. But when you're up against a team who also has good laners who might have a bit more synergy than you, they can struggle. And I think that sometimes they don't look as connected, especially with Griffin. Like they can be at different pages and stuff like that. So I would say C9, but not by a big margin.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I feel like my head is saying C9, but my heart is kind of still feeling that FlyQuest might win. And I'm just not sure if I'm over-indexing too much into thinking, because in my head, TL and Lion are just so far better than everyone else right now that it feels like I almost can't count those when judging against how they're going to do against a different team.
It's true.
And C9, I think, has had more convincing games, but they've also had worse opponents. And they did drop a game to both Disguise and Dig. FlyQuest 2-0 Disguise, they did have that close game 1, but they were pretty dominant in the other one. Yeah, I feel like I might go slightly FlyQuest. I just think that C9 and Fly both are kind of struggling with some similar issues where I feel like they have like a lot of talented players. They have good mechanics. They have a lot of things working for them. But I think that sometimes they don't have that like calming voice where they go too far. Like they overchase, they overplay, and they make these mistakes that really, really punish them. So I think it's going to be a series where it's going to be pretty bloody. Like I don't expect it to be one team gets a slight early lead and then just kind of like controls it and stomped it. I think it is going to be pretty back and forth. And I do think in those kind of chaotic games that FlyQuest has a better chance than they do against, a TL or a Lion. Because we think back to, even Split 1, there was so much of the discussion about FlyQuest was that they're winning because they are so good in team fights, because of their individual mechanics, and that they, as a result, kind of thrive in some of those chaotic games. So I think it could be a series where it maybe kind of works in their favor a bit.
It could honestly depend on if Loki picks Rise as well. That could influence the outcome quite a bit.
It could.
I think
that's one. This FlyQuest already starting with the 1-0 lead.
I mean, maybe.
Changing your predictions?
Maybe. I'm just saying. It could
I'm going to hold it down for Cloud9.
Even if they go Rise?
Yep.
Okay.
And now is the time. Nobody beats Loki's Rise 10 times in a row.
Okay. Or maybe they do. We'll find out.
Maybe they do.
We'll find out this weekend. That'll wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube. See you in my segments of The Dive. Also leave a comment. And we will see you for week 4. It's going to be fun. LCS returns this Saturday, 1 p.m. Pacific. DSG versus TL. We will see you there.
Is Corky boring?
Yes.
It's super boringer.
dictate goes the way that we want. And there's a lesson in the pressure and the way that we want. A certain act of passing, a time of the rising of suns. It's not about what you became, it's about what you can become. And everything I used to think is not a matter of fact. Just don't break, don't be fake, and never sit back. And when they hate what you got, it's cause you got what they lack. And when they praising you to your face, keep watching your back. Made the crowd shake.
Welcome to week 4 of the LCS. As you notice, I am using the pre-approved LCS sippy cup. Yeah, Raz.
I may not have it.
Seems like you left it in the
You're
wrong
not
room.
mad.
I think I did. I'm hogging the mugs now. I'm hogging the mugs.
I
This
also did not use a
is Jats.
coaster, despite the fact that it's right in front of me.
Yeah. I'm telling the
I'm an
producers right
animal.
now.
What can you say?
Telling the producers right now, keep track of the mugs. They're too good, and I might take one home.
Players have taken them home when I've done pros. before.
What?
Whoa!
Wait,
Yeah.
you've seen a player take one home?
He asked.
Wee woo, wee woo.
Ask
It was-
you, not the person who purchased it.
No, he then asked PAs because I was like, I don't know.
Oh, so
I'm
we
not
have
in charge of
precedence.
that. But what I am in charge with is introducing today's matchup. We have seamless, flawless
Excellent.
segue.
Well done.
TL versus Disguise,
6 out of 10.
and then the third iteration of Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl.
Oh.
I
Part
feel like
3.
I just desecrated it by touching it. Sorry, that's my bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. The trophy has gotten significantly less scuffed.
Well, it's the
This
third edition of the
third
Ultimate
edition.
Grudge
Yeah.
Match Bowl.
So it's very lucrative now. There's
Yeah.
budgeting
I
behind it.
don't know. We used to put fake money in it. We gave Palafox a bunch of fake money for winning the first one.
Well, now yep.
I haven't seen this yet,
Uh-oh.
but I have voiced a very important video. We're going to be getting to Team Liquid versus DSD shortly, but first, we have to take a trip down memory lane with the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl. Since the dawn of time in 2013, North America's premier League of Legends league has been there to witness history. Sometimes the proverbial butterfly wings of NA League flap so mightily that the course of fate changes with it. This week in the LCS, fate is in the hands of the players as the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl is back for its most explosive bout yet. How does the outcome of Shopify versus Dignitas blow the winds of change so strongly? When they first played in Lock-In, Dignitas' decisive victory over Shopify saw a Palafox clapping so incisive that both United States hockey teams claimed gold at the Winter Olympics, while American Alyssa Liu, or should I say, Dignitas' jungler Spica, dominated the free skate to win the gold. What would have happened had Palafox not gone 8-4-8 on Azir? When Spring Split rolled around, the Rebellion were ready to answer with a sweep of their own. With a performance so mesmerizing, it would inspire the NASA astronauts on the Artemis II barely a week later to successfully complete the farthest distance traveled in deep space by humans. Surely, without contracts going 6-0-10 on Xinzhou in Game 1, NASA would have abandoned the mission. But how do the Knicks, winning the NBA Finals for the first time in 53 years, or Spain defeating Argentina in the World Cup final, affect the legacies of Palafox and contracts? Does that diminish the run of 2023 NRG? Time will tell. Is the downfall of Messi a bad omen for the continued success of Palafaker at the height of Palafox Summer? Or is Spain's victory an omen of the razor-sharp margins this best-of-3 is about to play out on? Will New York's blue and orange be a burden to the longtime NorCal sports fan contracts, or is his smiting prowess the reason the Knicks are where they are in the first place? Does Dardok's fateful return to the LCS provide an eerie sense of deja vu? Or was this strand of fate necessary to weave so that NA could become the third best region in the world at MSI? Inspired by the thankless work of their peers, only time will tell what great feat this upcoming match will stimulate. As the LCS hosts its third edition of the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl. The Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl!
Let's go!
I do look forward to this every split.
Yeah.
Yeah, same actually.
I really hope that they keep the grudge for a long time.
The trilogy usually has a twist. I don't think there's any universe that would have foresaw Dardok coming in for the third
Yeah,
one.
that's
Dardok
true.
joining is huge.
That's true.
That is a
Yeah.
big time pickup.
It
The
adds a new
budget has been
dimension
crazy.
to the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl.
Yeah.
Zazel comes in as well as
Yeah,
Dardok. You're bringing
true.
the old in with the new.
Oh my God.
And we get to present, this is the definitive winner.
Yeah.
I mean, probably the only time.
So
that
I
these
think
two
what's
teams
actually
are gonna
really
play
interesting
each other.
about
Again.
about this edition of the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl is Shopify could be 3-1. If they win,
True.
they're gonna
True.
be a top 4 team in the league.
Yeah.
When they head as the 4th team.
Raz, as someone
the
who put
Lion
them
Road
last
Show in
in your
Mexico
power
City.
rankings, how do you feel about this?
I decline to speak on this matter. I decline to speak on this matter.
But everyone was memeing
God.
Shopify when they saw the week's schedule. Like, okay, we're gonna send Team Liquid, Lion, C9, and then Shopify, like the stupid dragon.
Yes.
They're gonna be 3-1 if they win this. But at the end of the day, if Dardok comes in and Dignitas stays winless as well, they kind of have to win this one.
They need
Yeah.
to win this one. They need to prove it because a lot of the teams that we're seeing at the bottom of the bracket are like making marked improvements. I know that DSG has been talking about the scrims looking better and better for them, and they've gotten a little stronger. But then you're like, Dardok gets a big punch towards Dignitas, and then you sing Shopify Rebellion. First, everyone's like, Zazel, side grade. That is an astronomical side grade if I've ever seen one in my life. So it's getting scary.
Yeah, it's been really fun hearing Zazel on comms. And then to the Dardok point, that game one, that Lee Sin game, obviously they did end up throwing that game, which is unfortunate, but like they looked so much more cohesive as a team, and his performance in that game individually was really good.
It was, and that's why even just hearing from Dardok and how he's like talking about how he already has a clear idea of what the solution needs to be. Too many voices, you're losing the game. You have a lot of like experienced players on the team, so naturally they all want to talk. Like he has a very clear idea of what to fix, and he has a week to do it. So this is gonna be fun.
We're also on live patch 2616. Has some big changes. I believe the request was pick one thing to talk about.
Yeah, I didn't.
However-
Raz and I did not follow those instructions.
We have a few extra things to discuss, so
Look, mine go together. I don't know. Raz listed in our chat like 50 billion things. He's
shall
like,
we start with Emily?
So my two actually do go together because I wanted to cover these in tandem, right? So
Okay.
one is Hail of Blades was nerfed / adjusted,
Yeah.
right? So basically the bonus, they adjusted the bonus true damage, and then the attack speed got nerfed, as you see. Camille, they nerfed her passive shield specifically at early levels, and then adjusted tactical sweep. The goal of these changes, essentially, because we talked so much about, roaming supports, but there was an obvious queen of the roaming supports, and it was
Camille.
Hail of Blades Camille blasting you at level 3 in the top lane, right? So I think these two in tandem, I am curious to see how it affects like how strong Camille can be early. Because even though I think that she's going to be obviously weaker at those early levels, I still think just based on her design, she's still going to be picked, she's still going to be played. So I am curious to see how much that might decrease.
And it's funny because like there's a triple nerf to her as well as a roaming support. The experience, of course, from supports being lessened if you are roaming and coming back to lane, all this stuff. So now you're kind of like more tied to playing the lane out, which weakens the champion. But I want to talk about my picks, all right?
Yes, sir.
And you may think this to be a little bit complicated. Let's start with Azir. I'm going to start with Azir a little bit because for me, Azir has not just been buffed on this patch. His Q on every rank has just been buffed flatly. But also on top of that, on the prior patches, they made it so the itemization is a lot easier. You're getting a lot more impact based off of like being able to pick up something like Leandri's tournament, right? And so that was like a pretty core build path anyways for Azir picks. And then on top of that, Azir players were already going press the attack. So we were just getting a stronger laning phase, which I think was the major nerf that we saw prior to all of this. So he's been getting buffed after buff into people who are playing Azir already itemizing and changing the way they play the game to make him more viable. And so I've been searching a lot of pro players and mid laners to see if they've been, yes, they've been massively playing it in solo queue. So I expect this to be a pick that has been getting a resurgence. And of course, Riot was like, World is coming up. We got to get Azir.
We gotta get Azir in there.
It's 0:00. Where's Corki? we need the.
Corki's already here.
Yeah, there it is. And then the AD carry changes. See, it's not that difficult. Okay, there's a lot of AD carry changes.
Yeah, I was like, that's not.
I talked about the support role quests in particular and how that's changed. I want to focus a little bit more on AD carries because, as per usual, AD carries are crying. And when AD carries cry, they receive a bit of changes, specifically to deal with mages. So, good example is Fleet Footwork getting a marked buff and getting a lot more healing, so now you have more of an option. And then, yes, AD carry magic resist. As you can see, the affected champions, Akshan, Aphelios, Ashe, Caitlyn, Corki, Draven, Ezreal. And an AD carry that exists is going to get straight up 3 additional magic resist straight out the gate. Tristana, who had less, so 28, because she was a mid laner. Just got straight up flattened bad up to 33, so you're probably going to be seeing a lot more Tristana because she just got a big buff in comparison.
Yeah, I already thought she was a really good response to a lot of the mages bot lane. I also personally, I know there was this, LEC did this whole scroll of like LS's like massive tweet storm. However, I also do think that mages are still going to be viable bot and that AD carry players should at least be practicing Ziggs.
Yeah, there was one other thing that I've been waiting for a long time because the entire jungle meta has been AD junglers who rush this item. However, let's pull this nerf up on the screen because I've asked around. I don't feel like this did much.
No.
If you're going to decrease the healing by 10% for the melees, most junglers I asked were like, so the Sundered Sky guys are still going to just rush the Sundered Sky.
Yeah.
And some of the people I asked said, oh, I forgot they changed it.
Does that say it's a health
literally
buff?
didn't even notice. And some cost stuff. But so essentially, it did, when I looked at the win rates, the non-Sundered Sky junglers have increased in win rate.
Okay.
So this was actually a nerf.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be a while until we actually see if it changes the meta whatsoever. So I was a little let down when I had heard about the fall of the Sundered Sky junglers. It's not that yet.
Okay.
Especially, I was really hoping for this because I think it's always interesting when AP junglers are more viable, and it feels like it's been so long since we had AP junglers viable, and I know part of that is also linked to the state of mid lane. We've had big discussions about this. I was hoping that Sundered Sky would actually receive more nerfs, but if you're saying that there's might been some moving the needle, at least in solo queue, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
Some
a little
big
more
changes.
Skarner, maybe a little more Lee Sin because he rushes Eclipse, maybe a few more Trinity Force junglers. Like those guys all get like marginally stronger, but it's hard to feel.
Yeah. I feel like the concept of feel is going to be important. The moment AD carries see the changes, even if it feels like mages are still playable, even if you still can play the Ziggs.
You should just be still playing Ziggs. Ziggs is really good.
No, we're going back to Yanara.
This is a hefty board. I wanted to play a game.
Okay. Hit me.
It's about your definition of an S tier player.
Ooh.
But I
Why
feel
did
like
you make Inspired's head so small?
I didn't do this. I feel like if you want to talk about S tier players, it's who is alone as the best player in their role, and I want to debate a little bit here. So currently, Core JJ and Isles would be the 2 best supports in the league.
Full agree.
Yeah.
But do you feel like Isles is at the level where neither of them can be S tier because they're too close to each other, or has Core JJ's performance so far made him the S tier support?
I think it's just made Core JJ the S tier support.
I'm sorry, Isles.
Yeah, because only because I feel like the consistency from Core JJ has just been there, and he's at the right place at the right time for me. I can never say anything negative.
I think you just want your take to be right.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. This sounds a little biased.
So I actually only
Definitely
had them
not
print 180 carry, because I don't even think there's a debate at the moment that Berserker is the S tier AD carry, Emily.
Yeah, this is when you introduced the concept of like who is the S tier, I was like, it's Berserker.
Yeah.
Like there's no one in the league currently who is playing close to how well Berserker is playing in every single game.
Yeah, I will say there's gonna be people that look at the stats for Yon this split thus far, and they're gonna go for him. But Berserker thus far has stomped people.
Yon has had insane stats, but for me, their games have been so close. But Quid is the one that's getting all the star power for Team Liquid. He's my S tier mid laner. However, Raz, you are making a pretty compelling argument for Saint.
Yes, both have won Player of the Week. It's going to throw that out there. Saint has done incredibly well throughout, and I feel like the consistency that we've been wanting from him, he's been showing. And it's just been 3 weeks. We're on week 4 now.
Yeah.
The conversation could change instantly based off of what's happening now and when they face off against each other.
This is my board, though, so I'm leaving Quid there.
Well, damn.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting conversation here. Jose has been playing insane in the jungle.
Yeah.
But Inspired is the best player in the West. The only thing is he's not here.
He's not here.
So it's an interesting dilemma we have.
I feel like you can't, like thus far, since he hasn't played this split, you just kind of have to give
This guy's not winning an actual.
But this decides, like, am I saying based on performance, or am I saying who are the S tier players?
You know what's funny?
If I'm going into playoffs.
Inspire's not going to win a player or like an All-Pro. He's not winning All-Pro.
He gets to be my S tier. This is my board.
Yeah, this is your board. But that man is not winning a single All-Pro going into the end of the split.
Okay, top lane's the most. I printed 3 top lane heads. We got Dokla, Morgan, and Thanatos.
Why does Morgan look
that
so
are in
shocked?
conversations.
But why is Dokla's head so big?
He's big dokes, Raz.
All right, understandable. Fair enough.
Okay, do you have any thoughts on the top lane? I'm currently actually, I would say there are no S tier top laners based on the definition that there can only be one.
Yeah.
But I'm curious if we have other opinions.
No, I also think it's really interesting because Dokla is having such an amazing career resurgence.
Yeah.
Morgan still has really strong laning, but looks way better with the team. And Thanatos is still just like such a reliable top 4 C9, regardless of what they're doing with the rest of their roster. I would agree by your definition, just because I feel like I value different things for each of them in terms of what they give their teams.
I wanted to just make this more chaotic because I was like, throw Fudge on there. If we, we may not have a Fudge head, but you throw Inspired up there as a representative. Someone, I don't know.
I do think there is no, but like for the clippable moment real quick, final question. Does this team have a chance to win Worlds?
The answer is going to be
no.
no.
Raz!
But it's a good team.
It's a good
this team.
It's a good team.
It's a good team.
This is a, I mean, it's mostly
that team
Lion.
does not win Worlds.
It's mostly Lion. I was saying for quick. I mean, maybe Lion's got a chance.
Hey, you know what? They got 3rd place at MSI.
So that's a harder tournament than Worlds, some would say.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think a team like this has a chance.
I like it. I like the take. I like the call.
I think
the board. This is a nice board.
Yeah, they did a good job with the. I feel like this was previously our like rate lane by lane board.
Yeah. Don't be so surprised.
Yeah, production
nice
has taken offense. I think there's been an obvious, like, despite the fact that Lion have been winning, I think TL have been our S tier team in terms of performance. And I put together some highlights about, I call it the Happy Gaming Telestrator reel from their recent performance. This is from Jose kind of doing 3 camp into bot lane gank
to be honest,
Masu and Cryo.
Being near the old guys does make me feel younger. I just act like a complete troll, so.
But the thing I want to point out is just how well coordinated they are in setting up so many of these things. Quid and Jose.
Everyone in our team is playing insanely well at the moment. We're enjoying playing with each other more. Like we're like laughing with each other. We're just making fun of our mistake. That kind of vibe makes us just playing well and just being happy with each other.
And this is the important thing I think your team is missing, Jet. If you're asking, is this team going to win Worlds? It's the happy gaming.
I don't think
it's the
Inspired
good
Quid
vibes.
mesh very well in their vibes.
It's the good
Sometimes they speak
vibes.
Korean. I don't know what they're saying. It feels nice to play. When things are going well, it feels way easier.
That did crack me up, hearing Jose talk to you on pros. But yeah, obviously, these are really good plays. I do like the setup from TL. I especially liked how they waited and immediately just took advantage of the fact that Masu had presumed that they backed, immediately killed him again after killing him previously in the dive. I think they're so well coordinated, but even more importantly, you can tell that they're having so much fun playing together. It's really, really fun to watch.
The first time I've seen testimonials added to a breakdown.
I was trying to do like a pop-up
Innovating.
thing where they're like interrupting me, you know.
It's straight up an infomercial.
Okay, I mean, with
The
that
games
in
are
mind,
great and fun.
And fun. Watch TL.
That's how good TL has been through 3 weeks. We
Yeah.
know how good Lion was with Inspired. Is it now? Like, to me, it's a bit of a question again.
Dun, dun,
It's kind of silly because Inspired has literally won everything.
Yes.
But Inspired is just gone.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably not. I hope he's back for the road show in week 6.
Yeah.
But can they then reintegrate in time with how much Team Liquid is humming?
This is my greatest fear, is that you need at least some runtime with your team when you reintegrate, because now they're learning to play without you. And I'm saying that in a way of like, oh, there's a gap in comms, let's fill that gap. He joins,
Yeah.
oh, the comms are too thick and too many opinions are going out. We need to like ease up because he's here. You have, at most, if he joins, of course, the home grounds in Mexico City, 3 series before playoffs. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And I think that is a real concern, at least for me, if you want to like reintegrate as a team. And at least from the solo queue that I've seen him in Europe, is like he hasn't been playing like for 2 weeks or a week. So it's like that at least he could have another account.
He should.
entirely.
He could be smurfing for sure.
Exactly. So that's just me speculating. But it's like that is, I think, unrusting and getting the team coordinated is going to be tough.
That's where I think that week lead up to home grounds is going to be really important, right? Because presumably, to your point, he should like fly in, have a good week of practice that is without pressure, because they won't be playing next week. They'll be playing the week after in Mexico City. So I'm thinking if they can hit that kind of ramp up time and practice time perfectly, it should be okay. Like, I still have a lot of faith in this team.
Here's the problem. The problem to my whole thing is that if you're in a way more competitive league, that would be an issue. Cloud9 is his team right now that's currently seen as 3rd, but they're going through their own internal struggles of like, oh, who's our main starting lineup?
How many players? It's 5.
It's 5. It's just 5.
It's
Yeah,
Loki
I
and
was
Jax
going to
for
say,
Rez.
are they? We can
And
talk
it's like
about that
tactical.
tomorrow.
Well, maybe FlyQuest is ramping up, guys. Like the last split was really good. No
Yeah,
turmoil.
yeah.
So it's like, actually, this is probably the best instance for them.
So, Quid just won another Player of the Week. We need to wonder if he is the MVP frontrunner or not. Surely, with 2 Player of the Weeks, he is the MVP frontrunner.
Surely.
Yeah. I mean, who else? So obviously this is a very too early, like for Kia MVP, right? But I think the big thing with Quid is, as much as I joked about like, oh, he always plays so much better when he is having fun on his teams. We saw that on 100 Thieves when he was on there. We're seeing it now with TL. I think his actual just individual performance has just been phenomenal.
Yeah, because like there's 2 ways to impact the game. It's either just stomping your lane like Season 3 Bjergsen style, or just impacting the entire map. And he has been that. I feel like every time you see him on his Rise or his, a good example, Lock, he is impacting top lane, he's TPing bot, like he's winning the game for his team.
Yeah, it was so fun to hear from him last week where he was like, yeah, I saw that Rise has a losing record in LCS, and I was like, what? This champion is so OP. And then he put on an entire Rise clinic, especially the play where he goes up, kills Gakkos, realm warps mid, and then immediately kills Quad. Like, it was just perfect.
Yeah, and he misunderstood the stat we were
Yeah,
sending.
that was
the Loki
actually
stat.
just Loki's
Yeah, that was just
stat,
one person's
but-
stat. Yeah, so I just want to put that out there. But if we're
Sorry,
talking
Loki.
stats, Quid has been really styling based on the numbers and also just watching the gameplay. Like, he has been finding so many iconic moments that have been winning his team games.
I mean, the thing with me, with Quid is like, I know Jan's numbers are spectacular, but the whole draft priority and in-game priority feels to be going to the beat of Quid.
Yeah.
They will blind pick Lock, even if it's not a good angle for other players, and then he'll carry with it.
Yeah.
Even at the end of last split in playoffs, they were blind picking Akali, which nobody else was doing, first picking and actually winning with. He was the first person to actually win with the first pick, blind pick Akali in like a year when we pulled the stat in Tier 1. So he's just uniquely good, and Team Liquid is kind of warping their whole style around how strong he is.
Yes, that is true. And a good amount of credit that we've been giving, I want to say, Core JJ, has been the fact that he's been matching support roam timers mid or being there earlier so he can actually help Quid into getting a flash, and then Jose Dioto re-ganking. Like, there has been more pressure and more of a recognition that we are playing through mid and getting him ahead first, because when he does, he snowballs the map.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing is that he himself is feeling super confident in his own individual play, which he did actually talk to us about this, where he talked about how he thinks he's been playing as good as his MVP year. He also did make the joke that he always wants to play really well in summer, because obviously that's the huge Worlds push, right?
Yeah.
And they really, really want to represent North America at Worlds. So maybe I'm the type of guy that plays well when it's most important. And that's a great thing to have in your star mid laner.
I just flatly think, like, for Quid, what matters most is pressure internally. Like, when he first joins the LCS and he's with 100 Thieves and the roster is like he's taking the place of Bjergsen, he's with Doublelift and there's so much pressure to perform, everyone's looking at him like he doesn't play well at all. And then when he joins Team Liquid, and Team Liquid always has pressure, like you must win every game. If you lose, then like there was a lot of pressure, and you can feel that. Even Sam said that. There's assistant coach Spook. So it's like, but then they changed that, and I feel like they're a lot more loose. They've even said last week they're a lot more of a fun team. So that has been at least my view on it. But we're going to be hearing from Quid. Of course, he's going to be with Azael standing by for an interview.
Thank you very much. Here with Quid ahead of your matchup against DSG. Quid, you've been having a really good split, and people are starting to talk about you as a potential MVP candidate. How do you reflect on your play, and do you think you should be in the running for MVP?
For me, I don't really care about win MVP or not. I think winning MVP doesn't make you win the split. So I want to focus on improving as a player. But yeah, it'll be great if I win MVP, but I'm not looking for that.
So it's not the goal, it's just a nice benefit, but obviously to win the split, you have to be playing well regardless, right? So how do you reflect on your level of play? It feels like from the outside, at least, you're playing the best you have for Team Liquid by far this split compared to the rest of the year. Are you seeing that improvement in yourself?
Yeah, these days I'm trying to see the same angle as our teammates seeing in the game, so we can play on the same page. I think it has been working really well. So yeah, we should just keep doing that.
Yeah, you guys are playing really, really well. Everyone's kind of looking at Team Liquid and Lion right now as the clear top two teams. Do you see it that way? And how are you feeling about any potential, matchup against Lion and, in the future, a team everyone would expect you'd have to beat if you want to win the title?
I'm really excited to play against Lion in regular season, because I don't think, like, right now they're not playing with Inspire, so we can see how good they are when we play versus them with Inspire. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
All right, so you're playing DSG today, feeling confident? Any thoughts about your opponent?
I think we'll be fine if we don't make just stupid mistake that we're making in Scream sometimes.
All right, well, if you stay locked in, you'll get the win. We'll see if you can do that here today. Back to you all at Lounge.
The best part of that video was Core and Jose cackling in the background when he said he didn't care about
There's
MVP.
something, they must be having some
They're
MVP
like,
talks
they're
behind the
like,
scenes.
It's that, and Spook's just in his seat, just like looking at him.
He's like, that's exactly what you're supposed to say. He was nodding his head. He's like, that's my mid laner.
Well done, yeah. Now that brother wants to win MVP. I'll say it for him.
I mean, he wants to win the split.
Yeah, he wants to win the split.
But both are nice.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something you're not allowed to say. DSG do have their work a little bit cut out for them today. They haven't been having a great split. They haven't been having a great time against Team Liquid all time either. These guys are toast.
They said they were titling this lower third with a pun, but woof.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, they apologized.
Oh.
They apologized.
So we're the only ones allowed to make fun of DSG.
Okay, then
Production's not allowed to make
then
fun
I'm
of
gonna
DSG.
start.
Yeah.
They have disguised wins. Like it doesn't. It's invisible. It's there. It's like an arbiter in StarCraft, right?
my God.
It's invisible. So there we go. Maybe I'll apologize later. I will not.
I mean, these are tricky games to try and hype up at the same time because Disguise has been very poor. The bot lane specifically has been struggling extremely, and Core JJ and Yon have been absolutely dominating, and when they play around Jose, it's hard to see a path for DSG to get a lead in this game.
Yeah, I think the big thing, especially after talking to Surdy when they lost the series, but they did end up taking a game, right?
Yeah.
Is I would like to actually see them play more around him. Raz, you and I kind of had talked about this, how they ended up shifting their focus in the game
right.
a little bit. And I think that could be a path to victory, because in the Vayne game that we did see, he absolutely popped off and really, really helped in so many of their team fights.
And just like straight up confidence and not second guessing yourself. I feel like when they won that game, a lot of it was based off of seeing versus Cloud9, Renekton on side, and they were trying to retake space, and they're like, oh, it's a 5v4, let's go immediately and hunt for a kill. And I think whenever you ask members on that team, like what is going wrong with them, a lot of the times, at least in the prior splits, it was like, well, when you lose a lot of times in scrims, you start to second guess yourself on stage and don't make the confident decisions that you made at the beginning. And I feel like their first split, they came in, started punching a lot of people. It was like, oh, this is a super confident team. But then the losses internally really start to hammer you down, and I feel like they need to rekindle that.
Yeah, all you guys are trying to be professional, say like how DSG is there. Meanwhile, on my fantasy team, I picked 5 TL players and spawn. I am all in on this being a high kill stomp.
Yeah?
That's what I'm rooting for in this game, is Team Liquid not only beating them handily, but with a lot of kills.
And you know what you want, Disguised? You know what you guys need? To prove that man wrong! Look at his face. Take a screenshot right now. Pause, screenshot. He's the enemy.
Prove him wrong.
Dartboard, look straight for his head. Go ahead, Disguised. Prove him wrong. Start the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's time for week 4 of Summer Split. We're going to be kicking off day 1 with a couple of best of 3s here, just like we've been doing for the last 3 weeks. Later on today, we are going to have Shopify Rebellion going up against Dignitas as they both fight to climb further up the ladder in the standings. But first, we have Team Liquid Alienware going up against Disguised. It is a battle from opposite ends of the table here. Team Liquid have been looking so fierce, so powerful here in these first 3 weeks, while Disguised have struggled to find their footing.
But they got their first win last week.
They
you
did.
know, so
they did.
maybe
Their
it's just
first
up and to the right from here.
Game win. Their first game win.
It's the ELO slingshot.
Let's put that little asterisk on. Okay, well, if they're getting the ELO slingshot, they're pulled pretty far
They're
back,
pretty
brother,
far
so
back.
we'll
It's about
see.
to go straight to the moon, buddy.
If that slingshot can strike the forehead of a Team Liquid that's looking awfully Goliath-like.
Yeah, the problem is there's 5 Goliaths now. Last
Yeah,
split, it
that's a
would have
lot
been
of
okay.
Goliaths.
You just have to find the guy who's on TL and hit him right between the eyes. Now every lane and jungle is smurfing, so it becomes a lot harder.
Okay, shooting one guy in the forehead with a slingshot when he's 7 feet tall,
Doable.
pretty tough. 5 of those guys?
That's tough.
I hope you got plenty of rocks.
Yeah,
All
you
right,
need
we'll
a lot
see.
of rocks.
We'll see how many rocks Disguised has tucked away in their pocket for this one as we do get into draft for game number 1. It's Nocturne, Akali, and Olaf, who we've seen rising more and more in popularity, even to the point of being able to be blind.
Might be lock. Might be a lock angle with the Akali ban,
okay.
because that is up and available, and I know that is a matchup. Quid did play; he's still our only lock play. But that is a matchup that he was talking about not wanting to play lock or thinking it wasn't a good angle specifically because of Akali. So I was interested to see if that would be something that could open the door for them then, but it is instead just going to be Ezreal, most popular marksman here on the patch, and has been just really staying at the very top.
And it feels like, you know, it's a great answer into the mage bot lanes. It can kind of just survive by itself. You still have the sustained damage of an AD carry as the game goes onward. Levi and Cassiopeia banned out by the Disguise side as they will lock in Jace and Kai'Sa as their response.
I do really like it though, because even though Ezreal is obviously super meta, Ezreal is really powerful, It is the best champ for Sajed, Kaisa, right? Like, this is his best performing champion. I think it is not even a debate. He always looks really, really good on this champ. And he is getting himself a decent matchup against the Ezreal. You know, that is always a champion that people love to pick into that matchup. So pretty good here for DSG. And we have Surdy. We're presuming it is going to be that Jace top here. Surdy on a range champ. Has been laning very well and has been a really big threat, I think, for DSG in a lot of their, even though they only have the 1 game win, he was popping off in Vayne. And in the 2 other games where they actually had significant gold leads, he was also playing carries top and was a big part of creating that lead.
And you remember, like, last year when Surdy was making his big push to #1 on ladder by a significant margin, it was because he was dominating lane. It was because he was having these powerful lane picks that he'd take over the game with. So the Jarvan, the Leona locked in here for the front line, for the engage of Team Liquid. Meanwhile, Kaisa is going to get her longtime companion as the support there, the Nautilus, locked in for Lions on Disguised.
Yep, going to be able to have a very easy go button here. With Kaisa, with Nautilus, with Jace, you obviously have the ability to lay down some poke and then potentially look for those all-ins. And it is going to be probably more jungle bans coming out here from T-Law. And on the other side, you are expecting potential protection bans up in top lane. You know, could look for that as an angle. Obviously, Jose already has his jungle pick, and he's been receiving a ton of attention in pick ban, in general, like all the way from MSI and last split. It has been pretty common to even see him take 5 bans.
I mean, the Lee Sin against Jose Diodo has risen to the same levels as, like, the Ziggs against APA.
Yeah.
Its teams just will not let him play.
I think higher, almost it feels like. Because Ziggs, at least you saw opportunities where teams were like, we're going to let it through because we have a counter pick and things like that, right? I think about, like, Palafox LeBlanc versus it. I think about, you know, options like that. And it feels like every single team is just banning Lee Sin no matter what against Jose.
Because what's your counter pick? What are you going to do to him when he's all over the map, constantly finding angles, constantly making plays? Everybody just does not want to deal with it. But into the second half of the draft we go. Bans coming in. It's double AP solo laners removed by DSG as the Rise and Rumble are out of the pool. Meanwhile, Team Liquid going to target that jungle pool. Like you're saying, Jose's already got his pick. Seeing that Kryra still has yet to choose, they're going to get rid of the Wukong, and Locke will be the final ban here for TL. I feel like generally with champions that have a riskier archetype like Assassins, it's much easier to pick them the later in the draft that it goes, and you know more of what it's going to specifically have to play around.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. So they are going to be banning that out. Mel, I'm not really going to believe. Nefuri, I think, does fit the bill. Nefuri, you know, alongside Kaisa Nautilus, you are looking for more dive. Nefuri obviously going to slot in pretty easily there. And DSG is at least maintaining the threat of a flex on this Jace, that it could be top, it could be mid, so you have to watch out a little bit and maybe not get as easy of a counter up on that top side. Potentially here for Morgan, because if you go anything a little bit too crazy, then they could just flex the Jace mid and you get into one of those situations.
Yeah, then it can start to turn a little dicey. So Team Liquid, what do you have in store? What is going to be the answer here? And it looks like Cassante will be picked against the Jace. So just a tank to absorb some of that pressure. Cassante, we know he lanes so well into pretty much everything. Just scale to play more and more for that big front line as the game goes on. Team Liquid's front line is massive in this first draft.
Yeah, Syndra was kind of what I was thinking here, simply because it is a pretty safe blind. There's not any real true tank yet on the other side, so it is going to be fairly effective. They need some damage. They need some safety in the mid lane. As you said, very, very tanky, a lot of front line, but you need that second carry. So Syndra, Ezreal are the carries. A lot of range here on the TL side. Really good setup. And a lot of CC between Jarvan, Cassante, Leona, Scatter the Weak, on a ton of pretty squishy members here over on the DSG side. And they're just going to full send it with a dive. You got to respect it. Call me going for the Yone. So this is just a full-on dive comp here, looking to get in onto Syndra, who is going to be the easier target by far. Ezreal is pretty evasive, can be very difficult to lock down, but of course, you cannot arcane shift away from the Nautilus ult. It is going to be following you, so they do still have the chance to try to look for that dive onto Yan. But that being said, if you go in a little bit too far as that Yone, as that Nefuri, you can easily get point and click CC'd here by the Leona, and you're probably just going to get burst down.
And also for Nefuri, she kind of has that same issue versus Ezreal that something more traditional like a Vi does, where once you press the ult, you are going in. So if he just uses the arcane shift, gets back, closer to his team, you can find yourself in the middle of everyone where you do not want to be. So pressure will be on Kryra here to make sure that he has that proper target selection, can try to find access to those value targets in Quid and Yon, get past all these meatballs here in the front line, but it's far more easier said than done going up against Team Liquid. These guys, we called them 5 Goliaths at the top of the day. They're all playing individually so well, but even more so, they're so on the same page. Their game plan, their team cohesion, they're just always moving as a unit, and it's really difficult for their competition here in the LCS to be able to keep up.
It really has been, and you know, it's interesting because I think coming in, you know, especially coming off of last split, you know, we had been seeing the improvement of teams like FlyQuest, you know, split over split. We have C9 who have been so dominant in the regular season. So it was, I think, to a lot of people looking more like that 4-horse race. And right now, it is feeling like it is TL and Lion, and that is it if you're talking about winning the title, right? Those are the only teams that feel like they're truly in contention right now, and everyone else feels as though they are battling to kind of get up into that level or to just fight for that third world slot, because, you know, currently it is hard to imagine a world in which TL and Lion are not 2 of our top 3 teams at the end of the split, but there is still a lot of League of Legends left to be played, and teams can still catch up and potentially surpass where they are. Also worth noting, Fleet Footwork buffed on this patch. Call Me is playing that. And the Tier 3 Merc Treads were nerfed, and Tier 3 Berserker Greaves, plus as well as the I don't even know what the name is when they're actually upgraded.
The Gunmetal Greaves.
Gunmetal Greaves. The Greaves in general.
Yes.
All are getting 5% attack speed. So those were a couple things that people were thinking were going to help Yone and Yasuo potentially, you know, quite a bit as far as, you know, mid lane champions. And Yasuo, of course, can be played top as well. And so he's using Fleet, and I'm expecting he'll probably go in towards Berserker Greaves, but maybe feeling like with Leona, you still need to go for those nerfed Merc Treads regardless.
Well, let's check what our junglers are doing here at the start, as both of them are going to start at the top side of the rift, path their way down towards bottom lane. Means we might get something kind of explosive once they get their way down there. Considering you've got Leona and Nautilus as your 2 supports, there's always the opportunity for junglers to try to come down there and make some kind of a play when the gank setup is guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it does have a lot of power there. You know, we touched on, obviously, the fact that TL and Lion looking like the top dogs, and we've been using the dog tier list quite a bit, so we can, if you haven't seen it already, we can check in. So here's where we were with the dog tier list. You know, we have DSG down on the Chihuahua tier, but I have been thinking that even at the top, that dog is not big enough for
It's
TL
not a big enough
and
dog.
Lion.
It looks like a pretty big dog.
It's not a big enough dog.
Okay.
They have been separating themselves from the pack. We have updated and upgraded the dog. And now I feel like this is more. It is the Chad Doge. This dog can be just bench pressing those other dogs. This dog is looking strong.
I don't know if that dog's all natural. He might be up to some.
He's enhanced by Koreans.
Activities in the locker room. That dog's looking a little too strong.
Some performance-enhancing kibbles for that dog.
Some PEKs. He's having a great time. Well, we do have a dog in the mid lane here with Kryra, too, who is not going to get slowed down there by Quid. Does go ahead and immediately use the call to pack to
The
get
Chihuahua
out of
gank.
any potential
Not that
damage.
threatening.
But yeah, he just drives by, throws out a Dark and Dagger, whatever.
Going to be going up towards that top side. TL had Prow on bot side, so he knew he could not actually fight for that scuttle there. Leona was moving, so just crosses through, obviously not really looking for a gank so much as he is just getting across to be able to grab that topside scuttle. As much as we've been watching Quid just poke and prod and hit Call Me over and over and over, Call Me was chilling. He's even on farm and going to be feeling really good about that situation on that first base. And it is Quid playing Storm Raider Surge. Obviously a lot of utility there, but it is going to be less power in the laning phase. You know, more about being able to escape in these team fights, being evasive. And we'll see if that does pay off later on. Because, you know, since he's not playing First Strike or Airy or Comet or anything like that, you are obviously a little bit less powerful in that early 1v1.
Right, exactly. The trades are going to have just a little bit less every single time. And if you're trading frequently, it does add up eventually to make it a little bit less scary here early on for Call Me to maintain that presence in the lane. Just keep his farm nice and close with Quid, which you can see he's doing perfectly fine right now. Would be down only 1 minion if Quid farms all 3 of these, as Call Me just continues trying to keep the pressure on. And we can see our junglers just going through their second clears here again after those first recalls. Meanwhile, up there in the top lane, it looks like Morgan is having no trouble whatsoever laning up against Surdy's Jace. push currently in favor of the Team Liquid top lane.
Yeah, and Surdy clearly is looking at this as a farm lane. I don't think he's playing it to dominate. He went tier coal refillable as his first buy, right? So you're basically saying we're just going to be scaling, and that is how I'm going to play it.
Ooh, nice follow-up there from Jose Dioto as Quid finds the scat of the week on Call Me to get this quick trade started. Now, of course, Call Me doesn't have to spend the flash to get away from that one, but Azael, he's not down to 200 HP, and remember, both these guys have already teleported back into the lane, so Call Me in a pretty rough spot now with Quid getting that unleashed power.
Yeah, exactly. That is the real fear, but Call Me was well aware of it, that he would be down XP because Quid had the push there, and Call Me himself was about a minion away from getting 6, so he knew he had to back up, wait for it at the tower, and they're going to look.
Okay, Lions rotates over, but so does Core JJ. Lions going to hit the dredge line, so just a little damage onto Quid, but its core is there. They can't try to pursue any further. If Call Me went in, he would die instantaneously, guaranteed. So unfortunately, Lions just has to try to protect his mid laner here, allow Call Me to farm up whatever he can, as we do see both junglers now also making their way over. Kryra stepping up here is Core JJ, going to get hooked in by the dredge line. He'll be the first target, but again, as soon as they know it's an even fight, Disguised has to back off. They need an advantage with their jungler being this low on, or with their mid laner, excuse me, being this low on HP.
Yeah, they absolutely do, but he is slowly sustaining up. Kryra playing around with fire a little bit here, and Lions could be in trouble.
Oh, yeah. Core JJ starts this one off. Lions already very low as the unleashed power goes in. Call Me positioning aggressively here to prevent them from killing off his supporters again. Jose Dioto looking for Kryra. Finds the quick combo with the EQ. Nobody dead on either side still, despite it being a three-man party from both teams for the last minute.
Yeah, honestly, I think at the end of the day, that was very well handled by DSG. Even with Morgan moving down, DSG obviously were never going to get that topside scuttle. But Surdy got to push in, reset the wave, goes up 10 CS, and like I said, he is playing this kind of early scaling buy with the tier call, goes back, buys Serrated Dirk. Call Me at the end of the day, was able to catch pretty much the entire wave. He lost a couple minions, but he was protected well enough that he farmed well, and now has a wave here at his tower to pick up. So Call Me in a pretty good spot. Surdy gets a nice little edge on the top side, and we are dead even here through the first 7 minutes. Obviously still very, very early in the game, but DSG has shown us a number of times that they are pretty capable in some of these early games.
Yeah, Disguised not giving TL anything to just start running away with the game early. I feel like a lot of the times, kind of that mandatory first fight that you see in almost every game is at the Rift Herald. So if I can see a team keep the game even till then, that gives you a really good shot of at least being able to bet the game on your hands, you know?
Yep, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the one big issue for them is, of course, the advantage that Yon and Core are building. And Sajet and Lions have really just struggled in their 2v2s. This has been a thing all year long. They are just, I think, the worst 2v2 laners in the league. You know, they are kind of getting rocked in some of these 2v2s. And I feel like against Yon and Core, the expectation is you go down.
Yeah, Morgan going all out here, forcing the flash out of Surdy to get back away from the Cassante. So despite the fact that Surdy does have the one meaningful advantage so far on his team, he still does respect the pressure from Morgan as soon as he uses that ultimate. So Surdy without the summoner spell, this could be a potential target for Jose Dioto.
Yeah, it absolutely could, but at the same time, Morgan now has to be a little bit careful because the all-out is gone. Surdy can play much more aggressively at this point. Does have to be aware of where that Jarvan could be, and I think he's playing pretty safe until Kryra is going to be up on those topside grubs. So now Surdy knows he has a little bit of coverage, so he's going to be able to play a little bit more forward in this lane, and we'll see if that can get him anything, because Surdy really does need to have a good game, I feel like, for them to have much of a chance here.
Yeah.
He's been doing well. Like, he's actually been laning really, really aggressively. You look at 4%, he is #1 in 4%. He is #1 in damage per gold. So that is basically how efficiently you are using the gold in team fights, in 1v1s, and so on. And his damage per minute is second behind, I just believe, Thanatos, if I recall correctly. But he's performing quite well, and I feel like everyone thought he was deserving of a real shot after he came in, but Call Me could be in some trouble.
Yeah, Call Me. There's your wombo combo. Quid sets it up. Jose Dioto only has to contribute the flag plus the drag, and that just means the rest of the damage is put in there by your Syndra. It took a little while, but it is Team Liquid who ultimately find first blood here 9 minutes into the game. And that money does go over to Jose Dioto after all, so Quid doing most of the work, but Jose getting most of the money, as Jose has to run now, has Core JJ right next to him with Lions and Kryra potentially looking to make something happen here. There's your Solar Flare, not going to get the stun onto Lions, but Zenith Blade ready to follow it up. And with the rest of the team right behind him, Core JJ leads the way to kill number 2 here for Team Liquid, and Quid does get the money on that one.
Yeah, nice pick, and Sajed now.
Oh no, Sajed in some danger. Has to use both summoner spells just to get away. Needed the cleanse, needed the flash, still barely hanging on to 1/3 HP. Call Me is back alive, trying to make his way down here into this bot side river, but Quid just easily fending him away, protecting Jose Diodo as he does take the Drake. This was a pretty big sequence here for Team Liquid, Azael. Right as we were talking about how Disguised is doing a good job just keeping the game nice and even, nice and quiet early, Team Liquid found their moment to pounce.
Yeah, they have been playing this very well in the last couple of minutes. Basically in the last 3 minutes, they went up, you know, a good 1,500 gold. That entire lead was created over the last couple minutes, and it kind of all started here with Call Me getting tagged. And this is one of those situations where, yes, it is a little bit of a nitpick, but also you need to be able to buffer CC, you need to be able to flash something, and he just didn't expect it, gets tagged there by the scatter. I think when he snapped back, he needed to immediately, you know, try to ult and try to immune some of that CC or try to early flash, but he did neither, and once he gets hit by the scatter, you're not going to avoid the Flag and Drag, you're not going to avoid the Cataclysm from Jose, and it becomes a pretty easy kill, which snowballs into another.
And honestly, that was just beautiful pathing from Jose. You saw the observers showed us that small little bit of fog he had to walk through between Kryra's vision and the control ward in the side brush of mid lane. Jose walks it perfectly. Call Me had no idea he was there, and ultimately that results in the first blood. So 1,500 gold lead for Team Liquid, just about 1,000 of that on Quid there in mid lane. And now here's that pressure I was talking about on Surdy. No flash available on the Jace means Cataclysm is a death sentence. Jose Diodo applies one last swing of the spear, and that's kill number 3 for TL.
Yeah, really well done there, Jose. Maintaining that 100% KP. Kryra was looking for something around mid, but Quid was just standing back behind his turret, knowing that he could be under pressure. And now Kryra looking for a little bit of scrap, but not going to find much of anything. And again, Core JJ first to move here, is playing around mid, and TL feel like they are fully in their comfort zone at this point.
Yeah. Kryra came up looking for a fight. Jose punched him in the gut and walked away. There's just nothing really that the dog can force there. But now, Call Me again, just trying to do something to get in Jose's way. But as soon as Call Me snaps back, okay, now you're in a losing trade with Quid, who's honestly putting on some serious lethal threat here. He tries to flash over the wall. Call Me fail flashes it, has to use the Fate Seal to get over, so he barely lives. He's low enough HP that he has no presence in the lane. He's got no ult, he's got no flash. Times are dire here in mid lane for Call Me, who does use the Soul Unbound to sidestep away from the Scatter of the Weak. Kryra again trying to cover here for his mid laner. Call Me has to snap back. Lions rotated over to mid again,
Sajed, man.
But it just seems like a whole lot for a whole little. DSG aren't getting a lot.
I mean, Sajed was getting fully zoned off his tier 1, walked all the way back to the tier 2, then was recalling under the tier 2, gets ulted by Core to stop his recall again, loses another wave off the back of that, and they stack the wave to freeze it against them. TL looking fight.
Okay, TL are in the enemy jungle, trying to contest over the Gromp, and now Core JJ goes in with the Zenith Blade, looking for the kill onto Lions. Call the pack from Kryra, keeps him alive, but Lions can't say the same. The Nautilus already down 4-0. Team Liquid 3,000 gold lead. Quid making his way down to the bottom lane to help clear out the waves here. Jose Diodo trying to stop the escape route as Kryra and Sajed try to escape. Jose leads the charge towards the enemy AD carry. That Kais is down to 200 HP, and Jarvan just auto-attacked him 4 times and pressed Q.
Holy, this is crazy how Jose and Core play together. They, to me, are by far the best jungle support duo in the league right now with how they are playing together. It has been insane. I think back to the match against FlyQuest, and it's kind of reminiscent to this. Remember Masu and Cryogen just getting chain dove, Jose just showing up behind the tower, zoning them off waves. Once Yeon and Core create an advantage, they're so adept at actually extending that advantage through this coordinated play with Jose, getting in the opponent's jungle, getting vision down, and just never allowing the AD carry a moment to breathe, and now they're looking top.
Yeah, now it's Surdy in trouble again. Morgan tries to go for the flash into the Pathmaker, but Surdy ready with a response flash of his own. Creates the distance to survive. You know if he gets caught there by the Pathmaker, he gets all out of the opposite direction. He's almost certainly dead, so Surdy luckily staying alive. Surdy still the 1 point of power for Disguised, the one man on the map who's not behind this role.
Yeah, he's the one man that is not behind, but it's not looking that powerful. We'll say that.
He got Serpent's Fang. He's got an item.
He does. I'm not saying he's doing bad.
That's
I'm just saying direct your eyes to mid, to bot, to jungle.
Don't worry about those places. We're talking about top. We're talking about Surdy. Those are other places. Those aren't on our mind. We don't need those.
Yeah, the problem is the other places are coming to you.
No, just
There's a mid laner in the top lane. There's a jungler in the top lane. There's a support in the top lane.
It's fine. Totally cool.
It might not be, but you know, for now, it's fine.
Might not be. Probably not. Almost no chance that it's fine, but you know. Okay, down here in bottom lane. This time it's Morgan now squared up against Call Me. Goes for that third and Tofo strike, hoping he would step back into it, but not quite going to do it. Instead, it's just Hosdioto and Jan stepping forward. Call Me was unfortunately just way too far away from his turret there. You could see there was at least 2 inches of space between him and the structure, so got punished for that little bit of an overextension.
Yeah, Gunmetal Greaves, the 5% attack speed, surprisingly not enough in that situation.
Yep. That fraction of a dagger does not quite pay for a tower defense in a 1v3 as the True Shot Barrage is fired from Jan. Hosdioto just stealing away the blue buff from the enemy jungle. Disguised, they're trying to get the Rift Herald, trying to see if they can at least take something here off of the map, and it looks like they should be able to secure that one, considering almost all of Team Liquid's firepower was around that bottom lane, getting the kills, getting the turret there to follow up. Now, the problem with them getting this Rift Herald, Azael, hold on. Call Me going in, finds the stop on the recall on Jan, but the Soul Unbound is just going to take him right back to where he started. Jan's exhaust makes it so Call Me can't do enough damage to secure the kill.
Yeah, the exhaust is going to keep him safe. And Jose on Pros was talking about how they are treating scrims in this split versus the other splits. He was talking about in the past, they were basically just playing to win scrims, right? And even in a game in this example, he says, we'd be up 50-3 in kills, and it's like, what can we improve here? Like, what are we learning, right? We're just killing them on repeat. We're not doing anything.
Yeah.
And this split, they've been playing to improve, not necessarily just to win.
Ooh, nice catch there from Lions. The dredge line lollipopping at the very end of the range to catch Quid at that maximum distance. Surdy's right there for the follow-up. And now the Jace with the 1,000 individual gold lead, going to get a little bit more. Remember, it was all 3 grubs for DSG early, so he's got that extra pushing power. But here comes a TP. Morgan has returned to the top lane as Hosdioto and Kryra square off behind Team Liquid turrets. Surdy's going to get himself caught as Core JJ has plenty of CC to set this one up for Morgan, who grabs the kill into Surdy. Kryra is just taking the car home. He called the taxi. He doesn't want to be here anymore. The bed is calling. He's going to sleep because he does not want anything that Team Liquid's bringing to the party. Hosdioto goes in. Kryra, however, dodging away from that EQ combo with the call. The pack stays alive for now, but the Herald was not able to be used for any sort of a siege because it had to be summoned as an escape mechanism. Now it's cleared away. Now Morgan is back up underneath that tier 1 turret there on the top side. Sajed gets grabbed by the Zenith Blade, immediately popping the cleanse to get away from the follow-up CC of Team Liquid as Core JJ goes in the blast cone over the wall, and Kryra with a Hound's Pursuit chases after him, ends up having to get back out of the fight. Jan flashes away from Sajed. Defensive Solar Flare coming out from Core JJ, guaranteeing Team Liquid's escape.
Yeah, a lot of summoners being spent there by TL as, Lions tries to catch Jan, but cannot connect, and now Jose back in. But at the end of the day, they do not die. It is 7-1, 3,000 gold lead, so it has shrunk a little bit, was up over 4K, but TL still very clearly in control. And I want to bring this quote back up because I just thought it was very interesting, you know, talking about the focus on specific things. Like, they're drilling specific things in every scrim, not just playing, you know, kind of as mindlessly, if you want to say that, and just focusing on winning and getting kills. They are focusing on their setups. They are focusing on their coordination, on their dives. And you can see that, I feel like, in the game.
And now you can see Core JJ going into the middle of 3, wants to lead the charge. Beautiful scout of the week, ready to follow it up. Fate Sealed counterattack comes in from Call Me. Disguise might have brought more men, but it's Team Liquid fighting better. Call Me tries to get away, immediately has to snap back. Another multi-man use of the scout of the week is going to find 2 more kills. Morgan with a flash forward goes in for the Pathmaker. Sajed, he's got no way out. Triple kill for Jan. Even when Disguised finds a good play, Team Liquid find one better.
Yeah, it is the lone bright spot, the fact that Sajed got about a 900 gold shutdown there off of Jose, so that's something. But of course, TL gets that much more. Jan gets 3 kills. TL picks up so many and are now pushing in as well here. Going to be able to deny more minions, take more plates, and extend that gold lead almost back up to the 4K where it was earlier.
Disguised, they brought the extra man down. They had what looked good, but it just wasn't.
I'm going to keep going then.
No,
Kai'Sa coming, Kai'Sa coming.
no defect.
She got through. Coming slowly. Coming. I'm coming. Chase the upside.
Okay. Nafiri,
Kai'Sa
Kai'Sa no flash.
yeah, she can't be coming. Kai'Sa has flash no.
Yeah.
Yone need to come down.
Kai'Sa flash. All the flashes, all the flashes.
I'm going behind.
Everyone no flashes.
Let's go. Nice. Yummy.
Good comms. I mean, they're just talking through summoners, talking about how they want to fight it. And pretty calm, pretty clear. TL clearly in control of this one. 3.5K the gold lead. DSG at least keeping it within striking distance. You know, one good team fight. Maybe they can claw it back a bit here. It is going to be Chemtech Soul, which isn't the greatest, of course, for TL, but it is still a Soul, and they have those 2 early dragons. Have been definitely in control of most of the objectives and really in control of the map overall.
And to be fair to Chemtech Soul, I feel like Cassante is one of the best users in League of Legends of that Soul, just because it benefits you when you're on low health. You've got the shielding and the healing from the little drakes themselves, so could still be very scary stuff. We still have 3 on the Team Liquid side who have not died a single time in Morgan, Jan, and Core JJ. Jose Dioto's 1 death came from trading it for 4 kills, so...
That's not bad.
Yeah, I think he'll take that deal most times, as 4,000 gold is the lead. 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Team Liquid should have total control over the area, but you can see some pings from the Disguise side in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, you can. And you can see some pretty big gold leads, obviously, but also the experience differentials. Jose's about to hit 13. Kryra is still 11.5. Jan is over a full level ahead of Sajed. Really across the board, there are some pretty big experience differentials, more than a full lead for Morgan as well. You know, Quid is a little bit less than half a level, so TL definitely having the advantage, but DSG trying to set up for this dragon, see if they can take the objective bounty away and stop this move towards Soul.
Yeah, here comes a TP from DSG, and Team Liquid's ready to follow it up themselves. Immediate scatter of the week. On to Call Me. Quid could be under a little bit of pressure as Disguise try to fight back, but Lions has already been killed. Surdy trapped inside the Cataclysm. Call Me going into the back line yet again, but once more the scatter of the week finds the target. Surdy on the run. Kryra doing the same, but they won't be able to get their 80 carry out of trouble. Sajed is dead, and here comes Jan looking for a little bit more. Surdy and Kryra will manage to escape. But that went exactly how I expected it to go. Disguised, they feel the pressure. They try to fight TL. They try to stop the Drake stacking, but instead they lose 3 for free. And now, since 21 minutes, 40 seconds is what reads the clock, it's time for Bear and TL. They'll take their soul point and they'll walk over, claim the other objective on the other side of the map.
I mean, TL are just playing so well, man. Every single game, it is nearly flawless. It is feeling like this team is just team fighting better, is laning better, is coordinating better, is advancing the game at such a quick pace as well when they get advantages. It is really, really impressive stuff here. As this initial hook from Lions made me think there was a real chance onto Quid, but part of the problem is, like, not everyone is there to actually follow up. Not everyone is in position. Yone is coming in on the TP. There's the hook, but he gets scattered right as he arrives. So look at that CC on to Call Me. He can never follow up because it was scatter on arrival into Leona stun, and then Quid is able to dodge away there from the ultimate as he comes in. And then this was just desperation for Sajed, going into the middle of everyone with the killer instinct to try to make it happen. You know, the hook was good. Had Call Me been able to actually just mash R and get that off as he arrived, maybe they win the fight.
Team Liquid just haven't taken their foot off the gas from minute 1. And speaking of gas, we're going to their arena in Atlanta, Georgia, October 3rd and 4th. That's the destination for finals. I'm telling you what, right now, Azale, if Team Liquid doesn't make it there, I will be flabbergasted. This squad is playing like they are hungry for another LCS title, and they are certainly doing good work to get themselves there, as Morgan now in the middle of a potential 5-man play from DSG. He tries to take the all-out to get himself away, fights for a second, but DSG committed everything, going for that pick onto the Cassante, which means the rest of TL is just going to be pushing the other lanes. True Shot Barrage attempted to cancel the backs there, does only end up hitting Surdy, who was staying to push the tier 1 there in the top lane, grab the objective bounty, but this still should buy enough time for Team Liquid to do some meaningful damage here to the base of DSG. The Enchanted Cannon minion over in mid doing most of the work there. Onto the turret is Call Me, executed by the Unleashed Power with the Yone dead. That is big. Huge green light there for Team Liquid to continue pushing forward now. Mid lane inhibitor does die to the Enchanted minions. Now that inhibitor bottom is going to be your next target. Both inhibs about to collapse 24 minutes into the game. TL still pushing, going to go ahead to decide and take their recalls now. Morgan is respawning, but doesn't quite have the TP. I feel like if Morgan's TP timer is ready, you just go to end the game right there. Hosdioto will be caught by the dredge line there at the very end, flashes over the wall, trying to stay alive. Cryer ready to chase.
Blast cone.
Going after that Jarvan, but there's the empowered blast cone. There's Hound's pursuit to stop it, and Jose Dioto just sat that dog down. Cry was lucky to get away, but that was beautiful from Jose.
The timing on the flag and drag to interrupt the ultimate damage coming through from Nefiri and then almost kills him. That was insane from Jose. So well played. And TL cracked the base, take 2 inhibs. This is nuts, man. I thought he was completely out. Then the ulti comes through, and he knows he is dead if that connects, so he has to interrupt the Nefiri ult with his flag and drag. Times it perfectly.
I'm fine.
You fluent?
Oh.
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 Wow. I'm ulting here.
Fine. Guys.
I'm fine. That was beautiful. That was perfect. We felt
Says it
the
all.
same way watching it. Jose Dioto, man. This guy is just so good at the game as he and the rest of the Team Liquid squad pushing up here in this top lane. Now Morgan's going to provide additional pressure over in mid. Remember, the super minions already spawned and marching in mid and bot lane both. Yon gets jumped on, but immediately tries to get a little bit more distance. Shut down by Sajed, but he has to trade his own life for it. Now CoreJJ getting away. The Fate Seal chasing after the Leona, who does escape with a blast cone yet again. Team Liquid, they trade a 1-for-1 there in a 4v5 as Morgan still pushing into the enemy base, does crash the super minions into the Nexus turrets. Honestly, if you're DSG, you're happy for any sort of an even trade. Kryra jumps over the wall, but Morgan's ready and waiting. Doesn't quite find him at the Pathmaker or the third in Topho strike. So Kryra will be able to secure those wolves as Team Liquid resets.
Yeah, Kryra needs every bit of experience that he can get. 4 levels down on Morgan, who has so much armor. I mean, just look at the build, right? You are basically playing full physical at this point. You know, there's a little bit of magic damage here and there, but Morgan is just a brick wall. He's on full armor items, about to complete his 3rd, plus he already has the steel caps for a long time, and he is just going to be nearly impossible to take out.
Yeah, Sajed and Call Me both splash magic damage, right? But still, you're up against a 3 frontliner composition, and you're very far behind. Jose has his steel caps plus his Guardian Angel now completed. Morgan has steel caps plus 3 massive armor items. CoreJJ is Leona, so that kind of just speaks for itself. This front line is impossible to damage for DSG.
Yep.
The only way to win is to try to get those kills onto Yon or onto Quid, who have each died a single time so far this game. And now that Team Liquid has claimed the Chemtech Soul alongside that 5,000 gold lead, you got to be thinking they're just looking to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, it just gets that much harder at this point. You can see Cryer was over stealing enemy wolves, just trying to get whatever gold he can. Surdy as well, as they know this could be the final defense here. They got to watch out for these scatters, though. Quid has just been laser focused and hitting scatter after scatter after scatter.
And there's another one. 3rd and Topho strike ready to follow it up, but Lions uses the dredge line to get himself away. Survived for now. Solar Flare from Core was also used, but didn't find the target. As Team Liquid focusing on that first Nexus turret, about to take it down, and yes, sir, it's gone. DSG still looking for their moment. They know they're going to have to pick one soon. Lions goes in for the dredge line. Quid may be caught. This may be what DSG needs, but they don't have the damage. They can't complete the assassination. Quid and CoreJJ both damaged, but both still going. DSG, have they held the line for now? They've got to be so careful, though. If they overextend just a little, Team Liquid is so far ahead, they could easily turn, but the Baron is spawning in 15 seconds. So as Team Liquid exit, you can see them using their sweepers, laying down wards as they go, controlling the vision in the jungle of Disguised. So if DSG try to do anything around the Baron, TL will be ready. As you can see, the teleport from Quid back into the mid lane. He went back to base, he healed back up, he did his shopping. Baron is spawned, Jose Dioto is already in the area, clearing out vision.
Yep, going to be trying to reclaim as much vision in this area as he possibly can. I don't really see much of a chance of actually contesting this Baron, though. TL have been so good about their Baron takes. They're not going for any sort of 50-50s, and they are going to move up here, clear out vision. They have a lot of wards in this area. 3 wards, 4 wards across that enemy jungle. Morgan pushing up mid. They see the Yone bot, so this is going to be uncontested, and I think that's correct from DSG. I feel like at this point in this kind of game, your only real hope, and it is a very small one, is trying to steal Elder, right? So you show up for Elder, you hope that TL just try to burn it down, you can somehow steal it, and you can somehow fluke out a fight.
That's the YOLO, right?
That's basically your real shot. So besides that, they're just going to stay in the base, try to hold on as much as they can here, but it is 2 open inhibs, and it is 2 members still out on the map, so DSG going to lose this tower in a hurry.
Exactly. Those inhibs just now respawning, but are still vulnerable alongside this third one here on the top side as the last tier 3 turret falls for DSG. Team Liquid still have their Red Bull Baron for another 2.5 minutes. They take out the top lane inhib, and they can just easily walk this through the entire base of Disguised Lion going in here with a dredge line as Quid gets tagged there, and immediately it's followed up by Sajed. The ultimate wombo combo with Nautilus Kai'Sa finds the first kill. Now Sajed using stasis, trying to stay alive. Solar Flare's gonna force that one, and Sajed will already die. Now all out, Morgan's ready to go all in. Kryra in danger as Hosdiodo traps 3 inside the Cataclysm with a 3-man knockup coming in from Morgan. It's all too easy for Team Liquid. Quid is the sacrificial lamb, but the sacrifice pays off. A triple kill for Hosdiodo, 21-5. Team Liquid made quick work of Disguise.
Man, they are just looking a little too good. 21-5, crazy game 1 dominance from TL.
Did you expect anything else, Emily?
No. No.
Did you expect anything else?
Absolutely not, because as people saw from our predictions, they were all 2-0.
Yeah.
But in our Samsung Rift Vision breakdown, I would like to take a look at some of Jose's kind of early ganks and setup. So we're gonna start with this ward in the River Brush that he actually manages to avoid as I toggle the Fog of War here, right? So he is essentially going to end up popping in from nowhere, immediately get that kill. I'm just gonna adjust our vision back because we're gonna check and see what's going on in bot lane, because this leads them to be able to set up and start their Drake setup. Yawn is pushing in this bot wave, and Lions and Kryra decide, okay, they're gonna contest for the crab. But guess what? Syndra is already TPing in. TL have already decided exactly what they're gonna do. Core lands his ultimate, and immediately this leads into first Drake. I just absolutely love how coordinated this entire team is. I think it starts with Jose, which is why he was my personal player of the game. However, this entire team is just firing on all cylinders. There's a reason why they are the biggest dog.
The biggest dog. I mean, player of the game I see right now in our teleprompter is Hosdiodo.
Yeah.
So Emily, you and the casters are aligned. Me and Raz have a more refined 80 carry taste.
Yes.
But
It is 80 carry
Jan
more
didn't miss many
refined taste.
cues in that game, but the whole team is operating at such a high level right now.
Yeah, actually scary. In fact, I feel like what made it clinched it for Hosdiodo was the mechanic on EQing
Yeah.
the Neferi engage. That was
People are with me, guys.
The people
I
are
hate
always
to break it to you.
highlight play.
I hate to break it to you.
At this point, they're probably recording Tuki
Look, that
as
cancel,
Hosdiodo
that
votes.
cancel was sick. That's not actually why I thought he
Yeah, it was
deserved player of the game.
Yeah.
You guys may disagree. However, during the LCS Summer Split, you at home could win a trip to a League of Legends event. Save your MasterCard as your card on file and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win. Game 2 is next, but first, our very own Raz caught up with Team Liquid Alienware mid laner Quid in our Player of the Week interview.
That's me.
It's you.
Welcome, everyone, and congratulations, Quid, on winning your Week 3 Player of the Week. That's 2 this split already in such a quick amount of time. What's been going on, brother?
Yeah, it's nice to be here again. I think I'm happy that we are showing better and better as a team on stage. Yeah, I think this split has been really enjoyable split so far.
I don't want to see you here again because I'm running out of questions. I'm gonna just put that out there. You've been here before. Do you know how the game goes, correct? All right, rapid fire questions. I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. Your solo queue name is Oh My Golly Gosh, #Gosh. Where does that come from?
I don't know where did it come from, but I think someone in my team was using that, like whenever something bad happened. Oh my golly gosh!
Someone?
I'm pretty sure it's Sam.
Spooks.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I expect. That sounds like it. Because you also got the the donut solo queue1 account as well.
Yeah.
Stupid donut.
That also came from them.
You're just at some point he's gonna ask for IP. Anyways, we gotta go to the next one. How many times have you been banned?
Banned.
Yeah,
Solo
banned.
queue.
Solo queue.
When I became pro? When I became pro player?
Or just like in general? Because the socials team seems to be putting out lies out there.
I'd say it's 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, it was actually, I thought they were lying. Oh my God, that's perfect, that's perfect. Who on your team should be banned? Based off what you're seeing from how they take in solo queue or anything like that.
I would say Jose.
Who?
Jose.
Okay, Jose, there it is. Who in solo queue has impressed you?
Impressed me.
Yeah. They don't have to be a pro player.
I think there was Joey Love, both you.
Okay.
I think it's Yoju and Cupid.
Oh my God, there's a lot of people
Yeah, they're
talking
pretty
about that.
impressive.
Any feedback for Spook's jungling? Because I feel like you've been doing with him yesterday. Now's your time to flame him.
Not sure. I don't think it's fixable, but his mechanic looks a little bit sloppy.
It's really sloppy? Even on the Jarvan?
I don't want to say it.
Now's the best time. But honestly, that's going to be time for us, so I appreciate it. You guys are going to be going up against DSG. What do you think DSG needs to do for them to beat you today?
I think they should be willing to fight us in an object situation or in a 50-50 situation.
Yeah.
And they should actually take the fight and win the fight to beat us.
Okay.
I hope they do that, so game looks at least fun to watch.
All right. Appreciate the answers. Thank you very much. Maybe we're looking for a player of the week number 3 after this week. Let's see how that goes. Thank you.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Jon, I think you might be balding. You got like some on the back of your head.
Don't look.
You got like.
Go away from me, Quid.
It might just be the way the hair is turned over the head.
Why them get to see and I don't get to see?
I don't want it to show him either.
And your hair's not as thick as Quid's, for example.
This said I'm balding.
You might be balding.
No, I'm not.
But-
Take that back.
Jon, it's only very slowly.
What?
Like
Take that back.
it'll take years.
What? You're trolling, right?
No, it's.
Oh, Quid. Is he trolling?
It's just like.
Kind of trolling, but I can.
Kind of troll.
Jerry's filtered it.
Nah, it's just Jon. It's just the headset. It's just the headset.
I can see it.
Jon, it's just the headset, man. We lost Jon.
He went to the bathroom to check his hair. Yeah, probably.
DSG cooking tier list. Who's master chefing and who's burning down the kitchen?
6 Kryra for sure.
Kryra 6.
Kryra's definitely the
without a
best.
doubt.
If Castle was here, he's number 1.
I don't cook. I've only ever seen him eat takeout.
I think I know is what. What? No.
Last place, Kryra, and then Pepe.
I don't know. Is it Pepe?
Yeah, it's unseasoned chicken breast.
Yeah, but that's like easy. I don't know.
Yeah, it's easy, so it's not very good.
And I just like survive, you know. I just do the simple stuff. So maybe I will be 5.
I can make like 4 things, like steak, eggs, like.
That's better than I've seen everybody else do your 2.
No, Ido's probably better than me because
Really?
he's older. You know, he probably has more experience.
That's true. He's pushing 40. I think I'm definitely the best cook on the team.
I think Pepe might have that unlocked with his chicken breasts.
No, it looks dry as.
He comes, his girlfriend makes food. Yeah, he's 4. No, he's 5. He's 5. He's getting carried. No, you're 6.
I should have taken a photo of the steak I made last night, but the crust was immaculate. I'll say that
Yeah,
much.
so I just don't believe you. And there's no verifiable witness.
Yep, my bad.
Position 3, Chikun 2, Ido 1. We agree?
I feel like you're trying to sneak yourself into first a lot here.
I feel like if we did one of those, Azael would have to be clear-cut number 1. Like
you.
this guy, I know that you like cook all kinds of stuff. Like the couple of times that I've been to your house, it's always delicious.
Well, I appreciate that.
I can't remember the last time that I ate something that wasn't frozen beforehand. So I'll take the number 6.
Come on over, brother.
I'll take the number 6.
I'll cook you up something nice.
Hell yeah!
I made some pancakes for Lily this morning.
Yeah,
they were pretty tasty.
We can trade skills. I can teach your kid how to ride 4-wheelers and party hard,
shovel dirt,
and shovel some dirt. I'm expert on that.
Talk
and
fast.
you can. And I will take payment in good food that was not frozen beforehand.
Hell yeah.
Easy.
Let's
Easy
do it.
deal. Pleasure doing business with you. But in terms of business, it was all business for Team Liquid in game number 1. These guys made quick work of Disguised. Jose and Core JJ all over the map. Morgan making sure that Surdy couldn't carry anything. And then obviously Quid and Yawn both putting up plenty of damage to get everything across the finish line. It never really felt super close. I mean, we mentioned how the first
It was like 7 minutes.
Yeah, first like 7 minutes of the game, nothing happened, and that was the closest that it was. As soon as anything started happening at all, TL immediately booms out to a 1,500 gold lead, and it just got worse and worse for DSG from there.
I think the thing that is impressing me most about TL really is their ability to snowball the game and move it forward. And it is so scary to lose a skirmish against this team because if you do lose that one fight, it feels like Core and Jose are going to ruin your game, right? If your bot lane falls behind, well, Core is going to be at every crab. He's going to be moving around the map with Jose. If your jungler falls behind, well, guess what? Your entire ward, your vision is all warded out. You know, you're in your jungle, you're getting invaded, you're getting chased out, and we have seen them then move around the map constantly, put pressure on mid, put pressure on enemy jungle, and then when the enemy support moves to actually try to cover that, well, Core and Jose are behind your ADC now. And now your ADC is getting dove bot, and now your ADC is getting zoned off waves. And it feels like they're able to do this so consistently that I really have been blown away by how they are playing. I said it last game, I'll say it again. I think Jose and Core right now, by far the best jungle support duo in the league. And they are playing at just a ridiculously high level. I feel like TL is looking the best they have looked since I want to say they're back-to-back championships.
Since the quadrupede.
Yep.
Yeah, that was certainly an impressive run in LCS history. I mean, it's the only LCS squad to ever do the 4P, right?
I feel like they haven't looked that good since.
Yeah,
like,
and this
it's crazy.
is just a nasty look. It's like they had their performances at MSI where the only games that they lose are against T1, and they're like, wait a second, if we put our minds to it, we actually are the real deal.
Well, and the thing about that is Yawn was playing pretty poorly in that series, and now Yawn is playing really well. Yawn was playing pretty poorly last split. It's not just some cope of be like, I just didn't perform against the T1. Yeah. No, he wasn't playing well in LCS in split 1 or split 2, and he didn't play very well at MSI. And he is playing really well, and he was supposed to be the guy, right? This is who they were kind of rebuilding around, was Yawn and Core. And so when Yawn is back to, playing at a really, really high level, and Quid and Morgan are playing at an insane level, and Jose, who was kind of the expected, I want to say almost weak link at the start of the year. People are like, we didn't get inspired. That sucks. Like, how's Jose going to do? He wasn't that good on FlyQuest before. Well, Jose is an MVP candidate. Back-to-back splits. He's playing insane. So now everyone, it feels like, is playing at that ridiculously high level, and I feel like if you put this TL in that series, they're winning some games.
Yeah, TL is certainly looking ferocious. Let's catch up with where we are in the draft. Bans are already done for the first half. Cassiopeia, Nocturne, Vi banned out by TL. Disguised getting rid of that Jose Diodo, Lee Sin alongside Akali and Poppy. DSG elected for first pick. Team Liquid's on the blue side. TL are going to go for that Lucian there for Yon. They've got Jose Diodo on the Pantheon right beside it. Meanwhile, Disguised, they first picked the Olaf. I mentioned in game number 1 how this has become more and more popular. It's very blindable now. You also have the Caitlyn Bard bottom lane for DSG. You've got Lucian Nami bottom lane for TL. Now here's where I'm at, Azale. I feel like normally Caitlyn Bard is one of those really oppressive laning duos that you can try to use to keep other powerful lanes like a Lucian Nami in check. But we talked a little bit about it last game. Yon and Core JJ are on fire recently, and unfortunately for DSG, I feel like individually ranked, if you took a tier list
They're on fire too, just in a different way.
Yeah, if you took a tier list of all 8 starting players across the LCS, I think Sajed would be the rank 8 AD carry and Lions would be the rank 8 support. So that means there is so much pressure on this Caitlyn Bard against this Lucian Nami, because if it goes bad, brother, it's going bad.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And I also think it's really interesting because in Tier 1, this split, there has been one Nami play. And you probably know who played it. It was Core. Core brought it out last time, and I think it's actually a really smart adaptation. These days in pro play, when you see Lucian, Melio is coming, and you know that, right? And Melio is generally a lot weaker into some of these kind of range versus range matchups. He really does have a lot of success against the melee champions, denying the engage. That's where he's
kind of fire kick.
Exactly. That's where he's getting a lot of that edge. And if they try to go for all in, you have double shield with warm hugs. You have healing, obviously. You have the additional range from Cozy Campfire. So there's a lot of power, not to mention the Breath of Life. They're fun names. I love them. Yeah. But Nami is much more of a champion that is lane dominant and also really strong in these range versus range matchups because of the additional sustain, because of the poke, and these short trades that can be so powerful with the Lucian. So it is really interesting to see them go towards it. They have played it once, they dominated that game, and I'm going to be interested to see how it goes here against Sajed and Lions.
All right, second half of the bans are done now too, with the Azir and Wukong being banned away by Team Liquid. Disguised getting rid of the Vayne and the Jax. Double bans focused towards Morgan to try to protect that Surdy Olaf, set Surdy up for success here in the game, as we have Team Liquid picking up Ryze for their mid laner, and we do have the Orianna and Sejuani locked in for Call Me and for Cryra.
It's an old combo, but it is a good one. Sejuani plus melee solo laner is a very powerful 2v2. And I just think you should be playing towards Surdy, right? I've felt like that. He is their main win condition. I think that he is the best player right now as far as, their carries are concerned by far on their team. And don't believe the Fiora. I'm not going to believe you at all. Kled would be pretty cool. Kled definitely can beat Olaf early. You definitely have the ability to do that. I do think if you do not get ahead, as are true of almost every single Kled matchup in the game, things get tough. This champion sucks from behind. This champion is
he doesn't do much of anything except fall off his lizard.
You just ult in and then die. Like it is definitely rough. If you start losing lane, it is like, all right, time to just go around the map and try to start up fights. But that being said, you have obviously the built-in healing debuff. With your bear trap on a rope, when you get that pull, it does apply grievous wounds. That is really nice. And you can trade very aggressively into the Olaf, depending upon your remount, right? Olaf wants to take these really aggressive fights, but especially once you hit 2, you can hold that skill point, fight until you dismount, level up your W, basically use that as a one-time active, get the instant remount, and you can put Olaf in a really difficult position as a result, where Olaf is down low early and then just kind of has to rely on just throwing axes to farm, and then you run out of mana. So it can be a pretty beneficial matchup to Kled early, and I'm curious to see how he plays it.
Yeah, I love really minor mechanics like that impact very specific things in very specific matchups in League of Legends. I mean, less than 1% of the time on anything for any reason are you going to hold your skill point, except for, previous level 1 invades before the spawn timers on things were changed, right? But I like how that works. It also, to me, poses the question of, are junglers going to try to get involved earlier than normal? If you're Cryra, are you trying to make sure that you're around early in case there is some super early aggressive play from Morgan on the Kled?
Also very cool. First time Morgan has brought it out in his career. I just double checked, and so it is going to be his first Kled game. Kled, as you know, one of my favorite champs.
Yes, sir.
I haven't been playing it as much recently, but I was on a huge Kled click for a while where I was just playing.
You played it with me before.
Yeah, and I
smashed people with it.
I was playing Kled in all roles. I was just playing Phil Kled. No matter where I was going, I was playing Kled, and it is a really fun champ. And I'm curious to see how Morgan does pilot it because it is so feast or famine. It's one of the reasons I really like watching Broken Blade as a player because he is a big Kled enthusiast, brings it out in the Scion matchup, and so it's cool to see this in to Olaf, which Olaf is just becoming so popular in the pro play meta, so people have got to experiment with some of these counter picks.
Well, maybe T1 should have taken some advice from you and watched some Broken Blade Kled VODs before they played against G2 there back at MSI, because anybody who might have missed out on that one, Broken Blade Kled certainly had the time of his life in that series against T1. But into this game, we will keep an eye on Morgan. Ignite here in the top lane. You already mentioned how, yes, you've got the Grievous Wounds with Bear Trap on a rope, but now you've got even more of that kill potential, that kill threat. As you can see, Surdy does have early control over the wave, over the lane here. Will hit level 2 before his opponent. Also worth noting, of course, the Olaf double mobility summoner spells with the Flash and the Ghost. So the only TPs we're going to be seeing out of that top lane this game will be the ones enabled by the quest. Quid also running Ghost here on his mid lane Rise, as Yon and Core hit level 2 and immediately go forward after Sajed and Lions.
Yeah, nice sidestep there from the Piltover Peacemaker. Yon just kind of dodges to the side. And does take a headshot for his troubles, but Lions, yes, they got the wave in, but he took so much damage that it is a pretty difficult spot for them. Core is low on mana, but I mean, Yon is very, very healthy. Lions is low on mana as well, and Lions is just going to head back to base. So it should be a pretty easy reset here for Yon and Core. And Yon is, of course, playing First Strike, so a little bit less early kill threat compared to if you're playing PTA or something like that, but it scales really well and is a lot of power later on.
Plus, in North America, for those of y'all who remember years in the past, there was a long time when North America Lucian was very, very just shameful. Was not a good pick. Every time you saw it, you were just groaning out loud. Yon was one of our players who kind of broke that stereotype. He earned his right to lock in the Lucian, and so I always enjoy seeing him on this pick.
And Morgan, if we can click on Morgan, you can see his skill order. He's level 3. He has 2 skill points, so he's holding onto the W, so he is playing for that. I assume he'll put 2 points in Q. Yep, there's the 2 points in Q. He's still holding that skill point. So now he's going to just try to fight and force this interaction where Surdy has to fight him. He gets the dismount, and then he's going to level up his W and get an insta remount. You really want to try to force it off of a bear trap on the rope. So he hits that here. And if Surdy hits him, he knows he's going to take that trade. So Surdy doesn't want to dismount him just yet. But it's going to allow Morgan to just get this push in. And of course, you're eventually going to level the W, even if you don't get this force. But they might be able to even try to threaten a dive if Surdy's not careful.
Yeah, if they can get this dive going. Oh, but Kryra is here. And luckily, there is the ward in the brush from Jose Diodo to see the Sejuani. Morgan now has to be a little bit careful. Does sidestep the first undertow. Surdy about to pick up that second axe. Meanwhile, over in mid lane, it's Jose Diodo over the wall. Rune Prison to follow up the Pantheon stun. They make it so easy. Jose Diodo with the flash over the Raptor Pit wall gets first blood.
I mean, that is just a beautiful play here, and it's a multi-part play because he goes top. He puts the ward behind the top lane tier 1. They see Sejuani. He knows he cannot get counter ganked, so that allows him to go for the super aggressive play here. And Morgan hanging around. Of course, he's not playing TP. He's still holding that skill point. We'll see how long he holds it.
He's going to have this thing at level 6, dude. He's going to learn his R before he learns his W.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people literally will just hold this because it is so powerful to have for that 1v1. So Jose gets spotted, but he moves up here, gets a ward down. That spot's...
Oh, meanwhile, back alive, Sajed just barely surviving with the barrier, but the second shot from Lucian's double tap. Yon calculates it and guns down Sajed in the 2v2.
Wait, Lions had heal. Did it come up after he died, or did he just not
I
get
hope
off
it came up after he died. If that's, if that was available when Sajed fell, that is a massive blunder.
Yeah, especially, I mean, because it was double flashes there from TL, and the final auto, the passive auto, killed him. So if you have heal, he lives 100%, and they lose both their flashes. There's the W, and that Kled is running in.
All right. His violent tendencies are active. He finds the bear trap on a rope pull, and now the Kryra is up here for the top lane. Morgan with a nice flash away, escapes the Glacial Flail for now. Jose Diodo has arrived. They want to try to get something back, but Jose uses his stun on the Sejuani, and that means Surdy's able to go forward. Quid has arrived here with the Realm Warp. He's got the Ghost already active. Puts Kryra into Rune Prison. Surdy trying to go all out here with the Ragnarok, but no. Core JJ has also roamed up, so Team Liquid will take the fight there. They'll get the 2-for-1 over the extended play, only losing Morgan. It's a 4-1 game for TL.
Yeah, Morgan does end up going down. Of course, he did not have his bear. So heal is on cooldown if the UI can be trusted here. So it looks like it was probably still on cooldown, yeah. So it came up after, so
all right,
he is innocent. I'm not sure if he had any shrine charges or anything he could have healed him with, but that was a close one. And then we have this earlier replay. Morgan had not yet even been back to base, so he had no purchase. So even though we do get Jose up here, they chase a little bit aggressively. I think with Ryze moving, maybe Morgan could have played this a little bit more slowly, but Surdy gets in, the W flash from Kryra finishes him off, but even with him going down does not matter because Core has roamed up, Quid has roamed up, the Nami is out roaming the Bard, TL playing the map brilliantly as they have been all split long. You look bot, it is a disaster for DSG, and then after that top play, it is tough.
Ooh, Lions tries to get the binding, and they do land it onto Core JJ.
Ooh.
Follow a beautiful Glacial Prison from Kryra. Yawn survives with only a single hit, but Sajet ultimately takes him down. Yawn does get a return kill. The turret very heated up. Will execute Sajet from about half HP after Yawn hit him, so ends up being a 2-for-1, but that favors DSG.
Yeah, that is a great play from DSG, something they absolutely needed, because even with that, they're still down 1.5k at not even 7 minutes, but a great Q flash there coming out from Lions does tag Core JJ. They have the follow-up CC, and then Kryra with his level 6 hits Yawn, and that was very well played and a much-needed play here as well, because Quid definitely getting strong once again, and this guy has just been on fire.
And earlier, since we were posing the question about Lions with the heal, he was ultimately exonerated. Hold on now. Morgan's trying to get away with the charge, and he does manage to get the distance. He stayed in front of the Olaf, so there was no way to cancel that charge out. So that means Morgan stays alive as Sajet and Lions rotate up into the top side. But before any more action happens, I do just want to give credit over to the Team Liquid bottom lane for that kill that they got on Sajet earlier, calculating it right before the heal from Lions came up. That's what ultimately sealed the deal, and you can see that Team Liquid bottom lane happy to just take the absence of Sajet and Lions and farm up some plate money on this turret.
Yeah, exactly. And they see Surdy moving down there, but of course, plates being farmed, they look for a dive.
Yep, they immediately go in after Surdy, and the chain CC does so much damage. Surdy didn't have his Ragnarok ready. It was still on cooldown from earlier in the top side. So as soon as he gets down here, he's caught by the stun into the Aqua Prison. Immediate damage ready to follow up from Yawn. Surdy ran all the way down there only to get sent back home the hard way.
I mean, that was perfect.
Now Morgan's under the same type of pressure. Binding into the wall comes out from Lions. Following it up with a Glacial Prison here yet again. Kryra tanking up the turret. Morgan trying the best he can to remount in time. Kryra's low. Morgan's got the first kill there with the jousting. The Tempered Fate slowed the turret down for a moment, but it ain't gonna matter because Quid goes in and Sajed's in Rune Prison. He's about to fall once more. Another overload finds him. The barrier keeps him alive for an extra moment. Sajed's still gone. He dies to the projectile in the air while on the magical journey, and Team Liquid are doing it again.
I mean, this is just crazy, man. TL are too good. They had Morgan up on top side. They see that the lane swap is happening, so Core goes behind the tower bot, spots Surdy coming in. They perfectly time the ult from Jose as he arrives with no Ragnarok into the stun, into the bubble, dead instantaneously on arrival. Then Morgan outplays in the 1v3 on the top side, takes down the Sejuani. This is just incredible stuff here from TL, and you can see on the minimap, Core was already sprinting top after making the dive bot. They knew this was going to be coming in. Morgan just kites back here, has that W active. Also, notice how he put his back against the wall there for the shotgun, so you lose no time. You don't lose an auto because you're just knocking yourself back against the wall. It allows your next auto to come out that much faster, gets the remount. Quid arrives, chases him down, and the Spell Flux follows him through the portal, taking him out. Quid is everywhere once again, and this guy has been insane. I feel like he is in MVP form, and he has just been on fire for TL
Yeah, down in the bottom lane, it's Lions and Kryra trying to make another play here with a magical journey. They go through the wall. CoreJJ is stunned up, but Lions has to be careful of absorbing all of the pressure here from the calling, throwing a Glacial Prison back towards Yawn, who does stay alive with the barrier. CoreJJ even blocking him off here with the ace in the hole, and as this fight amounts to a whole lot of nothing, you saw those stats at the side of your screen. Quid making so many moves in the conversation already for potential MVP this split, and in our road show here in week 6, that's not next week, but the week after, he's going to be going up against Saint, who we'll see play tomorrow, as Sajed and Lions both try to get away off to the side, but it's Team Liquid in the enemy jungle yet again. They bring the full fury of all 5? Is that all 5? Do we have Morgan down here? No, Morgan's making his way over into mid. Now it's the full fury of all 5 as Calmy is under pressure. Jose Diodo flashing in, ready to follow. Calmy tries to get away with a nice 2-man shockwave.
God.
Morgan gonna drop the turret aggro there thanks to the dismount as Kryra. There's no punish he's going to get on Jose Diodo. That Pantheon is just stronger.
I mean, DSG just can't even breathe. They can't go anywhere. This is crazy. They're just getting stomped in every lane. TL moving around the map so incredibly well, finding pick after pick, play after play. It is non-stop. 10 kills in 11 minutes, a nearly 5,000 gold lead, 3 winning lanes, better coordination, better mechanics. It is just better everything from TL here today. They are looking amazing. And Morgan finds that really successful roam, again, coordinating with Jose. There's just no hesitation. They know their limits, it feels like, so precisely.
This is really fun stuff to watch from Team Liquid. This is just impeccable, impeccable team play. You've got your Titanic Hydra done now for Morgan. You got your Rod of Ages online and stacking for Quid. As once more, Lions going to look maybe for an opportunity to make something happen down here. Throws out the Cosmic Binding. No target on that one, as Quid can easily just walk away. We do have first Drake going over to the Team Liquid side. Nobody has gone after the grubs here just yet. Sajed, I feel like he's got to be so careful on this Caitlyn. I said at the start of the game, back in the draft, that Caitlyn and Bard are going to have to play so well to make this work, and it just hasn't happened here so far. CoreJJ with a nice tidal wave into the bubble, protecting himself. Sidesteps the Glacial Prison as well. Core and Yawn in the 2v3 end up winning out and force disguised back.
Yeah, well played there by Core. A little sidestep, the ulti into the bubble, and now Quid looking for Sajed.
DSG fans, avert your eyes because Jose Diodo is unstoppable. 5-0-2 on this Pantheon. Sajed, his 5th death in 12 minutes on the Caitlyn. The plan has not worked, and TL is up over 5K.
Man, legit, this game, and then the game last week where they played Lucian Nami against FlyQuest, against the Unara Lulu, I want to see a roll of how many kills behind the tower Jose was getting. It just feels like he is living behind the enemy AD carry, behind the tier 1 bot, constantly finding jungle camps, constantly zoning them off waves, constantly killing them. This has just been absolutely insane. I think Jose is, again, on an MVP split, and Sajed,
Oh, but it's still not going to work. The ace in the hole so weak it can't even break the barrier, but now Young going to get caught over the wall, potentially by Kryra. Tempered Fate forces the flash of the Team Liquid AD carry. Lions wanted to flash in, get that binding, but he won't get it. Instead, he gets bubbled. Lions is going to be first to die, and he may not die alone, as Jose and Quid are backing up Yawn. Low health bars on Team Liquid is just another opportunity to kill your opponents. Disguised cannot find a single avenue into this game.
I mean, you get them low, but you're just starting phase 2 of the fight. Everyone's jumping in like the
Elden
Avengers.
Ring, man.
It's crazy. You have Jose just flying in from the top rope, Morgan coming from somewhere, Realm Warp in from Rise. They are just arriving left, right, and center. DSG can find nothing. They can find no purchase in this game whatsoever. Surdy, he's doing fine in the 1v1, but it just does not matter because this game is just completely out of control. They're going to keep trying, though. 4 members, make it 5 as Sajed is heading up towards top as well, but
oh boy,
not sure if 5 is going to be enough because TL has 3.
I was going to say, I don't think it is. 3 versus 5. Team Liquid probably just wins those. Morgan's going to step back. He has all 4 stacks of the Sejuani stun on him, but you can see how much he cares. He steps back up to just farm the minions. And now DSG recognize, okay, this play didn't work. They got to send Call Me down to the bottom lane because Quid is crashing the wave into the tier 2 turret. And now these Void Grubs, 14 minutes and 35 seconds into the game. These are some very late Void Grubs, about as late as they can possibly be. Jose Dioto has already grabbed the first. He'll grab the second, and he will secure the third. And then honestly, you just wait for 10 seconds in the pit, and you've got another objective to pick up right there waiting.
Yeah, but before that, they are heading down towards the Dragon here. And TL, it's starting to feel like there's not a lot of champs you can give them. I mean, you're chain banning out Jose, but Quid, every time he plays Rise, this guy's Mr. Worldwide. He's ganking every lane. He's winning his mid lane. He's coordinating with Jose. He is playing brilliantly, and Quid himself said he thinks he is playing the best he has since he won MVP in spring of 2024. And I agree. He is looking really, really strong. Quid, I think, was not living up to expectations in the first couple splits after joining TL. This guy was kind of like the blockbuster signing of the offseason.
Everybody wanted him.
Exactly.
Even the French.
Yeah, even the French. Europe was after him. Everyone was after him. And TL was the one who won the Quid Lotto. But it was feeling like they lost a lot to taxes once they cashed in that lottery ticket.
Just a quick government hand in the pocket there.
Yep. But, he's scaling. He's looking incredible here once again. And it has been kind of just a total mindset shift for TL. They didn't click immediately. And I remember talking to some of the TL members and hearing them in interviews, and they're kind of like of this mindset that they joined a team with such good players, and they're like, oh, well, when I played against TL, Yon always carried. Oh, when I played against 100 Thieves, oh, Quid always carried. Or when I play, and they're all kind of just like, well, I'm up 5 CS. I won my lane. Like, I don't need to do anything crazy. Yeah. The other guy will get it across the finish line. And so they weren't pushing their advantages in the ways that they had in the past, but I feel like now everyone is kind of taking their own individual ownership, looking for angles to carry the game, looking for angles to push things forward, and that has resulted in a TL that looks like this.
Yeah, I'm not going to act like I know what all the conversations behind the scenes look like and kind of the revelations that these guys have had as a team. But what I do know is that whatever it is working, right? Oh, yeah. This is clearly 5 guys who are on the same page, who have the same goals, who are coming to agreeable conclusions. Even if there is disagreements in what they're doing, they ultimately seem to align on some plan of attack very quickly.
And something I really kind of got to give quite a bit of credit to is it does feel like TL has also kind of changed the vibe of the team quite a bit as DSG maybe going to look for a play here on Quid.
Yeah, Quid flashing away immediately and popping the ghost as Sajet is under pressure yet again. I'm sorry, Sajet. Yeah. But every time we pan over to this guy, it's just another kill coming through. DSG will find the shutdown onto Quid, though, and that could be very impactful. Now Kryra trying to get himself away through the magical journey. Jose ready to follow, bound up into the wall there by the Cosmic Binding. A little bit more damage is plenty enough. The Tempered Fate is way too late as Jose Dioto goes on yet another killing spree. 6-0-2 for the Pantheon. Hop inside the car. Where are we driving, my friend? Straight down Disguised Lane, and it is not their territory any longer. This tier 2 turret just about to crumble. Objective bounty claimed up there in the top side, at least the one objective for Disguised this entire game long. They've got no Drakes. They've got no Grubs. They've got no Herald. They got a tier 1 turret, and that's it. 8K lead, 18 minutes on the clock for TL. It's about to be even more. Call me flashing away just to stay alive.
If you want some good news, I don't have any. If you want some bad news for DSG, watch the inventory of Yon as he goes back to base.
Okay, I'm watching the inventory. My eyes are on the items.
Click the buttons, Yon. He's waiting.
Okay.
He had 2,800 gold in pocket.
Ooh,
so
yeah, that's a
tough.
lot.
That is definitely tough. As basically his entire gold lead he had not spent yet. So
it's like, holy cow, man.
Yeah, he is very, very fed. But yeah, I mean, TL was always kind of known as like a super serious team, super try-hard team, Korean work ethic. They're going to be grinding. They're going to be taking it really serious. But I feel like they are seeming more like friends now. Like they're more relaxed. They're more vibing. And I got to give a lot of credit to Jose for that because Jose, I think, is just such a positive force on the team. And has really been able to change things for the better.
Well, now Morgan getting jumped on, but it's not going to matter. He stays alive here with a dismount for now. He does ultimately fall there to Surdy, who is immediately killed by Jose Dioto. Call Me trying to take the teleport to get away, but Kryra can't do the same. So Call Me barely survives. They do get their kill onto Morgan, but it costs them Surdy and Kryra together, as well as Call Me's retreat, meaning more map control for the Team Liquid side. Oh, no, not again. Hold on. Let's see. Quid. He's going after him.
He's walking
the rise
quickly
is
in his
pretty
direction.
fast. Oh, Jose Dioto and Core JJ are also coming in to cut him off. In the arms of the angels. Okay, hold on. Maybe he's going to get away. Through the magical journey yet again. All right, Sajed lives. Let's go. DSG, they got him out of the hot spot. It was an escort quest, and they passed it.
Chris Paul hits a huge 3 to cut the lead down to 42.
Look, man, you take what you can get in a game like this. You take what you can get. Jan versus Call Me is going to turn into a 2v1 here real quick. Jan trying to step forward towards the brush, but there's no way out once 30 arrives. Nice shutdown. Kill credit over to Call Me.
There you go. Back
He's
to
got
back.
a gold lead. He's ahead of Quid.
He is. Facts.
Yeah.
Mid-gap.
For sure.
Jan completes his LTR and buys a big sword. So that is something.
large sword.
Yes. A powerful sword indeed. But remember, TL is one of our best teams. You know where the best teams go?
Probably
They
the
go.
Gas South Arena.
The Gas South Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. You know where we're going to go? The Gas South Arena.
South Arena.
And you know where you should be going? The Gas South Arena.
Hell yeah, brothers and sisters. See you there. As these guys are not going to the Gas South Arena, they're going straight after Disguise. Team Liquid going forward yet again. The Tempered Fate at least slows them down enough to get Disguised out of danger. But Azale, we've got 10 seconds on the clock until the next Drake spawns. We have DSG afraid to enter their own jungle because Team Liquid are just going to be there first. Call Me at least trying to get whatever minions he can down here in the bottom lane. Does have 2.5 items here on the Orianna with the Blackfire Torch and Leandri's double burn itemization. Has the Blighting Jewel in inventory for that magic penetration as well. But look at Jose Dioto's inventory. He's got his core of Sundered Sky and Black Cleaver, and he's got the pieces of his Guardian Angel as TL go for this dragon.
I mean, it makes sense to be scared, because if you were a Chihuahua, would you want to be fighting that dog?
The Chad Doge.
Would you want to?
One of his pectoral muscles is bigger than the entire Chihuahua.
It's true.
It's scary stuff, but he can probably hold on now. Potential catch onto Jan. A lot of burst damage on the Lucian. Beautiful shockwave to pull him back. Call Me goes on a rampage. DSG finally one of these attempts at one of the VIP targets on Team Liquid pays off, and they get a shutdown.
Well, that's huge. There you go. They get another kill. It is an 8K gold lead though for TL. 16-7. Yep. 3 dragons in their favor. 3 grubs. At least they're getting some kills. You know, they're getting a little bit gold. They're still trying. They're still out there fighting it out, but TL are just looking so damn good right now. Jan has to be a little bit careful, though, a little bit respectful, because the only thing DSG can do at this point, obviously, is just group 4 or 5 and just hard send it on someone.
Just YOLO it, yeah.
So, you know, maybe they need to be a little bit more respectful of that. Wait until they can see people in other lanes, then push forward, because anything that's even close to an even number fight, TL is going to win, right?
Yeah, there's no shot.
Exactly. You just need to make sure that it's not like a 2v5. A 2v3, that's probably completely fine.
I honestly think TL could win a 3v5 at this point. But if
Which 3 are you taking? Who are your guys?
Who are my guys? I'm taking. Give me Morgan, give me Quid, and then give me anybody else. I think it'll work just fine. Call Me's already got the kill there on Jan, though, as Team Liquid is coming in looking to take the potential 4v5 right after. Jose Dioto going after Call Me as Morgan has already killed off Lions. Call Me going to be your next target. Realmore better to reset the positions of everyone else as Sajed has also fallen. Call Me on the run, Morgan on the chase. Jose Dioto ready to try to cut him off as Quid goes over the wall. Kryra immediately stunned up by the Pantheon. Gunned down by the rest of TLAW. The law has come to town, and Disguised are going down. It's Team Liquid picking up another team fight 4-1.
There is just no escape for DSG. They get another pick onto Jan, who seems to be getting bullied a little bit here, but TL come in, they get their revenge, and Jan having a laugh there on the player cam. As you can see all TL laughing about it a little bit. He's like, oh, Jan, you died again?
These guys, they're ganging up on Jan on the playground. They're kicking his ass, and then his 4 cousins come to town and tell him that that's probably not the way they should behave.
They beat up the little Chihuahua, and then you look over your shoulder, the big Doge.
The big Doge. Ready to rock and roll. 10,000 gold lead for Team Liquid.
Made a mistake today, brother.
Oh, and that mistake is going to keep on hurting. We've got ourselves 2.5 minutes until the next dragon comes up. Surdy trying to stand and fight up against Quid, but immediately forced back. Seraph's Embrace Shield going to keep Quid alive. Jose Dioto shows up, and Call Me is just forced to realize the gravity of his mistakes. Jan on the side here with a culling, takes off half of Kryra's HP. Surdy still getting away for now. Jan has flash. He's hasted by Core JJ. How does he want to play this? He dashes forward. Kryra's already down. Tidal wave there onto Sajed. Caught up in the Aqua Prison. Jan still dying.
Quid is laughing, man.
Oh, why am I having so much fun with this? All right, Jose Dioto's running in, trying to.
You know what?
Trying
You know
to
what I
get another
realized
kill.
after that? After seeing that 1v3 bot?
What?
Quid might only need one more guy. He might not even
Maybe he
need the
does
third.
just need. But Quid and Morgan versus all of DSG.
I give him even odds.
Yeah, I actually think it's pretty close as a 2v5. All right, Morgan's going in. The charge. Jose Dioto right behind him. Yeah, the Tempered Fate locks up Team Liquid, but Lions is locked in there with him. Now he's the first to die. Calmy's going to be your second target. Jose Dioto alive for now. Will resurrect with the Guardian Angel, but he's on the steps of the enemy team's fountain. He will drop. Nice use of the cupcake there from the Caitlyn as this mid lane inhibitor almost dead. One more plink. There it is. The cannon minion getting it done. MVP.
We'll say, I think they're getting a little bit fast and loose. And Jose told us there was no more just farming them for kills, 50-3 scrims. Well, we have 25 kills in 25 minutes just from TL.
Yeah, this one feels like a scrim.
This one feels,
this one feels like a scrim.
Maybe having a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah, perhaps. League of Legends is a video game. Video games are fun, right?
At times, depending on the game.
True.
And the teammates of the game.
Yeah. But this seems like they're all having fun. You see their player cams.
They
It's just five dudes sitting on the couch playing party games.
It's all a matter of perspective.
Yeah.
Do you think PSG is having fun?
No.
Exactly.
Probably
there you
not.
Go. As I said, all depends on the game and the teammates in the game.
Yeah, that's not a very fun party over there at the DSG LAN as they try to hold on, but it's 10 seconds on the clock until the dragon spawns. It'll be Infernal Soul for Team Liquid. Their Baron's going to expire right after that Drake is live. Defensive Glacial Prison from Kryra. He does get away, but now that ulti's no longer available. Core JJ caught up in the Tempered Fate. Morgan knocked off his Lizard. As the tidal wave flies forward, Kryra down to half HP. Another Comet Spear flies out. Core JJ targeted with Ace in the hole. Nobody bothers to block it. Nobody cares. Core JJ's down to half health. DSG's down in the bot side river. At least Kryra's starting up the Drake. Recall from Morgan. He doesn't have his teleport, so he's just going to walk back out to the fight now. So, yeah, he's got the ult. The charge is ready to go. Core JJ with a flash away. Jose Dioto here jumping in after Calmy. Throws out the shield, defending himself for now. The Dragon still at about half HP. DSG looking for their opportunity. Surdy goes in. Surdy goes down. Jan staying alive for now. Quid behind enemy lines as Morgan grabs the kill on Sajed. Quid should probably die here. The raid boss is down, but what about the ads? Jose Dioto tries to get a little bit of vengeance as Lions and Calmy and Kryra, they're all alive, but they can't do anything about this Infernal Soul going the way of Team Liquid. It's a 2-for-1 trade favoring TL. Morgan just wants to get the blue buff to add insult to injury. Kryra will stun him up, does manage to buy enough time to Arctic Assault back over the wall, but that's Infernal Soul, Team Liquid.
Yep, 10K gold lead, Infernal Soul, 27 minutes in here. Honestly, the fight was kind of closer than you would expect given the state of the game. As they almost killed off Jan, Sajed flashed forward, tried to finish him off, just didn't quite have the damage. And on the side, we did see Quid get taken down, but it just has not mattered. TL, they are feeling inevitable, and Jose and Jan maintaining absolutely enormous gold leads, nearly 5,000 in the favor of Jan, 4K in the favor of Jose. And TL are looking really, really good.
Team Liquid is the Avengers Infinity War Thanos that wins.
Okay.
Except Jan is being turned into the Avengers in-game beginning of the movie Thanos, who gets his head chopped off because that's all that DSG is doing. They're just trying to chop off Jan's head while he's sitting at the farm. But
we chop off Jan's head enough times,
then eventually
we can win.
We end up in the timeline where we win, right? Unfortunately, that's not how the movie goes, and that's also not how this game goes. Is going.
I mean, DSG are holding on, but they're like a climber, you know, and they're at the top of a very tall cliff, and they're only holding on with their pinky.
And they forgot to attach the rope thing.
They have no rope.
The rope thing was accidentally left at base camp.
And you're hearing the thunder in the background.
It's like, oh no. My rope thing. Where is it at? That's got to be a rough feeling.
It's tough. Tough out there.
We got 30 seconds until Baron spawns, though. Elder Dragon, I feel like we're at the same spot that we were in the last game, where if you're disguised, you're just kind of clenching and hoping that you can get to an Elder Dragon fight to try to win that. But Kryra's on the front line, nearly killed at the very start. Big Tempered Fate locks up everybody. Kryra still almost dead, but he'll be the second to fall as his AD carry is down here too. Sajed taken out. Lion's going to be the third to die as Surdy barely gets away. It's only solo laners left alive on DSG, but I can't even finish my sentence before Morgan finishes the last remnants of the health bar on Call Me. As Team Liquid, they're 5 strong in the enemy base. They've made their way onto the Nexus turrets. It's not even 30 minutes on the clock. As Surdy is your last target, gets to the steps of the fountain, does buy a Seeker's arm guard just to see if he can stay alive. But even then, it won't even be a 30-minute game. Team Liquid will easily 2-0 disguised.
32 kills, 29 minutes, 2-0 here for TL. As this is the last time we'll see them before their road trip down to Mexico, where we're going to get to see them fighting off against Lion. That is what everyone is excited about. That is also going to be the expected return of Inspired. It's going to be, Quid versus Saint, clearly our best 2 mid laners. Jose has looked like the best jungler in the league for sure, but Inspired's going to be back. There's going to be so many exciting battles. I am hyped up for week 6. TL will have a bye week next week to facilitate the additional matches that they're going to be playing in week 6, but of course, I think all eyes on that. It really does feel like whoever wins between TL and Lion are a lock for first in the regular season.
And of course, we're going to love seeing when eventually they meet in the playoffs as well. This is just the top 2 in LCS, and it doesn't feel particularly close. And now with that series all wrapped up, easy peasy for TL, let's toss it on back to the lounge.
Woo! 32 kills in under 30 minutes just for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Your fantasy team is
undefeated.
looking great.
It was a good strategy to all in Team Liquid. I want to hear what Jan has to say, though, about the scrims being a little bit better, about how they're not playing super aggressively, and they dropped a 32 ball.
They just, that was pretty damn aggressive.
Yeah.
I feel like that goes counter against everything they've said thus far.
A little bit. Jan!
Woo!
Welcome.
Why am I here again?
Well, because,
we have a little
we have some
thing we
questions.
need to address.
We have some questions for you.
Yes.
You did die the most on your team that game.
Yeah.
Would you like to explain why?
They were out for me. This motherfucker didn't kills me. Even at the end when I'm screaming, cleanse, maybe I misspoke. Maybe he didn't understand. But I'm screaming for cleanse, and he just didn't do it. He said, I got you next time.
Next time?
Next time never came. When I died mid, he said, next time I got you.
I think he's doing it on purpose.
He's doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
He's trolling you actively.
Spooks was looking at the back of your head during one of the drafts. We heard that. What's going on there?
Yeah.
He's lying on his ass. Where is he?
You're not balding? He says you look good.
That doesn't sound convincing. He said you look good.
We have imagined what you would look like if you are in fact balding.
You tell me.
Production,
take a look.
They made the shot.
We have an actual. Is that an actual? TV?
It's a bald cap, man. Chill out.
It's a bald cap.
Wait, that isn't even Photoshop.
That's actually just what you look. That is you.
That is just a bald cap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does it look so natural?
Did you like that look?
Is this what you guys brought me on for?
It was Raz's idea.
Is that the only reason I'm here?
It's possible. It's possible. But also, just talk about how it's been so far. You guys have been pretty loose. And also, I thought you guys weren't going to be dropping 20, 30 bombs, but this was a very, very, very active game.
Yeah, I think that was quite hectic.
Yeah.
I think people were having too much fun. Maybe I died a little bit. I died the most, you said?
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, at one point it was true. But so did Sajed. So everyone, the 80 carries were just having a rough one.
Allegedly, you said that the solo laners have been the ones that have changed the most different from the Korea trip. But they accused you to be the most different since the Korea trip, that you've liked it in Korea the most.
Koreans are great at gaslighting. I'm American. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Who do you think got player of the game for this one? I see you looking at the screen.
You've been here more times, you know where it is.
Oh, they scrolled up. Yeah, they don't want you looking.
Maybe, it's hard to pick, but I think Quid.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, you nailed it. There we go.
Yes, it is Quid. Quid Rise is aggressive. I mean, Jose Diodo had 12, 13 kills on Pantheon. I mean, it was just a crazy game. I do want to ask, what are you guys going to be working on the most in the next 2 weeks? Because you have a week off and then you go to play 2 games in Mexico City. So what are you preparing for with your undefeated record?
To be honest, we've been working like just like 1 or 2 things at a time, so I'm not too sure what will be next.
Okay.
Hopefully, Spawn will have some stuff because he'll be in person next week.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And he'll be joining you in Mexico? Awesome.
In your opinion, what is the thing you need to work on the most? Because I know it can be really hard to kind of focus inwardly when you guys are stomping so hard.
To be honest, we just, like I said, we were also just mainly working on like 1 or 2 specific things on like each day kind of thing. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there's not like one
Not
thing
like one
you can
thing.
pick
We're just
out?
like, let's just focus on this, guys. It's been a problem for like a couple days, something like that.
Okay.
What are you expecting going into Mexico City, having to go up against Lion that has won 2 titles so far this year in LCS? But this is going to be, I'm assuming, the first time that Inspired is going to be playing the split.
Yeah, assuming Inspired is coming this week.
I'm assuming that.
Assuming? He'll probably be here by this week, right?
He's
Or,
not playing
sorry,
this week,
next
but he'll be
Next
there
week,
in
yeah.
2 weeks for sure. Yeah.
They're still a good team, so excited to be the first team to play versus them? Second?
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Who's first?
I wouldn't know.
You that
I'm assuming
weekend.
you.
Yeah, but
it's
I don't
you
know
guys.
who's playing because there's
Yeah,
2
exactly,
weeks.
because it's Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. Maybe it's us. I don't know. It'll be fun.
Okay, well, Jan, thank you very much for seeing you. We're not going to see you for 2 weeks.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad you guys really
Unless you're
brought, you
broadcast.
guys couldn't have brought Morgan here. Yeah.
No, could not have. We talked to him last week. All right, thank you, Jan. Shopify vs. Dig is up next for the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3. We'll see you there.
Let me see your hairline.
I saw that.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They're looking for guys. We should
I
time.
wanna fight
Go,
mid.
go.
I wanna
Fighting, fighting mid.
I ulti heal. Ori no shockwave.
Shiba.
Ori no shockwave.
Go, go, go.
I'm on Ori.
Fight it in the flash.
Part ulti. Ori no shockwave.
Ah. My Chunga is like, man, it's so fucking annoying. I did the average this time. Yeah, this is the first time Swall Core.
Part up.
You guys go burn.
TLAW, the law has come to town and disguised are going down. It's Team Liquid picking up another team fight 4-1.
Welcome to the Ultimate Grudge Match
Bowl Part 3! Let's go! Okay, there we go.
For people that don't know, this is a grudge match. More specifically, we set it up between Palafox and
It's not
and
just
Contracts.
a grudge match.
The Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3.
There it is, oh my God.
I keep saying Part 2
Yes,
because Part 2 was last time. But this will decide who wins the Ultimate Grudge Match.
Yes, and of course, as per usual, you end up winning this bowl and the series. I think the series is very
Last
incredible.
time we have money, I think we've traded a more secure trophy for the lack of money. I don't know if I like that.
I don't like that. It needs to be beat up. We need like stitches or something
We got
on
to
it.
hand Palafox some wads of cash the first time he won it.
That's true. And I hope he doesn't believe that's legal tender. I hope he doesn't believe that.
We should put our faces.
That would be scary. But yeah.
You don't want to be a currency?
I do not.
I think it'd be fun.
I feel like with every trilogy, you need like someone to come in and just like big it up. Dardoch is that member, but of course it's going to be, I think we got an interview. It's an interview with Jad, so let's take it away,
With
Jad.
the Ultimate Grudgers.
Let's see if we can work.
Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl, Part 3, Palafox, formerly of Shopify, now on Dignitas. The current record this year is 1-1. So how, tell me about the importance of this grudge match contracts.
Honestly, it's not that important. Just another LCS day. I mean, if we win, we make playoffs guaranteed. So that's a pretty big accomplishment here for us in terms of solidifying our future. But to be honest, it's just another day.
Do you want to stop that from happening?
I mean, I fucking hate Shopify. We gotta win. I just can't lose to these guys again,
I mean, I don't think I'm gonna lose to a guy that doesn't wear shoes. So this guy's got no shoes on. Oh shit!
He said, "I hope they don't show the shoes."
Yeah,
and
I did it on purpose. Yeah.
That was off camera. My goodness, the grudges go deep. What do you have to do today, gameplay-wise, to win contracts?
Probably not much. I think they'll probably enter the games away for us. But I can probably, Christian gets a little bit emotional when there's no vision around mid, so maybe deny some vision.
Same question to you.
Honestly, I think I just got a nut in team fights and we'll win. I think that's it. I don't think Shopify does anything special. So
there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the Grudge Match Bowl, Part 3. Starting next. Since the dawn of time in 2013, North America's premier League of Legends league has been there to witness history. Sometimes the proverbial butterfly wings of NA League flap so mightily that the course of fate changes with it. This week in the LCS, fate is in the hands of the players as the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl is back for its most explosive bout yet. How does the outcome of Shopify versus Dignitas blow the winds of change so strongly? When they first played in Lock-In, Dignitas' decisive victory over Shopify saw a Palafox clapping so incisive that both United States hockey teams claimed gold at the Winter Olympics, while American Alyssa Liu, or should I say, Dignitas' jungler Spica, dominated the free skate to win the gold. What would have happened had Palafox not gone 8-4-8 on Azir? When Spring Split rolled around, the Rebellion were ready to answer with a sweep of their own. With a performance so mesmerizing, it would inspire the NASA astronauts on the Artemis II barely a week later to successfully complete the farthest distance traveled in deep space by humans. Surely, without contracts going 6-0-10 on Xinzhou in Game 1, NASA would have abandoned the mission. But how do the Knicks, winning the NBA Finals for the first time in 53 years, or Spain defeating Argentina in the World Cup Final, affect the legacies of Palafox and contracts? Does that diminish the run of 2023 NRG? Time will tell. Is the downfall of Messi a bad omen for the continued success of Palafaker at the height of Palafox Summer? Or is Spain's victory an omen of the razor-sharp margins this best-of-3 is about to play out on? Will New York's blue and orange be a burden to the longtime NorCal sports fan contracts, or is his smiting prowess the reason the Knicks are where they are in the first place? Does Dardok's fateful return to the LCS provide an eerie sense of deja vu? Or was this strand of fate necessary to weave so that NA could become the third best region in the world at MSI? Inspired by the thankless work of their peers, only time will tell what great feat this upcoming match will stimulate. As the LCS hosts its third edition of the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl.
Hello and welcome everybody to your second series of Saturday, the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3. Yeah, Kangas and Kobe on the cast for a momentous occasion in LCS history here. We get the trifecta, Kobe, the trilogy.
I like how Contracts was trying to downplay it.
Yeah.
He said, oh, it doesn't matter at all. But Christian came with the fire. Palafox, boom, bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
He was trying to reignite the passion here. I like it. Palafox never wants to lose to Shopify, ever. Let's see what happens here. Obviously, for catching everybody up, the impetus for all of this production, Zinni replaced Palafox. He's the only player that Shopify kicked and tried to replace, and you know, we'll see if Palafox can once again get his revenge.
And I gotta say, Palafox Summer, are you feeling the heat, Kobe? He's been looking better, at least in the Game 1 so far. We'll talk more on that later, than Zinni has as well, because Zinni hasn't fully slotted into that Shopify comfort zone. My eyes will still be on him, because Contracts kind of mentioned a win here means that they lock in playoffs. They would be 3-1 going into that weekend in Mexico City, playing up against the big dogs, as we like to call them. That'd be a lot of momentum going for them, but still the cohesion from this team is something that we're keeping track of. Are they improving as a year goes on? So far, I'd say a little bit. They're getting better. Technically, they are getting better. They got playoffs last split, and now they've already beaten Sentinels this time. Can they take down Dignitas, the next hurdle?
I like it. The big question, and you're like, maybe.
A little bit.
All right,
Somewhat.
so let's catch right back it, because Palafox, a lot of these very big games that he has had so far this split have been game number 1. And so a lot of them have also been with Orianna, which Shopify was their first ban, you know, targeting him. And so they decided to go with the Cassiopeia, which has been very flexible, can easily slot it down to FBI in the bottom lane if they don't get a good matchup here for the mid lane angle for Palafox.
Also, our amazing stats guy Leo's checking into Contracts claim just to make sure that we can get confirmation, because that would be a cool statement game then for Shopify if they're able to do that. It's going to be Lucian Emilio locked in here for Shopify Rebellion's bot lane versus potentially that Cassiopeia for FBI. If you believe in still the Mage's bot lane. Those changes, though, all those 80 carries, getting those magic resist buffs, and also some of the itemization changes coming in here.
Yeah, it's definitely very good for the 80 carries here. And Lucian Emilio, such a powerful bottom lane, really trying to slam the priority early here. You can go a couple routes into it, and it looks like Dignitas are going to go the double poke, the Ezreal Karma here. This hinges, Kangas, as you know, on hitting all of your spells really early on here. If you can land your Mystic shots, if you can land your empowered Qs from the Karma, try and get your poke damage here, try and get that push in. Try and get that control on the bottom half of the map, which is going to be really big between these two teams, with the importance of these two bottom lanes.
And then an answer in kind here for the mid lane. No, it's actually going to pivot away from the Ahri and towards the Jace instead. Now remember, Contracts has played this to allow for a carry for Fudge, but this is also one of Fudge's kind of tried and true classics.
Yes, sir, it is. And Kangas, if you want to call the crazy shots, then you would even go as far as to say Jace is a 4-roll, flex pick, because you saw Berserker do really well with it, and then you would have to put Lucian mid. So you would have to call a crazy parlay here. If
you believe the Jace Melio bot lane? Is that real?
Yeah. So you can,
I'm going to press X to that on that one, Kobe.
You would have to mess up everything in order to do it, but you could do it. All right.
Melio top.
Let's get back into it. It's kind of interesting here. Still banning the Olaf. We did see in LEC, Broken Blades Olaf was absolutely pummeled by Jace early on, and then they dove him under tower, and he was got down to like up to 4,000 gold. I think was the biggest discrepancy in that game, but they're gonna ban it out anyway. Olaf has been hard to deal with for most teams if you don't have a really good jungler intervention. And the Jax and the Kled have been the premier answers. But we'll get back over to answering the Cassio, since that was the thing that Dignitas did reveal in deciding, hey, we're going to try and get the double poke here against the Lucian Melio. And so they're trying to ban out a lot of the good laners into Cassiopeia. Victor, it just farms well and scales well into it. And doesn't have a lot of the dangers when laning against a Cassio, so they don't want Zinni to be able to like play safe and just scale up. PowerFox really does want to try and get in there for the 1v1.
Put Zinni on something that has to interact a little bit more with the Cassiopeia, as it is Ahri locked in for Shopify's mid laner. They hovered this earlier, did not lock it in, went for the Jace, but they still will lock in that Ahri now.
Shopify are very light on CC. Luckily for them, though, tank junglers got buffed on this patch. So Contracts, I think there's a lot of good angles right now to go for tank junglers. Skarner is very good as far as tank junglers. It's also the most common for pro play at the moment, but obviously you can still, you would rather have melee synergies to go for a Sejuani, but you can also do the Maokais or Zacs. They're just even less common, but right now they're running so light on structure for their team fight. I'm just expecting Shopify to try and round it out with a tank for Contracts here. From the jungle, they do clear, decently faster with the buffs to the jungle pet.
I'm thinking, though, because this is reminiscent of one of their drafts that they had earlier in the split, where they actually pivoted the Jace into jungle for the Vayne top lane. Vayne is still available, so I just want that in the back of our minds. It would be the opposite of what you're asking for, because if you're looking for engage and more frontline, this is, I don't know if you can get much further away from that than a Vayne top lane.
They could do it and just go all damage.
Or they could go for more of a bruiser jungle, still not a point and click hard fast engage tool, but can get in there, can be a frontline, absorb some of that poke range damage from the Ezreal and the Karma.
And the critical part here is the early game dueling for the Xin. If you got pushing Jace on top lane, you have Ahri to look for kills too. So with flashes for Xin and Ahri, they can fight a lot early on. Contracts here, I definitely expect them to be very, very active. This Xin has a lot of angles to go for here. See if maybe they can even gank towards the Ezreal. Ezreal Karma is just so safe a lot of the times, but if they're trying to push you under tower, then maybe they'll expose themselves a bit.
Mid-jungle synergy, the name of the game for Shopify Rebellion. Contracts with his new mid laner this year. They've been leveling up slightly, split over split, and now they have an opportunity with the engage tools to make a lot of action happen. And Contracts even said, hey, Christian panics a little bit, when there's no vision around mid, so they're definitely playing into that.
He also said he's not going to lose to a guy with no shoes. And then PowerFox picked Cassiopeia, which got updated to now be able to buy shoes.
But the character model still doesn't have shoes.
True.
So pick your side, really, on which one you think that reinforces here. Shopify Rebellion versus Dignitas. A tale as old as 2026 as the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3 is underway.
All right. Yeah, a lot riding on this series, as you saw with the intro video. Could alter the course of history.
Reputations, player fines, all kinds of things on the line here.
I mean, the fall of empires.
This will be studied by historians in future generations.
Truly.
This match, as Palafox actually walks forward to get a ward down. The charm comes out early for Zinni as Contracts gets right on top of him. Palafox taking a huge chunk of damage to start off the laning phase.
I'm going to leave these stats up here right now because as I pull up the Palafox Game 1 stats, another little stat that's not shown there on the side is going to be starting HP because that will be significantly lower after the early visit there around mid lane. They get the exhaust out.
Whoa.
The exhaust is already used, as is the heal.
Okay.
From the bottom lane of Dignitas.
Well, already Raz's match of the week is delivering here, Kobe. Dardoch's going for an invade. Palafox starts lane at half health, and FBI and Ignar will not have 2 of their summoner spells in the bot lane 2v2. So no kills early on here, but definitely a lot of early action set up as Vivoy and Zeyzal will control the wave, hit level 2 earlier, and have the confidence to walk forward because there are only flashes available for Dignitas' bot lane.
And I do want to point out that Dardoch circumvented the ward on Raptors. So he did red, and then if you're watching the minimap, he wrapped around the red, jumped over the barren wall, and then has gone for this invade. So that's why you get some question mark pings there from Shopify, from Contracts. And Dardoch has done a nice little tricky invade here. We'll see if Contracts is able to alter. He's not. So Contracts is still going to proceed to his topside jungle, even though they are kind of question mark pinging these Raptors. And now he wants to go take them / fight for them with the extra ping there as well.
Because as a jungler, Kobe, you could probably assume if you see that he's starting on the bot jungle, I would assume, and then passing up if you didn't see them on the Raptors. But a reminder, it's old news on Palafox Summer. Like you had just shown, it's Palafox Game 1, baby. His stats in Game 1s alone are exceptional. And already he survived that early rough start. He's still even in CS and staying alive.
And that's a critical moment here for Contracts because all of the camps down after the counter jungle for Dardoch, who has gotten back after the reset to also remove those Raptors that they had vision on. And so Contracts is left without things to farm, but if he can force some action and just fight his way towards Crabs, you aren't actually down yet.
The junglers are extending trades here in the jungle. Dardoch in the 1v1. Zinni's coming up, and so is Ignar. Flash forward from Zinni, looking for the damage. Contracts following up, but into the brush. And he's still alive. He got over there as now the rest of Dignitas, the trap onto Contracts. FBI gets the first blood as Ignar will walk away. Dignitas get their jungler out of there.
Dardoch does not panic. Kangas, under no circumstances does he panic. He does not hit his flash early. He's holding on to it, waiting for the team to collapse. And then after Contracts and Zinni both flash on him, he saves it till the end and he's able to escape. Take a look at this once again. The teleport from mid lane on a mini map that you're seeing right now is a critical factor. That's why Contracts and Zinni get the early start on Dardoch here. Palafox had to come from base. He flashes over to the side, then dodges into the brush. Flash over here. They can't follow him. They already committed, and now they're in the miasma. FBI collapses, Palafox collapses, and Ignar escapes with his life as well.
Fantastic series of plays from the side of Dignitas. The jungler lives, the bot laner gets the kill, and is now 500 gold up over Bvoy.
Jungle is all about team play here, Kangas, and collapse from both teams. Shopify thought they had the big advantage here, and they double flash to ensure it. But Dardoch zigzagging there, they weren't able to get the full damage onto him, and him escaping is critical. Palafox getting the upper hand in the beginning of this grudge match.
And add on to that, Dardoch had the successful invade. Contracts was not able to get a lot done afterwards, so Dardoch is ahead in the jungle. Top lane for Shopify Rebellion is going all right for them as Fudge is able to get a 2-wave clear or advantage over Denethor. Now just 1 wave here as Denethor was able to TP back up. But that's really the only area for Shopify Rebellion that has a gold lead. Contracts and Dardoch finding each other now in the jungle once more. This time Dardoch jumps in onto Contracts. Palafox is nearby. Big chunk of damage. Dardoch is winning the 1v1 trade. Zinni lands the charm. Trying to get the Foxfire, the Spirit Rush to dodge around Palafox. Not enough damage for the kills. Zinni might look for more though. He should have 1 more tick of the ultimate. He just throws out the Orb of Deception for the kill, and Zinni picks one up for Shopify.
Zinni keeps up the chase, finds him at the Raptors. Kangas, I thought it was going to be even better for Dignitas because they had that red control ward you see in the banana brush here, right by the river that saw Contracts walk in there. But in the end, it's Shopify that fight right back. This is Gonna be double exhaust again.
Yeah, exhaust from both bot laners. Hazel taking a lot of damage here, but B-Voy is still healthy. They'll still decide to back off here as FBI and Ignar have been getting the better of these trades since that rough Summoner trade early.
This is what the people expect, Kangas, when you schedule an ultimate grudge match.
Bowl.
They expect both sides slamming these fights. And we've had both junglers go down as the casualties. So we'll see about the next reset here. They do have control ward on Dragon, so nobody going to be able to sneak that one. But last time around, Palafox had been kind of dry on mana there in the Cassio, so wasn't able to continue to follow the play. And Zinni was able to keep it up and find the extra kill here. That's going to be very, very nice because early Sork shoes on Zinni means that Ahri really can have the advantage for roaming and making a lot of these skirmish plays. Once her ult comes back up, Zinni has a lot of extra mobility here with the tier 2 boots already purchased.
Flaunting the shoes on Palafox, saying, hey, I got him, you don't. Palafox still building into the Rod of Ages. Could be more of a scaling, stacking build for the Cassiopeia, so coming online a little bit later. Expecting Zinni to have another window to make action happen, because Zinni kind of saved that jungle conversation that we were just having. Dardoch had the successful invade. He's able to survive the counter invade and get a kill for his bot laner, but then Zinni showing up and backing up contracts in that moment puts Shopify kind of back in this game. Otherwise, we were approaching a moment where Dignitas maybe would have been able to snowball.
I love it. The extra tension here.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see, after another clear here from Dardoch, if he's going to be able to answer Contract's move on bottom side. I don't think there's going to overcommit to it, but Ezreal Karma, sometimes you can kind of draw the enemy team into an extended attempt on bottom lane. They're not going to overchase, though, from the side of Shopify, and so Dardoch's just going to be able to clean up that Scuttle Crab, no problem, and we will remain calm here.
It's so tough to actually lock down a Karma Ezreal, especially when there's still summoner spells on the Karma, so Contracts will just be spotted, walk back up towards the top camps. Dardoch has just been power farming. Now goes for a reset, picks up some more components here as Contracts will head up towards the Grubs. Palafox straight down to Zinni, meanwhile, chunking out the Ahri in a good exchange. Contracts is now on the Grubs, but his mid laner is quite low.
Yeah, and enemy jungle's just refarming another clear.
Old bot lane from B-Voy. Big trade back onto FBI and Ignar. And it looks like there's going to be no contest at the Grubs, actually. Dardoch's just back into his camps.
And since there is no contest and we have a moment of calm, we have a very critical question for all of the chatters.
Ooh, okay.
Something that you would like to decide for us. Would you rather, right now, have Palafox or Zinni on your team? Please vote in chat.
The catalyst of the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl, it was Palafox leaving Shopify, Zinni coming in.
Yes.
And, okay, is this overall on your team or just game one?
This
Kobe?
is overall. This is on your team. You're building a team, Kangas. You're committed to this team. Who would you rather have? Make your choice right now, Palafox or Zinni.
See, I'm torn because Zinni already has a kill right now in this game. So that's a pretty good argument. But we showed the stats from Palafox earlier from game ones. So I don't know. I don't know. Where are you leaning, Kobe? Do you want to sway the poll right now? It looks like it's actually Zinni favored currently.
This is for chat to decide.
Ooh, Petrifying Gaze goes up for Palafox onto Zinni. He's able to sidestep it.
Get your votes in quick.
Does not stare down the eyes of the Snake Lady as it is close to 50-50 here in the poll of which mid laner you would like with a slight edge for Zinni currently.
A lot going into it as well. And Dignitas, pretty nice take on the objective there for them. Dardoch has, played pretty good attention to this bottom triangle of the map. Double control wards for them. Actually getting swept out right now.
Palafox actually went over 50. He's in the lead.
Was it the extra Twin Fang that he was able to land on Zinni there, Kangas?
It might have been Zinni
this
missing
is so
that
close.
cannon.
It's 50-50 here, Kangas.
It is dead even right now. I believe we are ending the poll right now. So that means it is Palafox that should have it.
He squeaks it out.
All
so
right.
The people have spoken, and the people think that Shopify made an error.
Genius midfielder.
By 1%.
That's very close, actually. And I know that we say it a bit tongue-in-cheek, but the serious kind of undertones of that is the promise of Zinni versus the reality of what he has actually been able to show us so far in the LCS, along with Palafox in a bit of a resurgence split here in summer. stepping up and having a couple of better performances, specifically, again, in those game ones. We don't talk about the Annie, game 2 from last week.
Yeah, I mean, the people have chosen. They've drawn their battle lines now.
Yeah.
The viewers of this game is 50-50. Palafox supporters and Zinni supporters. So everyone will be on the edge of their seats for each mid lane duel. Meanwhile, we're going to track the junglers, though.
Okay.
Junglers have been a huge story for both of these teams. Dardoch, obviously, with his huge return to the LCS, and Dignitas really needing someone to come in and step up. And I think that he performed very well, in the debut week that he had with Dignitas, even though they lost. And to me, the best performance was how he held himself in all of the content and after the game,
Yeah.
The Dardoch of old that everybody remembered from previous LCS, there was no flaming, there was no rage. It was very calm analysis the entire time from him, and liked a lot of the content that we got as well. There was this little nice behind the scenes moment
the
where he
Dokla
went
moment?
up to Dokla
Yeah.
and talked to Dokla and just thanked him for being an inspiration for him to continue playing League of Legends. He's played for a very long time here, and it's hard if you don't immediately find success and you get knocked down, and continue to put in the work and being rewarded with another chance is such a warm story that we have had here in the LCS.
And while we're talking about Dardoch, I want to highlight some of the teammates that he's played with in the past that we talked with them ahead of his re-debut here in the LCS. And they had mentioned all kinds of positive sentiment about him. And there's one in particular that stood out to me, Johnny Rockets. Top laner that he played with. And I actually checked in with Johnny Rockets this week to see how he felt Dardoch's debut went in the LCS. Johnny Rockets, nice guy. You can trust a smile like that. He said it was sweet to see him back where he belongs in the LCS. Shame the first game ended how it did. He was looking like Dar God on Lee Sin. Absolutely incredible. So that was our little Johnny Rockets check-in right there. Happy to have him still as an esports pundit, as Dardoch's going in for an invade with his support, pushing back contracts. Minute 30 until that dragon, so this is where we start to see the setup for vision around objectives if teams are going to want to go for it. Already an early control ward placed by Dignitas as Shopify rotate their bot lane up to try and get this Scuttle Crab. And they will do so.
And what does Johnny Rockets think about the Scuttle Crab going the other way, slipping through the fingers of DD God?
We'll have to check.
We'll have to check. He's doing good. He's trying to defend and make it harder for them to get back to the bottom lane minions right now. So.
Okay, contracts. There's that little complaining, but the poke is there as Zinni also gets chunked out from Palafox. The battle of the mid laners. Palafox with that 1% fan vote, showing us why. Pushes back Zinni. That's no Spirit Rush now on Ahri. 45 seconds until that dragon spawns. Zazel's back will even be stopped by Dardoch.
Yeah, you really want to stop some of the recalls there because they did get poked down, but it was so far in advance of the arrival of the dragon. They're trying to delay the back to maybe get a better opening there for the setup for that dragon fight. Mountain Dragon also takes a very long time. It's the tankiest of the dragons. So even though they got some good poke, not going to be able to rush the objective or anything afterwards. And so basically everybody does get to go for their resets anyway. Meanwhile, all this talk, Kangas, mid laners and junglers, guess what? Fudge is getting to work.
Yeah, he's gotten all those plates topside on his own. I don't think we've seen contracts up in that lane yet. Long gone are the days of the supports coming up, and now we have supports coming up with contracts. Everybody joins in to give Fudge the space he needs. That is a first turret taken.
I mean, Fudge this split has been excellent for Shopify. I mean, his Gnar games especially has had some very huge moments, lots of 2v1s from him, and getting the entire top tower quite early here for Shopify does some very nice things for this comp. This comp has a lot of early game power. They have the skirmishing, and especially here with Ahri, with Zinni still having his teleport, having his upgraded boots, flash and ultimate ready, they can definitely look for one of those trap plays. And since you've got Malignants early on the Ahri, you just spam out the attempts at these plays, use your ult, burn it, and look to see any picks. Right now, though, they're actually not looking for picks. They're just looking for the trade. We'll go top side of the map for Shopify as they're pushing in the long lane and taking the Rift Herald. And you assume that Dignitas will be able to take their second dragon here, even though The mountain does take a
They're
while.
actually
They're
pinging
gonna-
Fudge right now. Instead of starting up the objective, now they will start up the objective, but they wasted a little bit of time there. So Contracts will actually clear out the Rift Herald before the Dragon is even half health.
Yeah, they're just clearing out the jungle and getting their vision down, prepping to make sure that it is safe for them to go for the other side. And then they also get the alert. A Rift Herald has been taken by Shopify, so they know they've can comfortably finish their second Dragon, and Dignitas continue farming ahead.
And now Contracts, with that freshly acquired Rift Herald, will just drop it mid lane. They already got the top turret. Gonna get a huge chunk on this mid turret as the Crystalline Growth will go down with one auto from B-Void. The Rift Herald will walk up. No pilot needed, it'll just go in on its own. So more plates to Shopify Rebellion means more gold in their pocket.
And FBI's out of mana here, so they're going to be under pressure pretty heavily. This is good for Shopify. Even though, nobody's getting killed right now, the pressure is unrelenting. They're pushing them off these minion waves, continuing to get tower damage. Again, no mana on the Ezreal. You're kind of useless there in mid lane, so it has to go all the way back. They lose another tower. The snowball here of early game gold for Shopify, although Dignitas still able to reset as long as they can keep it calm, for the next few minutes leading up to the next Dragon. They should be able to fight on some pretty good points for themselves as well here. FBI is working towards his Muramana. See if he can get that combined before the next Dragon.
I'm looking at Fudge right now, though. I mean, the next Dragon's gonna be 4 minutes away. I'm assuming that more items will come in from Dignitas by that position, but currently, man, Fudge has a lead. 1,000 individual gold, that's 2 items completed. Serpent's Fang will help cut a lot of the shielding from things like the Cassante. The Karma is a big one. Palafox is not actually building towards that Seraph, so it's not going to be helping you in that regard, but still, it will give you a lot of utility in the 1v1 as well as in the team fights, because Ignar's shield is going to be much less empowered now. B-Boy finds a little angle here onto FBI. That's exhaust out from FBI, and not a lot of damage traded back, so a chunked out Ezreal as he looks for a little bit more onto Zazel right there. Ignar helping him out. Throws out the Q, gets some damage down as the invade from Dardoch and Palafox comes in. The Petrifying Gaze lands onto Contracts. Crescent Guard early. Dardoch's able to dodge it as Contracts has to try and get back to the turret. He will live. Zinni kills FBI on the side, and now he's looking for more. Charm falls up onto Palafox. That's an exhaust. A follow over the wall from Zinni. Palafox cannot flash away. That's a double kill to Zinni. All out from Denethor will get one back as Dardoch gets the kill credit. Shopify Rebellion are trying to retreat back into their jungle, but Fudge has just joined in on the fight. Rooted up, taken down. Denethor with the kill. It's 3 for 3 on the scoreboard so far. Even kills traded in this fight. In a 2 for 2 Dignitas scrap in the jungle.
What a brawl in the jungle. I thought FBI griefed it at the beginning there, trading so heavily with the Lucian, expending the exhaust and getting down to like 400 HP himself. But they still pull back the team fight despite FBI dying to the flank from Ahri. So our camera is down here, but you'll notice the teleport from the Ahri, and Zinni goes in. He's like, oh, FBI doesn't have exhaust and any HP anymore. Instant delete from him. Meanwhile, Contracts you saw the entire time during live in the front and center on your screen had gotten chunked so low, but they couldn't finish him off, even though Dardoch had a really nice start to the play. And so it ended up being very, very close as Zinni had to flash and trying to escape the rest of them. But Fudge was trapped. He was too far out, and they're so squishy here. They're able to take him down and even up that fight, even after their AD carry was deleted at the very beginning of it.
And out of the replay, the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl is dead even in gold. 34K to 34K. 3 kills to 3 kills in a minute 20 until that next Dragon. You can't get games much closer than this. Maybe you'll find some at the Gas South Arena, October 3rd and 4th. Get your tickets now, scan the QR code if you haven't yet. Come join us. And if the games there are as fun as this game is, I think we're in for a great finals for summer.
Truly. I only hope that our finals could live up to the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl.
You know what? I think we should, I thought we were going to have a little invade there. No,
I thought you were going to say, you know what? We should seed both these teams automatically into the finals.
I was going to say,
I could see it in your
wasn't going to
eyes.
go that far.
You did predict Shopify to be #1
I did.
At a different point in time.
You know what? Maybe they make me an honest man. Maybe they pull it off this summer split.
They're gonna marry you up. Honest Kangas.
Unfortunately, I think that we already kind of promised ourselves
You're
here.
smoking. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Once you make that prediction, you're kind of stuck with the team for the rest of the year, regardless of how they do. So that commitment's been made.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, regardless of how far either of these teams would make it in the playoffs, we should just have, a show match. The Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 4. What's better than Trilogy but a 4th movie in the trilogy?
True.
Yeah. No, Fudge gets him poked there onto FBI. The Dragon's up in 5 seconds. This is the objective that we've been talking about for quite a while. The Shopify Rebellion have allowed 2 to go over to Dignitas. They could stop the stacking right here, right now, if they can get this objective. Currently, the setup here is, control the mid push. Zinni's in the bot lane pushing that in, but Denethor's already grouped up with the rest of Dignitas. So 5-man's walking in. FBI a little separated from the team, but now Zinni has a flank angle here, spotted out by the rest of Dignitas. If they can keep their eyes on the Ahri, then that's a lot of the threat gone. His Contract's now alone in the river. Everybody from Dignitas are collapsing onto the Zinja. The Crescent Guard will keep him alive for a while. He goes down. Dignitas get the kill on the Contracts.
Shopify were so split there. The other members were wrapping around the Dragon wall, while Contracts was still at the Dragon, and Dignitas
wants more. Ooh, almost found the Spirit Rush into the Charm. Low health bars from Dig. They got to back off. Everybody from Shopify are still full health, Kobe.
They certainly are.
Coling comes out, not going to have enough damage to kill Ignar. And Petrifying Gaze over the wall. Palafox fancies a turn. B-Boy has the shields from Zazel and will get out of there. But that was a low health Lucian and a little bit of danger. Shopify will all go for their resets now. Contracts will be respawning. Nobody actually got the Dragon.
Yeah, with their jungler being down, Shopify don't want to, press anything, but they are able to chunk out the rest of the members of Dignitas to push them back away from the objective, and with teleport being invested up to the top side of the map, should be a Shopify objective for themselves. They are opting here on Dignitas just to get some more money into Palafox up there at the tower, get that minion wave, get some turret plate money off the top side of the map, while they expect Shopify to be investing resources towards the Dragon, towards the bottom side, but in fact, Shopify are not doing that.
Yeah, Contract instead just spotted in the top river. Palafox knows, hey, there's an enemy jungler near me, has his own jungler in his back pocket, but they will all reset. Now Shopify are in the bottom river, could look at that Dragon. And somebody's got to hit this at some point, surely. Shock Blast onto FBI, he's chunked down low. Fudge has been hitting these pretty consistently before the fights break out. The Shopify will now start up the Dragon. Finally, 23 minutes in, the 3rd Dragon. Round 2, Dignitas are approaching. They have all members here. Palafox walked all the way down as Cassiopeia has the Rocket Belt available. Zinni's looking for the Charm over the wall, not able to get it onto FBI, as Dignitas can now reapproach here. They're going to look to engage onto B-Boy. Another dodge from Dardoch. From Zinni's Charm. Zinni will go back in with a Spirit Rush trying to get some damage down. The Dragon is the focus, though, and Contracts is out of there, so Dignitas get the Drake. That's 3 stacked up.
This is huge. They're able to bully them off the Drake, even with, I really thought Zinni's angle here onto FBI was going to be perfect.
Yeah.
But he doesn't instantly go for the play. I thought for sure that's like, Charm or even Charm Flash straight out of Fog of War and maybe go for the deletion on FBI again. But perhaps he was thinking, hey, the exhaust cooldown is up, so I don't want to overcommit to it.
Could be a myriad of things. Ooh, Palafox actually predicted that Zinni was in the brush. Throws out the Miasma. Petrifying Gaze will not land the stun, but he's just going to chase down Zinni, force the flash out of the mid laner.
Ezreal ult have enough?
Ooh, Zinni's able to spot that one because of Zazel in the brush, so Zinni walks away. But Palafox, I mean, that was some heads-up play right there, using the Rocket Belt to jump forward to spot out if anybody was in that Fog of War, and then see Zinni there.
All right, chat, anybody switching sides, or are you all sticking with your choices right now?
Palafox had that 1%.
Yeah,
1%
I mean,
increase.
Zinni has gotten a lot of kills.
True.
But,
900 gold up. B-Boy under the turret gets exhausted, has to flash away. Dardoch went deep for this one, trying to get out now. Is Zinni looking for his 4th kill, but it's a shutdown for B-Boy instead. B-Boy on the scoreboard with 1 kill to his name. Dardoch gets punished for the dive.
Uh-oh, yeah, that was unforced error here as they really try to force hard on mid. The only thing up, though, for them to really pressure on is Baron, but they're immediately teleporting and walking that way, Kangas.
Yeah, I mean, they have the numbers advantage. No enemy jungler for a Smite steal attempt. They'll take away the blast cone. The true shot barrage will hand on to 3, so pretty chunked out. Baron is doing a lot of damage back to them as Dignitas are walking in. Palafox has 2 items completed on the Cassiopeia. Watch for the snake. Can Palafox get into a good position for this fight? Contracts jumps in on the FBI, who just jumps straight away. That's Crescent Guard down. Shopify have to back away. Zinni looked for the charm over the wall, not able to land it. And Shopify will just back off with a TP out of Denethor.
I mean, Shopify just end up losing out on the play. They're going to lose their whole jungler right now, too.
The chase continues here. Again, the Petrifying Gaze will only be a slow, but that's Zinni now down. Denethor on a killing spree. Dignitas, they commit to the invade. They push him off the Baron and say, where are you going? I thought we were here to scrap. Let's just chase you down. And now they could look at Baron.
Yeah, Shopify, they're so squishy. They just took so much damage from Baron. They blundered their opening that they had with their kill onto Dardoch. They took so much damage from Baron. No real threat on it. Dignitas pushed them out. They get the kill. They get the tower mid as well, by the way. And the Baron, Kangas.
Wow, what a turn. I mean, it started off with them being in a rough spot, getting picked out. But again, all they needed was the extended push and Shopify to do the classic blunder of throwing a Baron. So many teams have tried to go for an early Baron and get punished for it.
Sometimes what seems like a blessing may be a curse. Ooh. The blessing of, we killed the enemy jungler. What do we do now, Kangas? Let's all go run into the Baron pit. And
yeah, and take 3 champs getting chunked by True Shot Barrage. I mean, again, they got the TP out of Denethor. You could see the game plan from Shopify was get out afterwards. But yeah, Dignitas had a good play to say, no, don't let them run away.
Yeah, in these scenarios, it's really hard because you're using so many spells on Baron.
Yeah.
But really what you want to be able to set up here is draw the enemy team over so you can get your 5-on-4 fight while the Neferi is dead. And they don't have like an Ahri charm, play to start it out while Dignitas are coming to check or anything. And so Dignitas, in the end, just win out so heavily. And since they're the ones with, true front line of Cassante, backed up by Ezreal Karma poke range, and Cassiopeia that is now level 16 with an arm guard and with flash. This is a hard carry mage, and it's going to be really hard to deal with this Dignitas team comp with Baron buff on top of it. You've got Ezreal Karma poke, a lot of safety there. You're losing your whole jungle as well this entire time. And Dignitas, they're looking to regain control of the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl. Remember, they won the opener, and they lost the second one to Shopify.
Yeah.
And now they're looking to close out the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl until we extend it to a best of 5.
Yeah, then it becomes like a whole thing where we keep going. They're going to match each other in playoffs.
Oh, we're going to extend it, all right.
20 seconds until the next Dragon. This is Soul for Dignitas, and they have the 3.7k gold lead. A lot of that on their jungler and their top laner. Their front line is strong. Petrifying Gaze just going to slow B-Boy. Again, not quite landing the mark. Palafox has not been able to get the big stun he's looking for a couple of times in a row here, but Dignitas do still control the approach from the mid lane. Zinni has another flank here, unspotted by wards. If Dignitas don't spot the Ahri, that could be the hero that Shopify need. Watch Zinni. Denethor's going to chase down Fudge. FBI's walking forward. If FBI gets hit by that charm, right over the wall, he's on vision. Oh, the charm goes wide! FBI's still going to take down Fudge, almost gets the kill. Zinni pushed away. Contracts is looking at the Dragon, but in goes Dardoch. B-Boy goes down, double kill to Dardoch, make it a triple as disaster for Shopify Rebellion. They'll deny the soul, but they'll lose 4 for it. And Zinni's even getting chased away. If he falls, that is an ace for the Dragon. Disastrous trade for Shopify Rebellion. At the very least, Zinni's back will be delayed here as Dignitas will push mid lane and continue the chase onto Zinni. Charm goes wide. Ignar's looking for it. Supportal combat. Ignar's all they need. Oh, the Q goes a little wide. Couple autos. Can he get him? There it is. Ace for Dignitas.
All right, I think we're going to have to wrap up the first game, Kangas, of the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl. Remember, do not be a Game 1 Andy with your grudges here, okay? Dignitas and Palafox may have the upper hand in our series, but it's just beginning.
It's just beginning.
This is just the beginning,
Hey, if
folks.
the first one was Dignitas winning 2-0, the second one was Shopify winning 2-0.
Okay, it's fine.
I'm chunking Zen, He has Q charge, That's good. Jace is dying.
No, be kind for me. No, be kind for me. Yeah, I'll block Ahri, okay?
Watching Cassante. Nice, Cassante. Nice, Cassante.
Yeah. Nice. Cassante moment.
Dragon, I go.
I
smited melee on.
Yeah,
I'm going. Yes, one more jump. I'm gonna go bot. I'm gonna go bot.
You can go bot, yeah.
Then the third one, it's got to go all the way, right?
Surely.
So, yeah.
I have to say there, though, during that replay, you know, FBI is just going all out on Fudge. I feel bad for Fudge. He's trying to bait FBI over to the Ahri for the Ahri Charm combo play, but...
And now the re-engage here. Dardoch jumps in straight onto B-Boy. The true shot barrage is enough! FBI just snipes B-Boy down from long range. Ooh. Give this guy a sniper medal right now as that will be engaged from Contracts. Jumps in with the Crescent Guard. Zinni looking for the Spirit Rush. Palafox goes into the stasis. Now FBI can walk forward. Fudge again gets baited into the fight and again will go down. That was Shopify's last effort as Dignitas can barrel down this mid lane here. It's 3 members up versus 5 of Dig. That's a reset from Palafox, who will TP back into the mid lane. Dignitas already started hitting the Nexus turrets. Shopify, they don't have their ultimates available. They don't have any amount of gold in their pocket to turn this fight. Dignitas in the ultimate grudge match bowl part 3 will strike first in game number 1, 12-4. They didn't even need the Dragon Soul. FBI almost goes down and does get shut down. That signs the light for Shopify. Maybe Dig were playing with their food a little too much, but they got the autos on the Nexus. GG, game 1 to Dignitas.
And I must say, Dignitas bringing in Dardoch for a grudge match seems wise.
Yeah.
Dardoch had a very good beginning of this game. He only had the one kind of excessive mid-tower dive, but other than that, I think he had a very positive influence on Dignitas' side of this ultimate grudge match.
What do you think, Lounge? What do you think? Is Dardoch the guy?
Yes!
Yes, obviously.
Yes, absolutely.
Why does Kobe have to bring up the one negative thing Dardoch did? He was 70 CS up.
Yep.
He's got his first win since coming back into a Dignitas jersey. I realized during this game how much I'm pulling for this Dardoch story to have a positive payoff. Dignitas hasn't won since Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl 1. That was the last time that they won.
That's actually a crazy
LCS
stat.
series.
That's actually a crazy stat.
We're never beating the allegations
Whoa!
of looting
Put that down.
for the best narrative. I just grabbed it because it was fun. I figured it fit the grudge match theme. However, what I want to talk about is actually a play right around Baron, because Shopify kind of think, okay, we've killed off Dardoch, we can go for this. And I actually really liked how coordinated Dig's response was, realizing that Shopify had taken so much damage. Ignar kind of baiting Shopify to respond to him with poke. As soon as Contracts pops his ultimate, they immediately have to back off because there's just no follow-up. And this was actually a massive play for Dignitas that I really liked seeing, because I feel like prior to like last week, they aren't as decisive, right?
Yeah.
Like this is obviously a play that does involve a lot of risk. I just really like holding this, it's fun. But props to Dig for recognizing the window that they had and really capitalizing.
Put the weapon down.
I'm looking at Big Dardoch doing 21,000 damage. The moment that I was most stressed in this game, though, is what I need to go over here. And it's because Dignitas, like, I like it and I hate it. So I wanted to start back here. Watch FBI and what he does in the mid lane here, as I'll just pull up the scoreboard. He takes a ton of damage, but it's because they really want mid-prio, because Dardoch says, I want to steal Raptors. However, as they do steal Raptors and go on to Contracts, you're looking over here. FBI's not looking over here. He's just dead to rights. And now I feel like we're in this situation, especially once Palafox goes down, where I'm thinking, oh no, like this is a 3v5. We're here, our base is over here, and you can count 5 people, well maybe 4, out of respect for Jaden Daniels. Contracts isn't really in this play, but overall, I do think that this moment from Denethor, just staying aggressive, going all in on B-Boy, and how the rest of Dignitas commit to the play, keep fighting. Dardoch stays aggressive, he dodges the EQ from Fudge, they get the kill onto him. He's now no longer ahead of Denethor in this game if we check the gold, only 300. Like, that was the comeback moment, like mid-fight in that 3v5, being able to turn that one around made me relax a little bit for this Dignitas team, because otherwise I could have seen that go into a dark place.
Yeah, and props to Denethor, right? Like, obviously, it was a unanimous...
5 out of 5.
It was a unanimous Dardoch. But I think he was kind of the runner-up because he did fall behind to Fudge so early on. Some of that was the matchup. Some of it, I think, was his comfort level with it. But he ended up being so crucial and such a crucial front line buffed by the Karma in so many of these fights. And I really liked how he played them out.
Yeah, a lot of those fights were really close. Almost as close as this vote between Denethor and Dardoch.
I mean, it's just the big Ds.
Yeah.
We were talking about this earlier. I feel like Dignitas didn't have enough Ds in their team.
They didn't have
They
enough
needed
Ds.
to add
They had
another
Photon
D.
X2.
Yeah.
They had 0 Ds. Now they have 2
had triple
Ds.
Ds, but they didn't.
Yeah,
They got double.
I can't keep a straight face. Oh, I'm such a bad actress. It's unlucky.
Well, don't miss any LCS action now that we're done with the Dignitas. When you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold, we'll see if Game 2 Dig can be better than previous iterations of Game 2 Dig. They've won 2 Game 1s so far, no Game 2s. Can they close out the series? Up next.
Desafío is going international. The forest calls for the battle, and Desafío's battleground is set in the enchanted wilds of TFT. In the new edition of El Death's tournament, players from different parts of the world face off, and only one region will have what it takes to conquer the enchanted wilds. Each country has summoned its legends. In total, there will be 40 duos, each one with 1 pro player and 1 casual player. The group stage takes place on September 1st and 2nd, when duos face up against their fellow region mates in double-up matches. And here, players have to prove their worth because there are no second chances. At the end of the second day, only 1 duo from each region advances to the final. And epic battles call for epic finishes, don't you think? The Desafío Grand Final takes place on September 10th, live in Los Angeles and broadcasted to the whole world. 4 duos, 1 from each region, go head-to-head in the final showdown. Who do you think will come on top? The players have been chosen, and your support changes everything. Follow TFT and Desafío on social media and gear up to cheer for your favorite country. Desafío Enchanted Wilds is coming.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
I know we're not, you know, closest of boys, but I just want to say appreciate you, bro, because you're a big reason why I kept trying to go LCS. Really? Well, like, I see you doing your thing online, you know what I mean? Yeah. It gave me the hope. You feel me? Like, not like, oh, Dokes is doing you so bad, you know what I mean? But like, somebody my age who didn't start off with a bunch of wins, you feel me? Yeah. I appreciate you, bro.
I'm stunned. I never thought I'd hear something like that. I'm keeping the hope up for the Unks out here in LCS. That's cool.
Keeping the hope up for the Unks is Dokla. That was a great moment between Dardoch and Dokes. As, yeah, I mean, in moments like that, you're just so happy that there was a camera there when Dardoch comes up and has that moment with Dokla. Because he would have done it regardless of if they were filming or not. But the fact that we got that, that's wholesome. That was a great moment.
Good job, Cherry.
Yeah.
Honestly, too, Dardoch performing really well. So as far as keeping the hope alive, good job, Dokes, because we got a good jungler in here for game number 1 for the grudge match.
Yeah.
Good performance from him.
Exactly. I mean, player of the game for game number 1. Dardoch also, in last week's series versus Lion, had an incredible game number 1. So this is back-to-back really strong starts to series for Dardoch and Dignitas. Now, Dignitas are a bit of the game 1 merchants.
The next couple games are not guaranteed?
I'm just saying there's a worrying trend for Dignitas in the old words of Joshua Leisman. Joshua Jat Leisman, I guess would be the official title there. But regardless, they win a lot of game 1s, then they struggle. So now my eyes will be on the rest of the roster. Can they play clean back-to-back games? Because that was a good game 1, but let's do it twice now.
Summer's over. The last one game of every series.
Yeah.
Fuck Summer. Let's see about the rest of the series. That was quite a convincing game, but again, on the other side too, Shopify also a team with very high variance. So let's see what they can correct here in this one. Again, we mentioned Fudge has been very good on the Gnar, and now that Jace is out due to Fearless, maybe he does find a Gnar angle. That champion is very specific. That champion is good in a lot of scenarios, and definitely takes a decent amount of time to be able to master. So we'll see if they can find it here. And they're going to start out, though, with the very early Varus that can technically be, flexed onto the top side here or still be in the hands of FBI. I know FBI really does enjoy playing this champion. He's quite good at it. So, assuming bottom until the necessity for a flex up the top side really emerges.
I don't know if we've seen really Denethor pull out the fun range top lane picks. He's played the Jason Gnar himself, but other than that, it's oftentimes tank duty. It's a lot of Ornn, a lot of Shen, maybe like Aatrox or Mbessa if he's going for more of a bruiser, but it would be interesting if they've been working on Flex's top lane. You always got to keep that in mind when early Varus are locked in. The answer, regardless, will be Jhin and Wukong for Shopify Rebellion.
Are we going to get yet another Annie game from Zinni then? After this Ahri game where he did get 3 early kills, but Shopify as a whole were a fairly fragile team composition and it didn't give a lot of room for errors, and they're unable to hit some of the critical moments, some of the critical openings for assassination. Is he just going to be on Wukong Annie duty as far as playing into it? Wherever it goes, Varus has no mobility. So it doesn't matter if it's top lane Varus or a bot lane Varus. The top lane one would be more tanky, but Wukong Annie is guaranteed engage on anywhere.
Tough thing about Annie, though, is you're also low mobility. And the moment I see something like a Trundle locked in, I'm like, ooh, that pillar, kind of tough for an Annie to get past. You really have flash and not much else. More engaged than the name of the game for Dignitas. Varus has Chain of Corruption, Trundle's got the pillar, now Alistar on top of it. Ignar's Alistar notorious. He loves his engaged picks and oftentimes looks best on them.
Yeah, definitely. He's had even this year, he's had a legacy Ignar Alistar game, very successful one at that. But, if Alistar's there, Kangas, guess who else can use Alistar's ultimate?
Ooh,
Silas that boy right there.
All right, this is Shopify Dignitas not doing all their homework here, because the moment that an Alistar is on the screen, Silas stocks shoot through the roof, Kobe. I'm buying. If I'm investing in the Silas stocks right now, you have that insane ultimate to steal. Even like Chains of Corruption isn't a bad one. The AP scaling on that one too, if you want more engage options. But typically that Alistar is the one that you're looking at as like, man, this Alistar is going to be hard to kill.
Yeah, plus they can ban to protect the mid matchup here too. Take away the Ryze, very annoying lane, a lot of damage there, and then the Ryze can get some roaming opportunities as well. So trying to help out Zinni here. Just a good angle for him. You have an Alistar ult to steal, and you get 2 more bans for yourselves. They actually spent it on the top side here with the Olaf being so popular. I guess Fudge does not really want to play the Kled or the Jax into it here for Shopify side, or at least they don't want to feel that pressure.
Respect main ban, at least. Also, want to shout it out. Producer Manny got in my ear and said, "What do you feel about the Jhin stocks?" I feel like Jin's like the safe, like close to baseline stock that's like your backup in case your crazy investment goes wrong.
Yeah. So Jhin, when I have a lot of damaging champions on my team, I think is fine. And the Jhin stocks are incredibly high in LCK right now. And so oftentimes our stock market mirrors that of the LCK.
Okay,
A lot of regions actually. Stock markets and champion picks really do follow that of the LCK. So we'll see as it continues to trail. And the Shen still a very good support, even with the support changes that have come into the game. Can make so many plays and can also be the flex for topside. Topside Shen, not used as frequently, but still definitely has some really good moments where you can go into it.
Yeah, I don't expect it to be, if it does go for Zeyzal, to be as much of that roaming support with the changes to the XP catch-up. You really have this kind of negative XP up to level 5 now instead of level 3. That really changes how much you're able to roam early if you want to get to that level 6 in a timely manner. Let's see what the answer is for Dignitas now, as it's Gnar. Presumably blind picked. I mean, again, Shen could go top lane, so they're going for the Gnar as a safer pick with Taliyah in the mid lane for Palafox.
Okay. Let's see the reveal here then. I mean, they do have, if Denethor can have a good game, which I've been definitely impressed with Denethor, especially coming in as a tier 2 player. If he can have a strong game, then you've got, Gnar, very strong side laner with Taliyah as well. So maybe the Shen ultimate won't be as big of a problem. But, if it goes the other way, and Fudge has been performing quite well, if you get Shen ultimate up to the Ambessa, and Ambessa becomes a side lane problem. Plus you've got Wukong and Sylas here with lots and lots of dives. So honestly, I like the Shopify side. Taliyah rocks are quite nice versus Wukong, versus Sylas, versus Shen, all these dash champions versus Ambessa.
That's a lot of
so
dashes.
We'll see about the positioning from Palafox. He might be one of the big difference makers. With Taliyah E as well as the Alistar having making it really hard for some of these melee champions on Shopify to play. We'll see if that is going to be enough to hinder, all of this dive with the Ambessa, Sylas, Wukong, and Shen.
Palafox had the vote of confidence from the audience, Kobe, by a whole 1% when we asked them during Game 1, which mid laner would you rather have on your team, Zinni or Palafox? He got the dub in Game 1. He's got the big stretch right now. Zinni had the kills, but he was not able to turn it into teamfight wins in the late game. So already Palafox has the tools to control the team fights yet again. Unraveled Earth, an incredible tool to deal with all the dash, all the mobility that's on Shopify Rebellion's comp so far. 0-1, Shopify Rebellion versus Dignitas as we get into game number 2 of our Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl.
Well, if you're bringing it up again, I might as well vote again.
Ooh.
Chats. Have you
want
changed
a redo?
your minds? Not a redo, because the first votes count. You know? I just want to see if anyone has changed their mind. As Raz would call it, flip-flopping.
Do you still have your Raz flip-flops?
No. You
don't?
I did not accept them, actually.
Oh, I wear those quite often.
Oh, you get a good use out of them?
I am. Yeah, it's fun.
So you're stepping on Raz's face a lot.
Well, I don't like to think of it that way.
No?
I like to think I bring Raz wherever I go, when I'm wearing them at least. Usually the pool. Would you rather, though, have Palafox or Zinni as your mid laner? We're asking the question again, Kobe. Do you think that, has your answer changed from game number 1? Because you never even gave your answer.
Yeah, my answer has not changed, and I'm not revealing it either. Ooh, the dodge forward for FBI does not get taunted.
Zeyzal not quite able to connect on that one. We'll see as the second vote comes in, if the vote will have skewed at any point there. Because again, it is a funny thing that happened game 1. Zinni got all the kills, but Palafox got the win. How much do you value winning
Shopify's not laughing, Kangas.
over a solid performance? Oh, now it's really in Palafox's favor. Okay. I think some people changed their mind.
Winning usually does do that. We'll keep track of it here, though.
Or the Shopify fans all left after game number 1. maybe that's what happened.
No, they're just going to jump ship after game 1, Kangas?
It's sad.
That's you.
It's
That's your people.
Hey, I don't claim them, okay? You know, the true fans stick through it.
So you already jumped the ship, even before the first game.
Hey, I still had them highest on my power rankings for this split. I'll have you know.
You're going to claim how can you claim all sides then? You're still in the boat or not on the boat?
I'm in the boat.
Okay.
I'm in the boat. B-Boy right now getting rocked in the boat here as Ignar jumps onto him, but the damage is traded right on back. That's flash out of Ignar early. Dignitas's bot lane struggling.
And a large part of the grudge match, when we're constantly bringing it up, is a lot focused on jungle and mid because of the close relationship, as we're going to see FBI under tower here, under trouble.
Probably just a dive attempt now. FBI wise to it, backs all the way up.
Yeah, I mean, they know Alistar's coming from base. They don't have the exact pinpoint on the location, but they don't want to overextend there with all the resources still being available with flash on FBI as well. So definitely has the ability to escape.
But I love when supports do this. Zeyzal just goes straight into mid lane to try and help out Zinni. He actually shows himself. I was wondering if he was going to look for any kind of gank. But, you don't need to go for a reset at this point as a support. You're probably not going to buy anything. Maybe a refillable potion, but you still have one of your starting potions. So I love just highlighting that when supports just try and optimize their time. Little back window for B-Boy. Zeyzal shows mid, comes right back bot. And we'll catch the XP with this wave alongside B-Boy.
Yeah, the classic Summoner's Rift tour. See the sights and sounds and smells of the enemy jungle.
What do you think a Summoner's Rift smells like, Kobe?
Well, the jungle...
it's got a musk to it, I bet.
Yeah,
a lot of moss in there.
What's the humidity like in the blue buff jungle?
Well, have you ever gone? You're from California. Have you ever gone on a hike in like a woodsy place? Like in Minnesota, we go on hikes a lot.
Yeah, many times.
Woods. I feel like it's got to be a
It's
long
fresh.
line.
Kind of like it.
Yeah.
Here we go, though.
Nice little deadly flourish follow-up on FBI, but Ignar, solid answer. Just headbutts B-Boy away and keeps his 80 carry safe.
And both of those junglers that we were talking about are heading down towards the bottom side. So we'll see on the reverse clears for them if they do make their visits, towards mid. You can always try and gank and get one of these flashes down early. But the jungles definitely were a big part of the first game. Dardoch got player of the game and had quite a strong performance. And we'll see about this particular one because on the Trundle, you have a lot of dueling power. So oftentimes, players, especially in these pro matches, will get very aggressive with the Trundles and look for, some invades and trying to make some plays off of their lanes that do have a significant amount of CC. Sure. And things that they can set up with their pillar slow and then look to affect some of these extra lanes. But Dardoch, even though he gets scouted, it's fine. Finish up his next clear on the top side.
Yep, just goes back up towards those Krugs. He's actually so fast on the clear, he has to wait for them to spawn. Now they have, so he'll start picking those up. There's one window where on the minimap I noticed him up in that top lane tri-brush, but there's really no angle to actually go on the fledge there.
I also do want to note that the Shen is indeed roaming very heavily still, despite the reduction in experience and the increased threshold up to level 5. A lot of the times, though, you'll notice, Kangas, he's trying to time his return with the minion wave crashing. So he is avoiding a lot of the scenarios, or at least some of them, where there's a decent amount of them dying.
Tough to do perfectly, but he's getting back in the lane and helping out regardless. So that's a chunk on the Ignar. That's half health on the Alistar now. So I think Zeyzal overall is still playing this very well, showing you that you can roam and still play with the new changes to the support role quest.
Yeah, you just got to return, time it well with where minion waves are.
Well, now Dignitas are timing it on to Zeyzal and B-Boy. They have Dardoch there, and first blood to FBI. Dignitas had a trap set. Shopify walked right into it.
After Shopify were feeling very confident because they had just gotten that previous taunt into fourth shot combination and chunked out Ignar down to 50% HP. So they felt confident to move up and try and get some vision, but Dardoch was there first, and is he going to get the crab?
Oh, no. Contracts. Smites away. Hit level 6. Cyclone. The engage from Shopify. It's their turn to party. Ignar will go down. Same with Dardoch. And the Rebels get 2.
Kangas, the crab will turn around even the best of plays. Contracts gets in
Smelled
there.
too good.
With that smite trigger finger, he's able to hit the smite, get the level 6, and you hit that smite, Kangas, you're just filled with adrenaline, gonna go in, use his ultimate, gets the extra kills here, and critically, one of those kills went to his mid laner, went to Zinni on the Silas, who chat has turned against and started shouting.
Yep. Right when you doubt him the most. As our Pagoda moment, let's look at this again. Level 5 from Contracts, and it's like a Sensu beam.
Let's look at it.
Gobble it up.
He had the upgraded smite. It's not fair, Kangas. Yeah, it was still 711 HP on that smite, and Contracts was fully upgraded, so he easily is able to take it.
Nice, nice.
Nice job. Really well played.
Yeah, really huge.
Let's go.
This is you.
All right. Some words of encouragement from the team as well. And that signs the life of Shopify Rebellion, because Dardoch had kind of ran away with game number 1. The start of game number 2 here was the gank bot lane, which gets first blood to FBI, but now Contract showing he's not going to back down without a fight. 2 camps up over Dardoch, plus a kill to his name.
Yeah, the tech for the smite upgrade is so critical, and everybody has kind of jumped on that train. Really nice move. Let's see, though. Now that Zinni does have an early kill with the Dark Seal stacks, having it purchased in time.
Yeah.
See if this Silas that is going to have a game that should be perfect. You've got an Alistar ult to steal. I mean, again, as we mentioned, the Talia rocks are pretty annoying sometimes, but they should be able to flank from lots of angles, the Shopify team.
Yeah.
They have so many flankers that they should be able to put that pressure on multiple angles here on the Dignitas team comp and see if they can push us to a 3rd game in the grudge match.
And you know what helps with a stun from the Unraveled Earth is a self-cleanse from the Alistar ultimate. Get all those resistances as well as removing the CC. That's going to be 3 grubs, though, to Contracts and the Rebels. He goes up there and takes them away. No contest from Dignitas, who have a tiny little gold lead for themselves, but the game is still pretty much dead even. So now I'm going to say Shopify, with that first neutral objective take there, have a little lead. Dragon's still up. Nobody's looked at that one yet. We haven't actually started it up. No one's currently on it. Dardoch's just on this bottom scuttle crab, as he has a window here, but he will walk away and not start up the dragon.
Yeah, him and a level 6 Alistar roam time is definitely not something you want to fight really here for Shopify. Signar has to be a little careful, though. When you're doing these roams, you don't want to give the free Alistar ultimate over to Zinni.
Denethor goes for the Gnar ultimate. Fudge with the public execution. Will get away from the turret range. Denethor wasn't quite close enough to his own turret to get the extra damage.
But you saw Ignar kind of avoiding that range, staying away from Zinni, so he's not going to give it over super early on. And we'll see here as everything does calm right back down. Teleports back out to the top side. And so it's going to put the extra pressure towards the setup on the other side.
Still would have liked to see Dignitas go for a dragon. With how much Zeyzal had been roaming, he was still only level 5. Would not have had the Stand United to give an extra shield buff to his team. Ignar was level 6 because he just stuck in lane the entire time. Instead, it's going to be a reset here from Dignitas for their bot lane. FBI goes back in and picks up the Youmu's. First item completed for him. And we'll head right back to that bottom side. Dardoch is just happy to power farm in the jungle still.
Can't get the interrupt on the recall there, so Zinni as well gets back to base. He's got some burst damage, got his Merc Treads as well, too. So he's got alternators, got his Merc Treads. I mean, the Silas in a dragon fight definitely is going to be something to watch out for, as well as Contracts getting Trinity Force Power Spike here on Wukong.
Yeah, that's a big one for the Wukong jungle. Suddenly you're able to actually threaten a lot of damage now onto enemy squishies.
And he's looking for Dardoch right now. I wonder if Contracts can find him. You see him on the top there if he even checks Krugs. But Dardoch is finishing them all up, so his timing is good.
Contracts waiting around. Will now walk up towards the Krugs. And we'll spot the reset. Oh, it's actually canceled by Dardoch. He decides to walk into the brush instead. Contracts with the sweeper, walks back up, and is just kind of being annoying onto Dardoch right now, who does not want that smoke currently, has not spent his gold yet.
So they have the Silas roam, but Talia can ultimate as well here from Palafox. So let's see if they go.
Zinni's up here. The dive is coming in from Shopify Rebellion. Their chain C seen. Denethor under turret, and he's just dead. The Weaver's Wall will come in, but Palafox not able to get close enough. Teleport from FBI as well. Dignitas do not defend the play.
beautiful delete. And I think the comms probably were about defending the play because you had Talia ult over and teleport was channeled very quickly, but it doesn't matter, not quick enough. That Gnar got splatted against the wall, Kangas, instantly.
Had the flash available, but did not have the window to do it fast enough. And then, yeah, the answer from Dignitas was just too slow. Zeyzal even comes in with the Stand United to keep his team topped off. Successful dive means that now some tempo play for Shopify Rebellion on the Rift. Dignitas have gone for a whole reset here. They're sending Palafox topside, their bot lane mid, and now Denethor into that bottom lane.
Yeah, we're going to rotate over, keep Zinni in a side lane. A long lane there for Sylas up to the top side of the map would be quite nice. You know, he has his teleport ready, and so they easily can try and contest on Dragon. Honestly, too, Dignitas going to have a hard time kind of retake vision. They put so much effort previously. For the last like 5 minutes, they've had Ignar constantly roaming behind that Dragon, constantly refreshing their vision. But because of the quickness of the previous play there from Shopify, now swapping everything back, it's a lot more priority for Shopify, and they're able to get some vision set up of their own around the approach.
They're not going to start the Dragon immediately. That's an engage from Ignar instead onto Contracts. Chain of Corruption will land only onto Zeyzal. And now the engage comes in for Fudge. The public execution onto the carry. FBI's just down. B-Boy with the kill. Curtain call onto Dardog. Dies under the turret to Zinni. Shopify find 2 quick kills in the jungle.
Shopify, they're the ones with a grudge to settle this time around, Kangas. Game number 2, they're blasting Dignitas. They do give some area on the top side of the map. The Talia left up there is going to be able to get, I think he got 1 turret plate from the beginning of it. Since they had already knocked off a couple there and was able to push in, but it's definitely big for Shopify to get the kills, get the Dragon for themselves as well. I mean, really nice snipe there from Fudge.
Yeah.
Roams up the river. Boom. That Varus is toast.
Public execution directly onto the Varus flash available. Still just not able to do it fast enough. The trigger pull of Shopify Rebellion is too quick for the reaction time of Dignitas so far in this game number 2. And that means an early lead here for Shopify Rebellion. They have the Dragon, 1,000 gold, plus the 3 grubs. Things are landing heads for Shopify.
Yeah, you can tell that FBI's camera was directly over the Jhin. So let's walk through this from FBI's view, and you can talk about why he does not flash this, because he's clearly looking at the skirmish. So he goes for the Chains of Corruption, and then he pushes his E right on the Shen, as even though the Ambessa is on the Scuttle Crab vision there, he's clearly, his mouse is over the Shen. He just casted his E, and so he does get sniped. Nice job there by Fudge approaching, and now he gets snared, and now he gets murdered!
Doesn't have a chance to flash there either, Kobe. He's down in the mid lane yet again.
Got hit by the deadly flourish, and it was deadly indeed. It is a bigger lead now for Shopify. FBI is wishing he was going to be able to dodge some of these things.
I mean, if you flash a Deadly Flourish, then maybe you get away, but Contracts had such a good approach there with the Cyclone regardless. That's just tough for Dignitas. Ooh, as Shopify come into life here in game number 2. A reminder, they'll be on the road with C9 Lion and Team Liquid for our little road show there. The remaining teams playing their match next week. B-Boy right now, alone in the jungle. That's a shutdown for Dignitas.
This is classic League of Legends phenomenon, Kangas, we call the AD carry humiliation ritual.
Getting picked in the mid lane.
As, both AD carries getting a little
do it,
taste
then
of
I do it. That looked like fun.
Yeah, B-Boy, he's got flash too.
You know, you got to point it out. If we're going to point out for one, we got to point it out for the other. That's unbiased broadcast.
These AD carry players, they're all like, don't put mages down here.
Complaining about the meta, complaining about flashes, saving it for the next game. Dignitas with that pick will go straight to the Herald and pick that one up. So neutral objective for them now. As Zinni actually jumps onto Denethor here, steals an R ultimate, does not get the ult into the wall. Denethor has the flash available as Shopify trying to get away now. Dignitas can't find a hard engage, so no kills either way. It's just the objective for Dig.
Just the objective for Dignitas. Goes into the hands of Dardoch. Meanwhile, though, whenever you're going for that, the lane push in on bottom side, plus a little turret plate action there for Fudge. Honestly, they don't feel too bad about it. Maybe B-Boy and FBI can have a deal there in mid lane now.
Yeah.
Nobody else approach, please. Just let us little 80 carries flash on each other.
A gentleman. That's what they were saving them for.
Yeah.
It's actually for the 1v1, try and outplay here. Yeah. It's going to be B-Boy flashing forward to try and get that 4th auto into the Chain of Corruption. I was trying to visualize it in my head right now. I can see the angles. I can see the plays. Ignar, get out of there. You're not supposed to be in the bot or the mid lane here. Zeyzal takes a blast cone over, will spot. Dardak over the reset, drops a ward down. There's nobody from Dignitas in this top lane right now. They're instead looking bot. It's going to be a race for the turret. Shopify have multiple members hitting that top one. Dignitas with 2 members hitting this bottom one. 1 plate remains for Dig. Can't see the top one here, so who gets it first? Looks like Shopify Rebellion. We'll get that first turret.
Love me a good old-fashioned tower race.
Yeah.
Check out our split push cameras.
Dignitas kind of gave up on it, though, I will say. They only left like 1 person hitting it at the very end.
You got to give it your all the entire time.
I know. They were reluctantly crouched at the starting line, never took off. Well, I guess they did get there at the very end.
But
Still
look at that, Zinni's not giving up on the top side. He went all the way to the secondary tower up there. He finished the race and he was like, I'm going to do another race.
Yeah. He's racing and pacing, plotting the course. All right, Dragon 30 seconds here. That's the next focus as Zeyzal is able to block away the chomp from Dardak, but the pillar comes up. It's going to be Shatter Dash from Zeyzal to get away. Not getting picked in the jungle is step number 1 for support on their warding path. As now it's Zinni actually jumping straight into the mid lane, steals away the Chain of Corruption. The rest of Dignitas are fighting in the river here. Zinni throws it out, will land it onto the jungler. Dardak, the focus here. That's Exhaust onto Contracts, who has to cyclone away. Denethor, meanwhile, joins in on the flank. Shut down onto Contracts from Palafox. Welcome back, says Palafox to his old jungler. Already dead out of the gray screen here. Dignitas with 1 kill can look at the dragon.
Nicely done here. Dignitas, they defend the mid lane this time. FBI, he scrambled out of that mid lane as Zinni was running at him and stole his ultimate. But then as FBI
Didn't even need a flash.
Yeah, FBI scrambled back to his tower with just his Ghost Blade active. And then Zinni, fires off the engage. They think, oh, the fight's probably going to be good for us now if I can hit the Chains of Corruption, and Contract's committed to it. But that was onto a tanky Trundle.
Yeah.
And so nice little turn there.
Ooh, Public Execution goes wide from Fudge. Zinni will commit onto Denethor still. Who's still mini and will go down. Ignar cannot save his top laner. Successful gank top for Shopify.
Nice counter here. Shopify not going to take that previous team fight loss lying down. They make a cross-map play. So here's what we're talking about. You're running FBI off the top on the top side, uses the Ghost Blade, and then they think, okay, we're going to get a good fight here, but look at the teleport by Raptors as well. Contracts fully commits in there. He gets exhausted, though, and they kill him, while Denethor goes straight for B-Boy. The Gnar with the massive health pool is able to create so much space for the rest of the team that, yeah, they just delete that Wukong as soon as he committed in, and then they're able to follow up with the Dragon for themselves to also even up the Dragon count.
Denethor has had a fantastic 2 games now. I know he's only 0-2-0, but those types of plays are what give us some excitement for these rookies coming into the league. Like, he was able to come back from a deficit against Fudge in game number 1, and already coming back here in game number 2. That was a fantastic teleport flank.
I particularly enjoyed when we hear from Denethor as well, during pros and in the interviews afterwards, when he is very, very dedicated and committed to improvement. As a tier 2 player, paying his own way to go to Korea to, play in Korean solo queue, improve his own gameplay, always focusing on how he can play better on all of his teams, and constantly looking to be the next big thing in the LCS. And Dignitas have definitely been rewarded for bringing in both Denethor and Dardak.
Yeah.
And
they just needed some Ds on the team.
There you go.
Yeah, but which D is bigger? Which is the bigger D, Denethor or Dardak?
The analyst test was referring to them as the double Ds, but Dardak has 2 Ds in his own name, and as we heard earlier, DD God, is one of his monikers in solo queue. So does he count for 2 Ds himself? Is it in fact triple Ds?
And
Dardak being 2 of them.
Let's raise the stakes more, Kobe. Will anybody else on Dignitas name change to add another D? I'm thinking Dignar. That's got a good ring to it,
Dalafox.
DBI. Nah, that one doesn't have the same ring
Does
to
that
it.
stand for something weird or
Yeah,
bad? I don't know.
I don't know. It's always scary when you just throw those ones out there. I don't know what I just said.
Acronyms. Oh.
When you learn a word from a different language, you're like, I don't know what I just said. Hopefully it was broadcast appropriate. Speaking of broadcasts, though, remind to get your tickets now. We're going to be at the Gas South Arena. Are you gassed up, Kobe, for the Gas South Arena?
But I guarantee you I will be.
That's good. That's good. You're conserving the energy right now.
You can't just go around always gassed up.
But don't conserve your wallets. Get your tickets right now. Scan that QR code. Come say hi. We're getting gassed up at the Gas South Arena. Zazel and Zinni right now invading onto Dardoch. He takes away the Raptors. FBI trying to get in towards his jungler, but Zinni's just committing. Subjugate taken is now Chain of Corruption onto Shopify's mid laner, but he fancies himself an outplay. B-Boy with the kill. Zinni's still alive into the stasis, but Palafox with Weaver's Wall will be enough. Dignitas have to commit everybody to take him out. Zinni, wow, that was a crazy play. Throwing his life away for the kill on the Dardoch.
Yeah, I mean, the Trundle ult is a decent ult to steal, too.
Yeah.
And he was just like, you know what, I'm stealing this. He gets headbutt back in, fine, I'm fighting to the death then.
Let's go.
You know, I'm going to fight to the death with you. And Ignar there with the commitment. They do go for 1-for-1, and it is a shutdown kill, though, is the only thing. Zinni's kill. Not like a huge one or anything, but a little bit there of extra to FBI.
Yeah, that is more gold for the side of Dignitas. Happy you point that out. Still gold lead overall for Shopify Rebellion. Only 1,000, though. Not even close to insurmountable for Dignitas, who've done a good job of stabilizing the game that seemed like it was getting a little away from them. 30 seconds until this next dragon, though. Denethor will get this top turret before the objective spawns. This is when we see teams, again, start to go for their resets, spend the gold that they just picked up, get the wards down. Zazel doing that right now.
Yeah, getting some really deep vision here through the blue quadrant of the jungle leading up. I mean, Hextech Dragons, so nice. Hextech Soul, so nice. When you have a Varus in the game, a Jhin in the game, these long-range applications.
That's like Lethality Varus's ideal Dragon Soul. That or maybe Infernal. Just be able to get that extra oomph on all of your Qs you throw out. 3 items completed.
Is it an oomph or a crackle with the
Ooh,
lightning?
That's
That's
a good point.
Because it makes a distinct noise. I don't think I can replicate it. But
You
everyone
wanna give it a
knows
try?
that proc of the Hextech Soul.
Well, we won't be hearing it for a while, as Soul's still far away for both of these teams. But Dignitas in the river. Shopify have a big flank here from Zinni and Zazel, but it's spotted on a ward. That's going to be pulled back onto Zinni. The Silas in some trouble here, trying to steal away one of the ultimates, but Chains of Corruption will now lock up Zazel. Zinni's out of there. Shopify, mid laner, chunked down to below half and does not have the Zhonya's Hourglass anymore.
Yeah, Zhonya's and Flash here. Valuable pick from Dignitas, but they don't kill him, so there's still a fighting chance.
Shopify can reapproach. Zinni has the flank, and he has the Alistar ultimate this time around. A big one to survive the fight. You don't need the Zhonyas, you just need the flank onto FBI, who now spots Zinni. Fudge also has a flank angle. That is Dragon secured for Dignitas. Dardoch picks it up. Ignar could be sacrificed for it as he's running away from the rest of the team. Shopify do not get the dragon, they'll just get the kill.
They'll just get the cow.
They'll get the beef.
He was corralled into the back of the dragon pit here at the end, but that's a price Dignitas are willing to pay.
Yeah.
Ignar there, he went to zone the rest of them out, so he knew there's a possibility that this mission is a one-way mission, and they're willing to accept that possibility. It was indeed
Salute the cow. Thank you for your service, Ignar.
Yeah.
You earned us that second Drake.
But it was all because of that pick that, Ignar as well was able to start. He's the one with the Hex Flash out of the brush to get the initiation onto the Silas. They got Zinni's Zhonyas into Flash and dash away. So even though Zinni was able to escape, lost a lot of extra utility for the team fight. And then his flank around the backside of the team fight, Kangas, was not nearly as threatening, even though he had stolen the Alistar ultimate, didn't have the flash to really get in there.
Yeah, now he has the Rocket Belt cooldown, so he could look for that type of engage here. Won't have the flash for quite a while still. Definitely expect Zinni to pull off more in that moment as the big scary Silas with the Alistar ultimate. We highlighted how impactful that can be in team fights. But if you're the one picked off at the beginning of the team fight, even if you don't die, fight's gonna look a lot different. So eyes on Zinni to clean up the form a little bit here for the team to do due diligence and clear out those wards. That was a great ward to spot the TP flank from Zinni to begin with. Dardoch now on invade here, looking at the Raptors yet again. I want to say this is the second, if not third, Raptor he's taken away. He doesn't want contracts to eat his nuggies.
I mean, that is the camp most frequently stolen.
It is?
It
Yeah,
is by far the camp most frequently stolen.
Well, I mean,
Every
even mid
jungler-
laners go in there and take them. It's
True.
ridiculous. They're too squishy. It's too, you know.
Too delicious. I mean, they're just too easy to order. Dardoch here, though, is across enemy vision and trying to poke his little head around, but his old team is on resets right now, and both side lanes are getting pushed in. So this is not a great timer for Dignitas, since both side lanes are...
Oh, Ignar goes in for the headbutt pulverize onto Zinni, then immediately backs away as he takes half of his health as the trade. Chain of Corruption will land, instant cleanse. Zinni's out of there. I believe that was Azel's. Mikhail's coming in as that is now re-engaged from Ignar, plus the seismic shove, but Zinni jumps straight in onto FBI. Fudge with the public execution. Shopify Rebellion find their man. And that's AD carry down on Dignitas.
Nice move here from Shopify. Because they had those side lanes pushed in, it was being answered by the Taliyah on the side. So Palafox was not there, even though he started chaining teleport. We've seen time and time again, the teleport channel time are pretty long.
Teleport in now from Ignar to rejoin with the rest of the team. Another headbutt pulverize, but Zinni takes away the Alistar ultimate. They just dive the turret. What turret? It's already gone. Now Contracts gets away from Denethor's engage. That would be flash out of Wukong, but another kill to Shopify plus the mid turret. They got a 3,000 gold lead now at 28 minutes.
They just have so many avenues to dive, you know, and the Varus first picked Kangas, and so it lines up for all these champions. Okay, so let's take another look at this again. So even with the spell shield down here for FBI, Zinni gets it off into the deadly flourish. You don't get to move.
No.
Instantly deleted with all of the dive that they do have, and then as Denethor arrives, he's like, well, the party's already over.
Yep. Go home, I guess. Yeah. Called it off. Had to resend out invites for next week. You know, we'll do it again later.
Yeah, FBI's like,
Reschedule.
I'm not coming to this one. No, you guys start the party. Maybe I'll come late after everyone's used a lot of their abilities.
Yeah. Show up after the party. Play some board games. Yeah, you're the after party guy. Exactly. Vibes weren't right there.
These 80 carries, though, yeah, it is tough when there's so many tools that the enemy team does have to dive upon them, even with a spell shield, but annihilated there. Nicely done from Shopify. They're continuing to push this pace, grow their gold lead, and they should be able to get the next Hex Tech, but...
Zinni all alone on the side here. Rocket Belt does get him away, flashes the seismic shove, and a flash commit from Denethor, not able to land the Gnar ultimate. Zinni gets to safety, but now he goes back in with the stolen Gnar ult. He's got B-Boy behind him, and Zinni fancies the fight. Shopify Rebellion get onto the back line. Fudge with the public execution onto FBI. He flashes this time, but he still goes down. Zinni with another one. And a double kill to B-Boy. Shopify Rebellion find a triple for the AD carry right at the entrance to Baron.
That is Zinni's best clip since he has joined the LCS, man. Holy! What an escape, and he turns with the stolen Gnar ultimate. Zinni has arrived.
Who needs to escape when you can just turn the fight? Zinni says the only way out is back in. He liked those odds.
Okay, be honest. Who of you in chat voted for Zinni? Everybody switched sides.
Who held the line? Let's look at it again.
Everybody switched sides in game number 2, but look at this. Okay, he flashes the seismic shove, dodges away. The Gnar ult barely not long range there. FBI also kind of misses his ultimate, so, you know, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, but the turn back in is just freaking beautiful from Zinni, and his team wipes Dignitas. They're gonna be able to grab the Baron afterwards as well, and that might put a wrap on game number 2 to push us to a critical 3.
Zinni!
Vamos that.
Can I go top? What the?
Yeah.
Zinni, as now he's alone again. Oh, they just can't stop this guy. Those Weaver's walls are just a battle cry for Shopify to get back in there and turn the play yet again. Ignar's limping away with the Unbreakable Will survive that time, but that's right out of a replay into another Weaver's wall onto Zinni. And yet again, he's showing, hey, you don't mess with me, man. He's feeling it right now.
Yeah, this angle was too good for the Sylas, and Zinni is really making them regret it. Dignitas trapped inside their own base, being attacked on all sides here by these buffed up cannon minions. And Shopify should be able to whittle down these outer towers.
What was a relatively close game has now exploded. 9,000 gold lead for Shopify Rebellion as Ignar goes for another engage. It's exhaust onto Zazel, but Contracts with a re-engage. Cyclone's available, B-Boy dominating. And into the back line goes Zinni! Shopify's mid laner has the Gnar ultimate. He could look to jump further. Not going to go for it this time around. It's just going to be one inhib. Another in the mid lane here, but Shopify Rebellion with the Baron buff will push the wave in. Contracts knocked back by Palafox. First Nexus turret falls. Second inhibitor will follow. Dignitas have a 3-man defense against Shopify Rebellion, but they got no Nexus turrets left. Shopify's mid laner steps up big in game 2. It's a 1-1 series.
Episode number 2 of the Ultimate Grudge match here in this series is the chapter of Zinni. Analyst Des, is Zinni your player of the game, or is Zinni your player of the game?
Zinni is my player of the game.
Yeah.
Really nice to be able to see him actually
It's
come
Zinni.
out and have a good performance.
I'm excited because Zinni has landed. The fact that he came in with this Sylas play, I was getting bored after the Annie game into the Galio game into the Annie game into the Galio game.
It was a fat Sylas angle.
Listen, yeah.
As soon as Alistar was locked in, they're like,
aren't you excited, Jack?
He did good, but like, what is
Dad is mad.
I want Dignitas to do well. I want Dardoch to win a game.
Yeah.
I want
He won a
the
game.
story.
The last game.
But you lock Sylas Trundle after Varus. You know how fast they put in Sylas? They locked in Sylas?
Yeah.
Because the game was won when they locked that. Is that the highlight? You have them locking in Sylas?
It could be, but we can't access champion select, so we might as well talk about it while we're showing this play. For me, this is something that the observers didn't catch, but that's because there's so much action happening that it's hard to catch something like this. So let's just watch it here, which is, by the way, this is the lead up to the level 6 fight that looked kind of good for Dignitas, then looked really good for Shopify Rebellion. I'm focusing in on Contracts because he does the trick that we talked about at the beginning of the year, which is you're nearing 5:30 on the clock. And so what does he do? He waits. He waits. He waits. He keeps waiting. Keep waiting. Keep waiting.
Keep waiting.
5:30, he now has
Upgraded smite.
He has upgraded smite, Dardoch does not. And so he's confident to take this fight. Zazel, hearing the comms very likely, super confident, walks into Fog, which starts the bad moments here for Shopify Rebellion. So while they lose B-Boy, Contracts is like, I ain't giving this up. You think I'm giving up this Skull Crab? Hell no. Now let's look at the perspective of Dardoch, because he doesn't think this is going to be contested. We just took out your AD carry. Why would I lose this might? Now, yes, he gets a glimpse of the Wukong, but he sees 3 men, and he still loses it at 700.
Oh, the Crab turned around.
Crab did turn around, so it was not being helpful. And I wanted to zoom back into this fight because, take a look at the perspective. Now he has level 6. This is the nightmare of all junglers. To lose a level 6 fight just because of smite. One jungler had the smite, the other one did not. It didn't even matter that the AD carry didn't even participate in any of it. So that one, that one is very depressing.
He's going back to get the wave.
You had a play that you wanted to look at?
Yeah, go to 12:48, 12:49.
Yeah,
you're there.
So, and then look at this river. So here, I think Dig are contesting. They're like, okay, we're gonna clear out this vision. We're going to establish our battle lines. And Ignar goes in when I feel like he doesn't have to. Like, they can just back off as soon as they realize that there's people here. Because if you look at Denethor's bot lane, Fudge is already rotating. And crucially, Palafox does not have TP, so he cannot join this fight. And they know that. So because Fudge has such an early rotation on this play, it actually ends up costing them a lot. Because to me, this is the fight that actually ends up snowballing Shopify in the game. They immediately kill off FBI. He didn't have fun in a lot of these team fights. Zinni kills off Dardoch. This allows them to pick up first Drake.
Yep.
And it's actually a really crucial turning point that I think was a little bit of an unforced error from Ignar, just because Dignitas did not have TP advantage.
Raz, what are you doing to me, man? Yeah, I get it. He's on Silas.
Yeah, he is.
It's cool.
Oh,
Raz is
more
just
people
really
coming.
good.
He's alone.
Cool
It's a
Silas
1v4,
plays.
Jack. It's a
It is.
1v4.
But it's a bad
But is
draft.
it? But
And
Bad
you missed
draft?
everything. Run away. You missed all your spells.
Right when I think I'm out, they pull me back in.
Yeah.
Chains right back in. The Gnar ulti on 3
Oh, that was so
goes
good.
golden.
Bro, the fact that they picked Gnar after already giving them, I guess they tried to say, like, I mean, if you want even more perfect ultimates, you can have more perfect ultimates. Would you like them, Zinni?
Zinni did like them.
I
loved it a
really
lot.
hate this draft. I
I
realize
really loved it.
I'm hating it so much.
I feel like the more you see the game, the more you're just like
How
seeing
easy
red
it was
about
for
the
Zinni.
draft.
Like, that last play, super cool.
Yes.
But you showed the first play, that was Contrast getting 6. Zinni made it in there. Second
Yep.
play, that was Fudge landing a good ult. Zinni just like pressed a couple buttons on Dardoch to get
Yeah?
the kill. Yeah, the Silas was the most important thing in the game, so therefore Zinni gets player of the game. I
Yep.
think Dignitas wins game 3. They was going to draft better. I think that draft was so bad.
Well, look, you're saying draft, I'm saying play. Zinni, 84%.
I agree. Congratulations, Zinni. When
This-
you're up, you're up. But
This is
soon
the
you
Zinni that we wanted to see. Emily?
There you go. I mean, I am like, I feel like we still haven't necessarily seen the Zinni that we
I've seen
expected
it.
to see,
That was promised.
But,
That was
he
promised.
did,
Yes.
yeah, just based on watching him in LCK Challengers. But I think the big thing to me is just him increasing his comfort level with the team, right? Because he is going to play very far forward. He is going to go for these like very risky angles a lot of the time. And I think it's been a tug of war between him and the rest of the team and kind of trying to talk out where they find common ground in those plays.
Yeah.
And in this game, I feel like they found common ground. It was a very crucial point.
And I just wanted to see Zinni on something that was like had skill expression. Last game was Ari. This game is Silas. We're really starting
You
to see.
didn't like the Annie
Zinni at his
Gallia
peak.
rotation, right?
I didn't.
Dardoch's already back in his chair, focusing up.
Jack,
Dig can't start 0-4. They cannot start 0-4.
say something kind about Zinni.
No! we just glazed him for 6
What a
minutes.
scandalous-
We're fine with that. I get it. He did well. Palafox
Yeah?
actually played pretty well.
He did.
I
He
feel like
played
the
pretty well
ultimate
that game.
grudge match bowl could only have gone to game 3.
I hope
In
so.
the third
The
iteration.
third iteration.
You
The
can't
first
have a
iteration
trilogy
was a
without
sweep.
going
Yeah,
to 3.
exactly.
Second iteration was a sweep. Now we're going to game 3. Dardoch he's locked in. In fact, we need to go to break right away so we can start the game on the other side.
Oh, they're late. Top.
I don't have ult for
running
40.
top, I'm running top, run down.
Talon ulti. Talon
He's okay, by the way. We can fight off though.
Yeah, we can fight. Yeah, it's gonna be full fight.
Coming. Looks good. I
No
can hold
flash
the
Trundle,
alpha.
no flash Trundle. I have peel.
Holding burst.
Looking.
I have death stance.
We're just gonna be looking Trundle if we
Burst
can.
Oh my god,
Zinni!
Vamos that. Shopify's mid laner steps up big in game 2. It's a 1-1 series.
You
Hello and welcome back, everybody, for Game 3 of our Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl. Kobe, you just said it before it came to us. It's delivering. This is the series that people wanted on their Saturday afternoon.
Did you ever doubt that this would deliver the Ultimate Grudge Match?
Never.
Always.
Dardog, the newest addition to the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl as well. You know, we never even asked him what it meant to him to be part of such a momentous occasion.
True, we should
Maybe we'll hear from him after the series. Yeah.
Dardoc, we're going to have to check in. Also, what was Dardoc's friend that you were talking to?
Johnny Rockets.
Johnny Rockets.
Johnny Rockets.
What does Johnny Rocket think about this?
Can we get a check-in? Johnny Rockets, are you in Twitch chat right now? Or
Johnny
YouTube
Rocket?
chat or any chat? Somebody shoot a message over to Johnny Rockets. We'll see how he's feeling about Dardoc so far. I'm hearing from Grapes, one of our producers, that he is going to check in.
Yeah.
So we can get a live Johnny Rockets update.
We need to also ask Johnny Rocket what we've been asking chat and which mid laner would they, if they were making a team, which mid laner would they want on their team?
Should we just run that back a third time in Game 3? I mean, we might as well.
We are, Candace.
Yeah.
Also, we're going to post the results of each game's you know, votes. And we're going to name every single chatter.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I like that.
Side, yeah.
Out them.
We're gonna
especially
name
the
every
flip
single one.
floppers. Yeah.
We're gonna see. We're checking the data.
Now,
right
as casters,
as we
do
speak.
we have the power to do that? Yet to be determined.
Yes.
But we can at least say we're going to do it and then see what happens.
Yes.
See what the socials team does. See what the moderators do. Shout out everybody who makes the LCS tick. It's Game 3, Dignitas versus Shopify Rebellion. Digger on blue side. Shopify Rebellion with last pick. And a couple bands already coming in here. Poppy, Nocturne, Nautilus from Dignitas' side. Lee Sin, J4, and one final band that they're waiting on.
Oriana is up. Oriana is up, Kangas. Oriana through. Is it a Palafox Oriana angle yet again?
I like me some Palafox Oriana.
What else we got? We got Vi dive options. Okay. So the Oriana being left again to pass to the other side here.
Oriana's a good combo with Vi.
Yeah, it could pair either side. Quite interesting. Dignitas, clearly, though, they want that dive. They want the point and click. Let's see what the answers will be from Shopify. We mentioned previously tank options for contracts from the jungle. They did get buffed up on this patch a little bit on the clear speed. Quite nice. Skarner's already been the existing pro play tank option.
We saw Sejuani in the first series
good.
of today, though, so you're right, the tanks are starting to come back. It had been a while since I had seen the Sejuani played.
And personally, I find that tanks that build a Heartsteel and get the satisfying Heartsteel noise into the game
Kobe,
make the game way better.
We have an update from Johnny Rockets. That was a fast update. This is, quote, Dardoc Masterclass incoming. We have the clutch gene. We have the clutch gene. Are Johnny Rockets and Dardoc related?
Fun fact, Johnny Rockets' NACL team eliminated Dardoc's old NACL team from playoffs yesterday.
Shout out CCG, shout out Contingent. Awesome to see that Johnny Rockets is still competing. Do you think he competes in the bow tie that we saw him in the photo? I hope so.
Yeah.
I think in my head canon he does.
I'm just going to make up some Johnny Rocket lore right now, but I think that it really puts him into the mentality that you need to be in to focus on competitive matches.
Dress for the job you want, not the job you have, Kobe.
Exactly, Kangas. Right there.
If you want to elevate the region, you got to elevate your wardrobe, first and foremost. Let's catch
Bow
up.
tie. I like it.
On some of the picks here. Yanara Lulu combo for Dignitas' bot lane, so they have that Enchanter plus the Hyper Carry, and then it's going to be Rumble and Azir recently buffed for Zinni.
Yeah, let's put those buffs to the test. We've had some hovers and some people kind of messing around with it, but we'll see with the extra damage that Azir has been afforded. Well, maybe the lane, the trades in lane will be a little bit more threatening. I know everybody's doing the press the attack as well. So we'll see here. It should be plenty of damage, though. You know, they have a pretty standard team comp set up here with the Skarner front line to hold people on top of a Rumble ultimate. And so they definitely have some ways of trying to deal with the Dignitas lineup.
And they now get to ban away mid laners. The Akali gone. You can ban away other things Palafox would want to play. Oriana, still an option.
Yeah, Oriana, definitely still an option. You can get those dive combos. Azir, weak to poke and weak to some assassins, namely Akali. Yone is another one. However, I mean, I guess they could still go with it, but Rumble is like the very good AP source top laner that you would usually want to pair there. And so since Shopify, I think, is a good job by them stealing away the Rumble, even though Palafox does like playing Yone, not necessarily confident to throw down the full commit on a Yone angle just yet.
Sure. Ooh, Callista locked in for B-Boy for Shopify Rebellion. Stepping up to answer the Yanara strength in the lane here. Callista, notoriously one of those kind of lane bully AD carries that has been creeping its way back in. Players like Tactical, players like Jan pulling it out.
Yeah, and the Nautilus is banned, but you got plenty of other engaged supports that you can pair it with.
Might I sell you on a Blitzcrank?
You could definitely sell me on a Blitzcrank. I love the Ballista combo, as it is called, when you Blitzcrank, hook, and then Callista ultimate and yoink them super
Ironic
far.
that it is the opposite of what a Ballista does.
You also shoot him back out at the end of just not quite as far.
Sure, I suppose.
You're winding back.
Oh, you're pulling them in as the ammo.
You're winding back your Ballista.
I see. I like it.
There's a Yono I was talking about, though, too. It looks like Palafox does feel confident to fully slam it down and commit to it.
Plus the Aurora, so I guess we're assuming that Aurora for Denethor in the top lane, Yone in the mid lane for Palafox.
Exactly. Into Rumble, it's quite a good matchup, and you can bully the Rumble if left isolated and these pesky junglers don't mess with your lane.
Those pesky junglers. Probably no longer going to be pesky supports with the changes. Also, it's Lulu and Renata, so I don't think the level 3 Renata gang top lane is that intimidating.
This class of support usually does stick to their lane a little bit more.
They like the 2v2.
But yeah, I do honestly like the angles from both sides, as we said, kind of setting up there. The Yone combination also pairs really well with an Aurora double pick for the solo laners on the end there for Dignitas, because again, you've got these really good dive angles for Dignitas. So they're going to try and create their space for FBI by going forward and pushing the fight, taking it to Shopify. And then meanwhile, Shopify, they have a lot of very good combinations. I mean, Callista Renata bottom lane, definitely one of my all-time favorites. And the Rumble top side here for Fudge, he has been quite good. So we'll see how well he fares up against Denethor's counter pick.
Yep.
Because Denethor himself coming from Tier 2 and definitely impressing us.
Love Denethor's carry performances in Tier 2. He's been playing a lot of the tanks so far here in LCS. Now he gets to show us what he can do on the Aurora. My eyes will also still be on that mid lane matchup. You see him on your screen right there. Zinni versus Palafox on two high execution mid laners with high impact ultimates. It's 1-1 in the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3. And Palafox and Zinni both have champions that can hard carry games, but they both have champions that can hard throw games. If either of them go in for the wrong play, it can look quite silly. But man, they can also look quite awesome on these specific picks.
I love it. Now, get in chat. Vote yourself again. We're going to run this.
Talking about Johnny Rockets right now.
We're going to run this a third time, yeah. Don't worry. We're going to keep in touch with Johnny Rockets.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
He's our esports pundit now.
We're going to have
Dardock pundit.
Branded segment. Johnny Rockets check-in.
Do you think he would call in, like a video call with us?
Yes.
Only if he wears the bow tie.
I'm gonna accept for him right now. And he's going to wear his bow tie.
Yep.
He's going to wear his bow tie on the video call.
There we go. All right, I want to set some expectations now, Kobe, as Shopify Rebellion had the win last split. They already 2-0 Dignitas. They also 2-0 DSG. That let them sneak in to playoffs.
Yeah, they toppled those giants.
They toppled the two teams that didn't make it to playoffs. That's all you have to do, it turns out, to make it into playoffs, as an early skirmish bot lane will break out here. That's a couple summoner spells used from the side of Shopify Rebellion to get a low health bar FBI. But I want to remind people that they have yet to beat Dignitas this split. They beat Sentinels, but if Shopify are trying to improve their placement from spring to summer now, this is a crucial match for them to win.
Yeah, certainly is. And it is a crucial grudge that they need to win as well.
Yeah, yes.
That's what we're all here for.
Yeah. Although, unfortunately, Contracts was the one that was kind of playing it cool. He was like, nah, it doesn't matter too much. It was Palafox.
Yeah, he was bluffing. I'm glad that Palafox
he poked him a little bit.
the passion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Contracts was trying to play it cool. No, it's all good. I don't really care. I hate you.
Do you think Palafox...
You have no shoes on.
Yeah, do you think he's put his shoes back on? Was my next
No, he
question.
plays with his shoes off. It makes him more comfortable.
Really?
Get some Palafox lore, yeah.
How did I feel like I learned something new about Palafox every week. But, yeah.
You're going to be really delighted with the Palafox secret that we have for next week.
Oh, a little teaser.
It's a good one.
Right there, okay.
It's coming straight from Johnny Rockets.
He'll give us an update on Dardoch and Palafox in the mid lane here. I don't know if we ever ran that poll, by the way, of
let's run it now.
Time. You want to run it now?
I want to run it now. If we say it enough times, then production will just tell us, nah, we can't run it right now. So, all right, we're going to have to wait then. You know, all good.
It's all right.
Nice teaser, Kangas.
Nice teaser, yeah. I think more...
You wish you could vote right now, which mid laner?
More than what matters on if the community has flipped their vote again, it is, I think, what Johnny Rockets thinks about.
Yeah, actually, only one vote matters.
Only one vote matters right now. As the bot lane is shoved in here for FBI and Ignar, Ignar will rotate around and head up. And, we are able to do it.
Good teaser.
Look at that.
Yeah, perfect.
Hey, they're on your screen right now. Which would you rather have? Now, a reminder, game 1, it was a 1% lead for Palafox.
Yeah.
Game 2,
basically dead even.
Dead even.
Yeah.
Game 2, massive lead for Palafox. He had like a 75% at least.
But who won player of the game that game, too?
Zinni.
Zinni did. You're right, Kangas. Good answer. 100% credit on this test.
I wasn't even in the caster booth when that was brought up on the lounge. I went to use the restroom. So I was just guessing based on the prompts that you set me up for.
Yeah. You know what? That's why.
And it's flipped again.
I think we've got a lot of fair weather fans, Kangas.
What is this, an army of Raz?
Whoever just won is who they want to make their team with.
Ugh. Flip-floppers, am I right?
Wait, hold on, though.
It is getting closer.
It's not as one-sided as the previous game. The Palafox Diamond Hands holders. Some people are still holding Palafox stock, despite him getting pushed in early by the Azir, which you're going to get pushed in early anyway. Palafox also, he's up in CS, and he's going to get more CS at the tower.
It's close.
Yeah, look at this. The Yone CS.
The Palafoxers, they've taken over the vote.
He's ahead in CS, Kangas, and once he gets level 6, you know they can put the extra pressure on him.
Yeah.
The Diamond Hands also, when we talk about it, you see this power that we have?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be known as Diamond Hands. Nobody wants to be... Well, I don't even actually know.
Well, you also said that we would out anybody...
What's it called when you sell the stock too early and you don't have Diamond Hands?
Is it like league rank? Is it like bronze hands? Is it wood hands? Like wood hands has a different connotation.
I think it's like loser or something like that.
Yeah, we'll have our experts look at that. They'll update us. We can really ask the producers anything, and they'll give us the answer. Stats guy Leo, what's the answer to that one?
Chat, what's the opposite of Diamond Hands?
Again, I feel like if we're going league terms, it's got to be like wood hands, you know? Iron hands, FBI hands, getting pushed back towards this turret here as he pops the barrier. Gets chunked down by Zeyzal and B-Boy yet again. No action in the first 5 minutes of this game, but Dragon has spawned, so that could be where junglers next put their attention.
Chat's got my back.
They do?
Paper hands.
Paper
Kangas.
hands.
Even worse than wood hands because you grind up the wood and make paper with it.
Yeah, but paper.
Flimsy little paper hands.
When I think paper hands, I think you got a lot of cash, you know? It's like, or checks.
Nah, bro, your hands are made of paper.
They're made of paper, paper mache hands. Yeah, all right. Well, now we have like a whole lore, like machete hands to chop the wood hands into paper hands.
Holy moly. We're playing rock, paper, scissor hands.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissor hands. As the play into the mid lane here. Oh, what an effort divide from Zinni. Hitting Dardoch and Palafox. 2-for-1 special.
So now we know the Sand Soldiers are greater than Steel Hands, which is what Vi uses.
Oh, yes. True.
Hex-Tech Hands.
Hex-Tech Hands lose in that matchup.
Yeah.
Sand beats
Sand Hands. Can you believe it? Sand Hands beats Hex-Tech Sands?
Yeah.
And the Hex-Tech Hands used Flash.
Oh, well, if you think about it, Hex-Tech is like the newest, coolest technology. It's the future. Sand is like the oldest. Like, it's rocks that have been dissolved into, not dissolved, that's not the right word. You know, like weathered into sand.
I get what you're going for, though. I got your vibe.
Yeah.
You know what? The words that you use don't matter as much as the vibe you're giving off, Kangas. I'm down with it.
How long does it take for Hex-Tech Hands to turn into Sand Hands?
You're kind of going for, like, technology versus hippie.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
Ancients versus the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But when you're talking about the Iron Hands, I thought you were talking about the Mortal Steel from Yone there as well.
That's
there was
also,
a lot of references.
You know what? I was referring to both actually as a 2-for-1.
A 2-for-1 reference?
Yeah, 2-for-1 reference. Those are rare.
Double entendre, some would call that one. As FBI's pushing. Somewhat. You want? Come on, I set you up for something cool there, Coach.
You know what? I'm still down with your vibe. I got you.
All right. You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. This game is 7.5 minutes in. No kills on either side. So we spent a lot of time talking about different types of hands. Right now, I want to see hands on keys to make some action happen. That was a dragon picked up by Shopify Rebellion, not contested here by Dignitas. So an early objective for SR.
True. And the Chemtech hands. We're
dragon hands. Dragging these hands on. Nope, I'm not going to finish that one. What else can... So I want to talk about something that Dardoch mentioned on pros. We're just going to hard segue into this one to get us off that topic. Because Dardoch had an interesting point that he mentioned. If you go back to that first series versus Lion, they had a fantastic start to game number 1. Game 2 got a little out of their hands, but he actually had an interesting quote there. Felt like they're stumbling at the easy part and doing the hard part better. They're getting into a position where they actually have these leads and they're in advantageous positions, but then closing out they were struggling with. They were able to close out game number 1, struggled here in game number 2. Now they're on the grub. Shopify are approaching. Fudge coming in from the top. And now he's the focus here. Everybody from Dignitas throw their hands on Fudge. That's going to be first blood over to Dig.
And Shopify can collect the grubs, their grubby little hands, but they lost their first blood money, Kangas, and that gold lead does increase for now for Dignitas. It's not the biggest. Let's take another look here. Dignitas, obviously, they're just going to all attack the weak side of the flank. If there's a pincer movement here, Fudge alone, of course, right over the wall. Dardoch cues over the wall into ultimate on Fudge. They take him down. Even though he gets his ult off in a little bit of burn, the rest of Shopify are like, we still can't fight this. So we'll just take the grubs and get out of here. But I have a more important critical update. Some of our data has been falsified or heavily influenced as bottom side fight.
Contract's going for a gank here. B-Boy taking a huge chunk of damage. FBI almost gets the kill. Zizzo's there with the bailout. Now the handshake back onto Ignar. Hostile takeover will land. No, it does not. Flash from FBI had the summoner spell. So Dignitas survived the gank.
Yeah, well done by the Dignitas bottom line. They fight off the gank, and it's all even on summoners since everybody used theirs with them putting so much pressure onto B-Boy. All summoners from also the Shopify side. So I'm giving honors to my Dignitas bottom lane there for fighting them off with the extra presence of the Skarner, getting vision of enemy jungle, absorbing that pressure, trading all the summoner spells. And back to our data, though, apparently the Diamond Hands Palafox holders, Jat and Raz, were spamming the chat during the vote. And so a lot of those votes belong to those two members.
Disastrous for the reputation of the LCS as a whole. How could they do this to us?
It might be okay. It just means that they're the ones holding all of the risky stock.
Oh, they really heavily bought into Palafox.
So it's on those two.
That's a good point.
As of right now, looks fine, but we'll see.
Which is also ironic because that means that it was not a flip-flop, which is what Raz is known for.
Can we be sure what he started with, though?
Here's the seasoned assist into the top lane. Denethor got the first blood. He's got another gank, but this time Fudge will survive it. Not quite enough damage for the kill there. But I like this look here from Dignitas playing around their Fed member. Denethor is the one with the most gold lead over his lane opponent.
Yeah, it's not a huge lead, though. So despite Fudge getting turned on at the grub fight and getting ganked, I think he's doing quite a good job because the matchup is really annoying versus Aurora, and he's still farming effectively. Didn't seem to have too many issues. The extra gold lead for Aurora is mostly the first blood actual cash.
And 2 turret plates as well.
Yeah, that he did get. So we'll see when we get to these team fights, because again, it's going to be Dignitas with so many diving flank members here with Aurora, Vi, and Yone. Huge dive potential. Can they get around, like Azir ultimate and Skarner defenses that they are going to try and use? Palafox here under attack, under tower. Jat and Raz still holding. They're calm. They're no paper hands, okay?
They're not sweating hands either. But
no.
right now, Shopify are making them sweat a little bit with their second dragon here. Uncontested again. Dignitas are allowing Shopify to scale these up, stack these up. That is 2 in a row now for the Rebels. And a couple of plates here for Zinni, who currently here is getting a slight lead over Palafox in the 1v1. I want to go back to the point that you had made about that top lane, though, and Fudge holding on versus the Aurora despite that first blood, despite the counter pick there in the top lane. And Denethor now having the Leandri's first item completed here. He hasn't been able to push too much more, but now they go in. B-Boy throws his support at Ignar. Hostile takeover will land, and that's enough Ren stacks for days. B-Boy picks up a kill.
Nice force on the kill, and they call the jungle as well, Kangas. They might not be done here. You can force them off the tower. Get the kill, deny some minions, get some tower plate money. Even with the threat of Skarner, FBI giving them some room.
Now Dardoch in the mid lane spotted out here by that control ward, so even Zinni is safe. His jungler went bot side, but there's not much for Dardoch to do outside of just take these chickens. Contracts will go for a reset and run right back onto the map. Gonna go look at his red buff here, see that his chickens have been taken, and now mid lane here, Zinni almost finds the outplay on a Palafox. That's flash away from Dig's mid laner, and now Dardoch gets it answered in kind. Zinni has to flash away from the Vault Breaker.
So Palafox calling Dardoch and Ignar. Interesting. I'm just kidding.
That's 2 extra hands. 2 extra pairs of hands in the mid lane right there.
4 hands, yeah,
That's
pairs, there you go.
Too many hands, man.
Regardless, though, flash for flash, ongoing aggressive here. Contracts did see as the Raptors, the remnants of the Raptors were still stolen, but still got to grab his red buff as well as clear up to the top side. So the Skarner has gotten to full heart steal in a pretty good position. We'll see if they're able to bring their team fight together. I think their team fight will be very solid for the side of Shopify. Renata is always a great counter to heavy dive. Zinni as well going aggressive on the top side into the Aurora, though does take a large amount of damage.
Contracts currently on the top side, sees Dardoch, pushes him away. Will go in and swerve out. Not going to commit onto the top laner. Ignar, meanwhile, gets handshook back from Zazel.
It is always interesting, too. With Dusk and Dawn on the Azir, it gives him healing, which he did not have for, like, you know, most of the history of this champ. But now he's under attack.
On to Zinni. Will the healing be enough to keep him alive? He Emperor's divides under the turret, but Denethor is there to get the kill. Now Contracts pulled Dardoch back in. Has no Impale available, and Dardoch lives with a sliver of a health bar, but the burn is enough. Contracts will get the kill in kind.
Worth it. Did you hear that Heartsteel's proc, man?
That was a satisfying bonk.
The ring around Summoner's Rift, and just barely able to get him to burn down there. Meanwhile, Fudge gets free time on the bottom side tower, so Shopify cleaning up here, even though Zinni was targeted. The no flash Azir, nice little pincer movement. Here we go.
Chase him down. Oh, just gets the electrocute proc, huge chunk, not enough to kill.
So they do stabilize for the side of Shopify after the attack from Dignitas, and in the end, their pressure wins out. Outer tower starting to fall. I don't know about this, Palafox. You just lost your mid lane tower. Priority is gone.
Solo. I mean, his jungler's on the Wolves, but that's pretty far away. So yeah, Palafox will back off. He was just stacking up Mortal Steel, and will now go catch that top wave. Dardoch, meanwhile, will go right back to the blue buff. Herald will de-aggro, and we're back to a relatively even position. But Shopify got that mid turret. Bot turret is a hair's breadth away from falling as well, as now Contracts spots out Dardoch with that control ward, and his team rotates up towards the Herald. 15:50 on the timer. A minute till Dragon. Shopify look to go for the Herald before the Dragon fight.
Yeah, with your mid tower, you lose a lot of objectives that way, because mid prow is so easy for Shopify now. Palafox gonna sniff around.
He has a Fate Sealed available if he wants to go for it. No, they don't have enough damage at this point, even with Blade of the Ruin King completed. Yone's now an official champion with that 1-item power spike, but not really threatening enough here. Dardoch will just go for the invade. He will take the bottom Scuttle Crab, look at that blue buff before the Dragon spawns in 30.
Can we get a camera pop up with Raz to see if he has sold his Palafox stock or not as they're fighting?
I mean, Palafox is winning this 1v1 currently. Zinni got chunked right there. Has the shield and the Dusk and Dawn heal, and I have confirmation from Big G in production that Raz was shaking his head. No, so he's holding. He's not sold.
It is known. Raz classic diamond hands. He never sells.
If we, you know, this is now a new pitch here live on the broadcast. Let's just get a Raz cam during series. That'd be entertaining in its own right here. Dragons up here, down to 4,000 health. Contracts and Shopify are approaching. They got Zinni in tow.
Battle Herald?
Could be the Battle Herald dropped here, and it is now for Shopify Rebellion at least to threaten Dignitas, who now back away, not confident to contest the Dragon. That will be the 3rd in a row for Shopify.
Jump in the Herald. I want to see it. Come on! No, you're just gonna let her walk down and die.
Yeah.
No.
The least ceremonial Rift Herald death.
Man.
Pour one out for Shelly. Shopify just throw her to the wolves in order to get the 3rd dragon.
Rest in peace, Shelly. You'll be remembered. You are the payment for a dragon.
It's like a literal sacrifice right there. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be on her tombstone.
Mm-hmm. The blood sacrifice.
Died a good herald.
Does Shelly bleed? Like, does it count if it's like void ooze? I
Yeah.
feel like that's what.
It doesn't matter what you bleed.
It counts.
Counts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Good to know. Got on the technicality. Palafox jumped onto Zinni, but backs away. Still the 1v1. I feel like we haven't gotten a definitive which one of these mid laners is having the bigger impact on this game, Kobe.
I want to see them fight each
I
other.
know.
Everyone keeps ganking.
Just all in. Go, Palafox. Go. Get him. He's on your screen.
It's really interesting, too, with Dusk and Dawn tech. Because it does have, you know, significant amount of HP on it. Gives you that healing proc that we were talking about. And we'll see, though, if we can get a real test without everybody going over to the lane. Shopify still, they're going to send everybody up there. Make sure Foxes run away from the tower, and Zinni gets his alone time. Turret plate, cash.
More gold into Azir's pocket. Currently 386 ahead. This next plate will put it to 466 as it's still the Dragon sagging for Shopify, meaning that the pressure's on Dignitas. They got to find a way in. They gave up 3. They didn't even like try and fight. They looked at the fight on the 3rd one, didn't commit to it. You can't just give Soul for free, Kobe. You got to find a way to actually get in. So what's Dignitas's approach going to be in your mind as they're actually posturing here around Contracts, flashes forward, not going to find the Ishtal's impact into the wall. Dardoch will interrupt it. Palafox now finds an angle on the B-Boy, dodges on the hostile takeover, but now Dardoch flies onto the back line. B-Boy sucks up his support, throws it back in onto the jungler, but now joins Denethor. B-Boy's in trouble, he's going to go down. Denethor will follow. Zinni gets the kill that time. Emperor's Divide onto Dardoch means a double to Zinni. FBI will answer one back, but Ishtal impact into the wall. Contracts finds that one. Shopify Rebellion find a 1-for-4 trade.
What a counter here from Shopify with Dignitas trying to find the initiation. They go for the backline here. Palafox is looking at B-Boy and Zeyzal. And so with FBI getting kind of pushed out by Fudge here, Palafox ease in onto Zeyzal, and then he's going to Q, and then he's going to look for the ultimate over the top onto the Renata. The other side, pull back as Dardoch goes in. So their attempt there is kind of stifled. Contracts got his ultimate onto Denethor. So they were able to peel for a while, and it allowed B-Boy to get the bailout at the last second. They peeled for them. Their backline here for Shopify is able to survive, and only Zinni dies because FBI full committed his flash in there at the very end.
That was the most disgusting thing I've ever done in my life.
he did flash Ishtal's impact into nothing, I believe. But hey, it worked out. Young Christian, we are both disgusting. No. That's a great use of all chat right there. Ooh. Wow. At least they can laugh about it a little bit here, as it's now a 2.6 thousand goldie for Shopify. Extra kills means extra gold, and B-Boy living there was huge. The bailout did actually matter at the end.
So, about that Razcam.
Yeah.
Let's check in on this here. How's he feeling about the Zinni versus Palafox debate now?
Yeah, Palafox still hasn't gotten a kill. He got an assist. That's something on the board. Technically a 1 KDA right now.
Yeah.
It's better than a negative.
Their engage was just not synced up at all.
Nope.
Palafox went in, then afterwards, then Dardoch trying to get in there, and
Denethor was so close as well. Even though he did get pulled back over the wall, he was able to go between worlds and jump to the other side of the big circle. But yeah, that one bailout kept B-Boy alive. And now Shopify Rebellion, 30 seconds until this pivotal Dragon Soul. They're going to teleport their top laner to join up. FBI is getting chunked out at the start of the fight. Dignitas control the access point through the river currently, as they'll teleport their mid laner in here. Contract's going to walk up. Fudge with the big teleport shield drops down the equalizer. FBI still chunks down, and now that's a one-way ticket for Dardoch, but he's got Palafox behind him. Dignitas almost blow up B-Boy again, but yet again, the bailout will be enough. A double kill to the support, as Shopify Rebellion will once again win the team fight. This time, their reward is Dragon Soul.
Yeah, and that one was not close. They demolished them in the team fight. They started out with some poke from Zinni. Again, the Dusk and Dawn proc just pokes him down. Then they're able to get the full engage. Fudge just walk your face right into him with your big old teleport shield.
Yeah.
They burned them all down in the first like 2 seconds.
Find you, Aurora, okay?
Let's Garner take you.
Aurora's in front, by the way. This is a good fight.
Hey.
No TP.
Yep, just play slow. I'll take here. Yunar Nor, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay. Yeah, just fine.
I'm just fighting.
Looks good.
Yeah, if they hit me, it's good. Just in front.
Look at me.
Yep, I got big ult on you. I have W on you too. It's free.
Nice.
Nice job, guys. Let's just get Soul and collect our free win, no?
Yeah, collect
Soul.
Do pass go, do collect your free win.
That was the most animated I've ever seen Coach Revan as well, this split. That was a high five. Even in some of the good plays, he's looked a little grouchy. I'm just going to call him out on that this time around. Warren's a high five for the team fight win. Zazel said, let's get that free win, and it feels like it. 7,000 gold lead with the Dragon Soul. Now Dardoch getting impaled in his own jungle. B-Boy getting that damage into him with Ren stacks, and Zinni with the kill. The tag team combo, triple threat from Shopify Rebellion.
Yep, that's going to be a free Baron. Genghis and a free Baron often leads to a free win, as they said.
Yeah. And the Grudge Match Bowl, Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3, it delivered in Game 1, it delivered in Game 2, Game 3 here. Now that it's opened up, it's looking like a bit of a stomp. A Shopify Rebellion, again, their goal this split was to improve. In order to do that, you gotta beat the teams you beat last split, as well as add a few more names to that list. They did it with Sentinels. They could do it here now, taking down Dignitas.
So now that they are winning, can we push the Shopify Zinni supporters even further?
Ooh.
They already voted, and the people who voted they would prefer Zinni on their team. Are you willing to even commit more? Because, you know, Zinni, they didn't put him on Annie or Galio at all.
No.
They have been spamming these supportive champions, Annie, Galio, and Nivea, over and over for him, but they kind of unleashed him with the Silas pick. Now he gets the Azir pick here. And is it going to be the Summer of Zinni instead of the Summer of Palafox?
I like that question, Kobe. Flip the script.
Or
take down Palafox, get a win for yourself. Embers divide on to said mid laner. Palafox is dead. B-Boy on a killing spree, but Dignitas do answer onto Fudge. Now Zinni flies in, and they got B-Boy unleashed as well. That's Shopify picking up 2 more quick kills, a double to B-Boy, as it's only Denethor and Ignar alive on Dignitas. That's the flash from Denethor, flash response from Zinni. The reaction time was there, and Shopify's mid laner stands tall in game number 3. The Rebels have the Baron empowered wave to push in, and it's only a support staring them down. 15-4 with the Dragon Soul. The Rebels dig the grave of Dignitas in this Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3. GG, Shopify take the series.
Congratulations to Shopify. Huge win for them. I mean, yes, it's the grudge match. We're all happy that that is settled for now. But also, as you brought up earlier, these two teams fighting to get into playoffs. They're often very close. That could be the cutoff line. Now, Shopify here getting another win for themselves, though. They've got a really good amount of separation now. They could feel pretty confident.
We had a confirmation from our stats guy that there is still technically worlds with tiebreakers and scenarios that Shopify wouldn't guarantee playoffs.
100% guaranteed.
But it's like 99%. Like, it's pretty close, and they've put themselves in a fantastic position. You want to be able to control your fate, even if it comes down to it, tiebreaker scenario. You want to be able to say, oh, if we just keep winning, let's add some more. They're going to be 3-1, Kobe, going into that weekend in Mexico City.
Intimidating stuff.
Yeah.
Honestly. Who is your player of the game? I'm going to throw my vote right now. I'm going to go for Zazel. I think the Renata bailouts on B-Boy were clutch.
I like
Able
that
to save him.
call.
Also, it was a very good pick. Also, the comms were great. Analyst Desk, do you feel the same?
Seems like you're a little biased, Kobe.
Yeah.
You're biased towards Zazel.
You were interested in a certain
So the
answer
two
from us.
were gaming the chat.
Yeah, I was gaming it a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Congratulations,
Hey! Sit on, come on down.
Have a seat.
Take a seat. Oh, very kind, very
Juan,
kind.
we have
of
this
you, Zazel.
present
have
for
a
you.
reward.
You are the winner
Ultimate
of Ultimate
Grudge
Grudge
Match
Bowl
Bowl.
Part 3.
Yeah, the third to the
I
part.
told you I'd never lose to someone that takes off their shoes in game.
Holy moly.
I will
It
say
feels good.
there was the moment where you did type in chat, Christian, we're both disgusting.
Yeah, it was the most disgusting thing I've done in a while.
It was,
I don't know.
it was a rough team fight for both of you.
The mechanics are not great today. I mean, I told this guy that my mechanics on the day just depend on how sweaty my hands are on the day.
He
Is that
told
why
me
you're always like wiping them
no,
off
I
on
just
your,
have-
yeah.
it's hilarious. He told me to just ask him on the day. I asked him today, and he said, "I don't want to talk about it."
Oh,
That's why I have a fan on stage, but honestly, I think I need a super fan because it's not doing the
You need one
job.
of those like towels that like wick away moisture they give like athletes. Like unironically.
He's a sweaty ass nerd.
A literal sweaty nerd.
Do you remember Crumbs used to play with like literally a
cloth.
Like a cloth
Yeah.
over top
I've
of his
tried
mouse?
that strategy,
That sounds terrible.
but it was, you just have no sense of feeling. It's really weird.
Sure. Either way, Zazel, this is your introduction to the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl. Is it everything you'd heard about?
There you go, man.
Thanks.
You're undefeated in the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl.
There it is.
Yeah, that's good news. I mean, I did play with Palafox. I mean, I enjoyed it, so I didn't really have a huge grudge match, but I mean, I guess I'm happy for you,
Thanks,
Juan.
man. Yeah, it was really a heartwarming event.
Yeah, I mean, he complains about Palafox nonstop. I don't know. He hasn't gotten over it. It's been no later. Half our conversations, somehow Palafox gets brought up, and I'm just trying to be impartial. I mean, both my ex-teammates.
man, you can lie to the whole
one
world.
current.
Contracts, that sounds like trauma.
Yeah, he can lie to the whole world. It's really fine, honestly.
Yeah, that was a lie.
I
mean, it's almost worse if I say you don't talk about him, though. So now it's up to you what I say.
I forgot about him.
I feel like, Zazel, your Renata play is symbolic. The bailing out Shopify Rebellion. Yeah. You had some insane plays this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny. We were just like, since I came in a bit as an emergency, like no one really remembers what I can play, but that was a champion I was, like B-Boy and I played Callista a lot when we played together, but we just like kind of forgot. We came back together and then we were like, oh yeah, we can play Callista. And that was just like something we picked up this week. But yeah, old man can still play Renata, luckily. It was meta when I was playing last, so it's one of the champs I'm still good at.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask because this draft, like that part of the draft was so good against what they had. So just talk to me through like how this draft kind of went in response to what Dig had picked, because it seemed like in game 2 and in game 3, you guys had really good responses for what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that he has no Vi games over the past like year and a half of his career in NACL, and that he had no prio on it. So I know that if we gave it to him, he'd be pretty uncomfortable just like piloting it. So yeah, I mean, we just made an anti-dive front to back call.
Yeah, there was kind of a lot of conclusions through the series, I'd say. For one was like both teams, whoever can just look at the other and win was going to have a way easier time. We realized that after game 1. And then like additionally, it's a battle of like who can play what. Like very few teams can play everything, even only the top teams. Like I don't want to sell them out, but we made conclusions that they can't play certain champs and like multiple roles. And we pretty much got lucky and got it all right, so.
Yeah, we had the last fight to show like the Renata angle because you could really see how well the anti-dive worked when they all dove in and you landed like a 3-man Renata ultimate. This was really insane. You can talk us through it here.
Yeah, this one's hilarious. I thought I ulted to the left on accident.
Oh, God.
So when my ult went and was like perfectly on 3 of them, look here. I flashed to the left and I was like, oh shit, is it gonna? I'm not gonna lie, I forgot if it angles based on my champion. So I knew I pressed up, but when I flashed left with my mouse, I was like, oh God, is it gonna go left?
Bud, do you have a comment on that? I saw you looking. Did you have a comment on that fight? I saw you looking.
He has no comment.
Just free win. He says free win in draft.
This Fudge was begging for this draft, unironically. He kept saying, we're picking champions in 1, 2, 3, and he's still saying, we're on a Kalista Renata. He's just like...
Just a big fan. So congratulations on the 3 wins as well. So you're almost locked playoffs. It's not 1,000%. There's a world, at least one world, where like you, FlyQuest, and
another team
and DSG are all at 3 wins.
I see.
And then it wouldn't be clinched, but it's like 99 points. A lot of decimals. But how do you feel now, like coming in against Shopify team, now 3 wins already?
I mean, I have a goal, obviously, we all know, 5th place. So, I mean, that's the goal. That's what we're aiming for. Some people say a little higher, but I don't see it in their gameplay yet. So we're still looking at a solid 5th place. Maybe we can scale up. But yeah, I'm feeling good. And I mean, Juan, how are you feeling, man?
Yeah, honestly, playoffs is just the first step, to be honest. This guy's going for 5th place, which is crazy, by the way. Why are you going for 5th place?
That's just regular season. I mean, that's what I guaranteed.
Realistic.
I mean, if you step, I told you, I'll match your energy.
Match my
I told him every solo queue game he plays, I'll play.
Oh, wow.
I told B-Boy the same, but B-Boy actually would play like 80 games a week, so I was flying. But for you, I will.
I'm higher LP than you now.
I have 2 accounts.
Oh, the secret
Doesn't
again.
matter. They don't add up.
Add them up,
They
and
don't add up.
it's like
That's how it
60%
works.
more in my favor.
Add them up. I don't know if that's how that works. Okay, but contracts. Last split, it was like sweaty to get the playoffs. It was like final series. You had to pull out the Olaf angle. This time, it's basically 99. Like it feels like it's a much easier stint to get there. So talk to me about the difference in environment from last split to this split.
I mean, to be honest, it really is just all this guy.
Yeah?
I mean, we kind of like are able to put it together because he's able to just drive conversation well and just get us talking and holding me especially accountable.
Yeah, it's not like I mean, I'm not that good of a player. I'm okay. I always would say, like, even when I was streaming, like, if I came back to the LCS, I'm middle of the pack at best. I tried for years to be as good as Core and Vulcan, put 100% in, and I wasn't. Now I'm putting in, like, I'm still putting in close to 100, but, like,
yeah, right.
I don't have the, I mean, this is my 100, man. You got what you got.
You're like 43% today.
Yeah.
I mean, have you heard the 80-20 rule?
No, that's 43% of Kyria, not 43% of my maximum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have you heard the 80-20 rule?
No, what is it?
With 20% of the effort, you can get 80% of the results in most things.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like that, but it's not. It's like the last 10% of effort are like gains takes like 80% of the effort.
Exactly.
For sure. Yeah. It is like that, but I've just never been able to match them. They're really good. That guy was really good, and I was just every second I'm just like, damn. The more I try, they're still just good. But you know, we're not locked playoffs, and they always say you have one thing special about you. You can pull off the miracle run. I think you can pull off the 1%.
Hey, with you on my team, I definitely can.
Yeah.
I can make it happen.
That's faith in your teammates.
Inspirational. Player of the game this last game.
I was going to ask them, like, who do you guys think should get player of the game?
I don't even want to hear.
Hey, it's Azel. I didn't want it to be unanimous. I knew we were going to have both of you here, and you'd glow too much if it was 5 out of 5.
Thank you. That'd be good. Yeah.
And you had some good Skarner plays.
I mean, my game was relatively easy. I just full cleared top to bot, hit the Drake on
I did give him a
cooldown.
bit of a surprise, though. We randomly ruined our lane in like 10 seconds before Crab. So you
On the
handled
second
that
game?
well. Yeah, the third game.
Oh, yeah, but to be honest,
it worked out, yeah.
Second game, we highlighted the fact that you were just AFKing at the Wolf camp to get the upgraded smite.
Oh, yeah, because I knew that usually when you're on, what is it called, red side as a jungler and you're doing a bot to top, you're going to be sitting at your Krugs for about like 35 seconds before you make it back to bot side for Drake.
Yeah.
So I knew that he would just do it as fast as possible, so just kind of delayed my Wolves a bit, so I have a faster path to Drake and bot Crab, so yeah.
There we go.
Sick. All right, thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the Grudge Match Bowl, and we'll see you guys in 2 weeks when you go to Mexico City for back-to-back games. Big week. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Take the trophy with you.
True.
All
It's
right,
yours.
yeah,
now.
it's yours.
It's yours.
Yeah.
Let's go. Player of the games for today in the LCS. We did go 5 games.
We did.
Yeah.
Jose and Quid made quick work of the first series, and then the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl, and Raz's match of the week delivered in a
good job, Raz.
It delivered. What's
Well
your
done.
match of the week, Emily?
My match of the week is tomorrow with FlyQuest and C9.
I don't even want to
not
hear
gonna
it.
be
I
as
don't
good.
even want to hear it.
Wow.
Won't be as good as that one. This one's biblical.
It should be good.
Yeah.
Because it's an important match for both of these teams in the standings,
Yeah.
right? Because Shopify are now 3-1.
Oh my God, they are a top 3 team.
And so everyone who was like, oh, TL, Lion, C9, Shopify are going to have to contend with the fact that, like, even though I don't think Shopify are where they want to be in terms of gameplay, they do have a strong record heading into Mexico City.
Yeah, we didn't mention what place Sentinels was in out of respect for Jaden Daniels, but tomorrow's matches are FlyQuest and C9, as well as Lion versus Sentinels. Still no Inspired for Lion, but they're looking to continue their undefeated summer so far. And that'll all just lead into week 6 eventually, if Lion does it. I think it's a big game for Sentinels. Every time these teams keep playing Lion without Inspired, you think it's this big opportunity.
Yeah.
Because we're hearing that Lion is not playing well in scrims, but they keep showing up on stage.
They keep showing up.
It's going to make it really interesting.
It'll be and also whenever people sleep on Sentinels, that's when they start to.
That's when they become powerful.
Really get it together. So I'm interested. I can't wait. Especially your match of the week, Emily. It has to come up.
It should be good.
It has to be something that can match the energy of the Ultimate Grudge Match
I don't know
Bowl
if anything
Part 3.
matches the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl.
Boom!
Part 3.
Yeah. We may never get
that's
another one.
That's a difficult energy to match.
We may never get another one unless Dignitas makes a run for playoffs, but that's it for us for now. We will be rating Double Lift. Make sure you say hi to him, and we'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for C9 versus FlyQuest.
Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3. Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3. Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3.
Yeah!
It's the last time we get to do it. Ultimate Grudge.
LCS. It's time for week 4 of Summer Split.
I'm not going to keep changing my
I'm coming as well, guys. It's here. I'm gonna keep going then.
No,
Kaiser coming.
no defense.
She got through. Coming slowly. Coming. I'm coming. Chase the upside.
Nafiri,
Yes,
Kaiser
I'm
no
coming.
flash.
Yeah, she can't be coming. Kaiser has flash no.
Yeah.
We need to come back.
Kaiser flash. All the flashes, all the
I'm
flashes.
going behind.
Everyone no flashes.
Let's go.
TLAW, the law has come to town and Disguised are going down. Team Liquid will easily 2-0 Disguised.
Oh, they're literally top. I don't have ult
running
for 40.
top. I'm running top. Run down. He's okay, by the way. We can fight up though.
We can fight. Yeah, it's gonna be a cool fight.
Coming. Looks good. I
No
can hold
flash
the
Trundle,
alpha.
no flash Trundle. I have heal.
Holding burns.
Looking.
I have death sense.
We're just gonna be looking Trundle if we
Burns dead.
can.
Oh my God,
Zinni!
What was that?
The Rebels dig the grave of Dignitas in this Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3. GG! Shopify take the series.